Chapter 1 Rebirth. If there is an afterlife, I want to love you well. Jiangning City. In the evening. A dilapidated small electric donkey traveling on the road. Qin Nuo finished delivering the last takeout order of the day and was ready to call it a day. The phone rang abruptly. He picked up the phone and smiled when he saw that it was Qin Yisheng, the director of the orphanage who raised him. Grandpa Qin. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do with you, All 26, life matters should be resolved. No need Grandpa Qin, I have a favorite person. But you from remember to find now, graduated from the university had to go to the delivery, said that this contact with more people, more convenient to find someone, have been so many years, found it? Qin Nuo suddenly speechless. From the time he was reborn into this parallel world called Blue Star, without realizing it, it has actually been 26 years. And he had also searched for Xia Qingyan for more than 20 years. In his previous life, Xia Qingyan, a tomboy with short hair, grew up in an orphanage with him. It could be said to be his childhood friend. They went to school together, graduated together, worked together, and fought for their careers together. Xia Qingyan had joked about liking him. At that time, Qin Nuo, who was only interested in making money, also jokingly replied, if by the age of 30, he has not married and she has not married, they will be together. Unfortunately, the day of his 26th birthday. After a day of work in a trance, he did not pay attention when passing the traffic lights, and watched a car rush towards him. Behind him, Xia Qingyan could not react in time and went forward to push him. When he turned around, he saw Xia Qingyan fall into a pool of blood. She smiled and said to him, 30 years old, I can't wait. Qin Nuo, I like you. All the time, like you. That day, Xia Qingyan closed her eyes forever. But Qin Nuo suddenly realized that he could not accept losing her. He seems to have liked her a long time ago. Later. He lived the rest of his life alone. Until the moment he got sick and died, he smiled in relief. Light face, if there is an afterlife, I will definitely love you earlier. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Nuo became an abandoned baby in Blue Star. Unfortunately, other than still being picked up at the orphanage, everything around him was different. Xia Qingyan was also not by his side. However, Qin Nuo firmly believed that Qingyan, she must have been reborn just like himself. For so many years, he had also been looking for her. Today, it seems to be his 26th birthday again. Qin Nuo. You brat, are you listening to me or not? I'm telling you, don't give me that rebirth crap. You think I'll believe it? Look at Zhang next door, he's got a grandchild. I've arranged a blind date for you today, you must go. Or don't come back to see me. Delicious private dining. The girl wears a long water blue dress, has long hair, and sits by the window. After saying this, Qin Yisheng quickly hung up the phone, not giving him a chance to retort at all. Qin Nuo sighed. It seems like it's impossible to hide, so let's go and deal with it. He mounted the small electric donkey and set off. But, just as he reached the corner, he saw a little milkmaid standing in the middle of the non-motorized lane. The little tyke looked to be around 3 years old, wearing a little pink dress, tied 2 cute pill heads, and holding a bread bigger than her own head in her hand as she nibbled on it. But that wasn't the point. The point was, not far from the little tyke, an electric donkey seemed to have lost control and rushed over madly. Crap! Get out of the way! Quickly get out of the way! Qin Nuo shouted in horror. Little Milkman seemed to have completely missed it, and was still blankly gnawing on his bread. Qin Nuo anxiously accelerated the speed of the car, seeing that the opposite side of the electric donkey is about to hit the little milkmaid. He quickly grabbed her collar, forcefully lifted, directly from the head of the little baby milk thrown into the arms. The car rushed out another long distance before finally stopping. At the same time, boom! The out-of-control electric donkey slid past him and hit the guardrail. Qin Nuo was shocked, and a cold sweat broke out on his body. Baby, how is it? Are you hurt? He thought the little tyke would cry. But the little baby not only did not cry, but also opened the watery big eyes, flickering look at him, seems to be thinking. Qin Nuo was slightly stunned. Why does this child look so familiar? But now is not the time to dwell on this. He stretched out his hand and shook it in front of the little baby's eyes. The little baby still didn't react. Qin Nuo face puzzled. Little girl, you will not be scared silly, right? Alright, Alright, don't be afraid, Uncle Dan in. As if the little baby did not hear him speak, raised the meaty little arm, with a soft little hand holding Chin Nua's big fingers. Just as Chin Nua was puzzled, she reluctantly handed Chin Nua the bread in her other hand. Smiling sweetly at Chin Nua. In a soft and sticky voice, she said, Papa, is that you? Guagua has finally found you. Papa, eat the bread, it's sweet and delicious. This is Guagua's favorite bread. Chin Nua. Whose poop? Whose poop? Who is she yelling at? Not wait. Why is she so cute when she smiles? Makes you want to rua. I'm not your poopy. Little milkman puffed out his cheeks, you are my poop. Chin Nua was helpless, I'm really not ah. The little milky baby puffed out his cheeks again, his eyes slightly bent downwards. Chin Nua was going crazy. He was at a loss for words when a middle-aged woman came running over with a weak breath. Go. Are you alright, Ms. Guagua? Don't you scare me, oh. A little one and a big one both cried, and people looked at Chin Nua even more strangely. Chin Nua had to hold the little baby, dry smile to look at the middle-aged woman. Big sister. You do not cry, she is fine, just a little silly. The little baby heard the words of Chin Nua, crying more fierce. Chin Nua. Chin Nua still wanted to say something, but heard the phone ringing. He hurriedly handed the little baby to the big sister. I still have something to do, I'm leaving first, you first coax her. I have something to do, I'll go first, you first coax her. The little baby's face is still hanging a tear, the little crybaby is aggrieved staring at Chin Nua's back. It looked very pitiful. But Chin Nua did not see these. Almost walked to the door of the delicious private dining room. Suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the lucky value sign and system. Chin Nua? The system? A system for rebirth? The system is a system that is essential for rebirth. Is the object of this blind date, is the light face? Chapter 2 This woman is so ugly, oh, poop, do not eat rice with her. Ding! Host Chin Nua. Age, 26. Height, 183. Initial lucky value, 1000. P.S. Lucky value of 1000 can be drawn once. The host needs to check in with the system every day to increase his lucky value by 100 points per day. Lucky value doubling condition, unknown, please explore on your own. Does the host draw? Chin Nua cheered up, draw. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large disc immediately appeared in his mind. The large disc spun and spun. Chin Nua became nervous. I don't know what I'll get. Seaview Villa or Billion Assets, or the Lake Island Special Skills, novels can be so written. However, the next moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain Special Skills, Children's Songbook. Chin Nua? What the hell? What the hell is the complete book of children's songs? Note, the children's song skill has been fused with the host, and the host will be able to skillfully sing all the children's songs and achieve the effect that each song is meant to express. This system is also too unreliable, right? Chin Nua shook his head and entered the restaurant. But after looking around, he did not see Xia Qingyan. Instead, he saw an unfamiliar girl by the window, a girl with long hair, a long blue dress, and a cup of coffee in front of her. Chin Nua slightly frowned, his heart full of loss. How is it not Light Face? At this time. Not far from him, Chubby tied 2 small pills of small milk ball, still holding her that huge bread. Her side also stood 2 and her age about the same, looks also very similar to the milk ball child, only thinner. One of them had short hair with ears, and her face was a bit cold. The other also tied 2 small pills, beeping, cute and adorable. The 3 milk dumplings looked at Chin Nua's direction in unison. The little chubby dumpling happily shouted, look, Muan, Coco, that's Papa, exactly the same as in the photo. The dough-mouth Coco blinked his big eyes and shouted happily, really yeah, poop. Short-hair cool little group of Muan also nodded vigorously, The 3 little ones laughed in unison, we have found Popa. It's so good that we have a poop. Oh, Coco, Muan, it seems like Popa is being bullied. What should we do? It's okay, let's go save Poopy, walk. The 3 donuts shifted and ran in Chin Nua's direction with their short little legs. Chin Nua walked over and extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Hello, I am Chin Nua. Lumini raised her head and looked him up and down. Chin Nua? I didn't expect you to be quite handsome, but I heard that you graduated 3 years ago and don't even have a serious job? Still delivering takeaways and earning over $3,000 a month? Chin Nua was slightly stunned. What's the situation? No, girl, I have better reasons for delivering takeaways. I am looking for. Before his words fell, he was interrupted by Lumini. What kind of hardship? You can't find a job, right? I have seen a lot of men like you, so let me tell you this, I came here this time purely for the sake of my father, who has a good relationship with Dean Sheen and forced me to come, so there is no need to waste time. A single dog like you, I guess no one wants you at all, right? How dare you make a date to eat at such a high-class place? Do you know how much it costs to eat here once? At least a couple thousand, right? Do you have any money? Chin Nua, what? This place was set by Grandpa Chin. No, that's not the point. The point is, this is a gold-digging woman, right? He chilled his face and was about to say something. Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice came from behind. Poop, don't you have any money to eat? I have. Chin Nua turned around and saw a pillhead milkball quickly rushing to him. She reddened her little face, pulled Chin Nua's coat corner with one hand, and pulled out a bank card with one hand in her pocket. Here's another 100,000 pocket money, here you go. Chin Nua, what the hell? What the hell? A little doll has $100,000? Is he too poor or the world is wrong? Little girl, don't make a fuss. Chin Nua's words did not fall, and heard another familiar little milk voice. Papa, nest came. Humph. Coco, you don't even wait for us. Chin Nua looked over and found that the just saved bulbous little chubby peer Gogo was running over with her little short legs. Beside her, there was also a short-haired milk ball. She did not speak, but has been holding the little chubby peer's hand, seems to be protecting her. Seeing Chin Nua, she also smiled shyly. Little Tubby ran to Chin Nua's side before stopping and hugging Chin Nua's other arm. And the short-haired little milk ball has been standing behind her, wanting to get close but not daring to get close. Triplets? Chin Nua was slightly stunned. How did they look so familiar? But before Chin Nua could come up with a result, he heard Lumini exclaim. You have a child? You're married? Chin Nua looked at the 3 milk balls, did not care about Lumini's words, just subconsciously replied, no, this is a misunderstanding. However, this statement, but let Lumini shocked, that is the illegitimate daughter? However, these words made Lumini shocked, is that an illegitimate daughter? Chin Nua is so rich. She was the one who looked away. Lumini's eyes glowed. Not waiting for Chin Nua to speak, she hurriedly pulled her neckline. A pair of rounds were exposed in half. Only then did she smile with satisfaction. Chin Nua, sorry I just did not mean that. I quite like you, have children is nothing, I can help you take care of them. Chin Nua. This woman crazy, right? He finally saw today what is called the fast change of face. Chin Nua was about to open his mouth to refuse. Just see the small Coco pull his hand, doubtful asked. This ant is so ugly, oh, poop, you are eating with the ant? Why don't you eat with Coco Gogo Nuan? Oh, Coco sad. She does not like this ant, so do not like She's actually trying to steal Puppy from her? Humph. Dream on. She said while also giving Gogo and Nuan a wink. Xia Guagua panicked and squeezed down 2 tears. Guagua is also sad, oh. Xia Nuan nodded her head vigorously, well. Chin Nua was immediately amused by them. Lumini instantly stood up angrily, who are you calling ugly? Nuan, aha. Chin Nua couldn't hold back his laughter. Ms. Lu, I'm sorry, it's easy for children to tell the truth. If you can't eat anymore, you can go. Do not send. Lumini. You. Chin Nua, you wait. After she left, Chin Nua then looked at the 2 little milk balls. I say you guys, whose family's baby Yours. Papa's. Aha. Chin Nua. He did want to have such 3 lovely daughters as well. However, we have to wait until we find Lightning Face. He was just about to say something, when suddenly, a commotion came from the doorway. Quino, wow. A rich woman. Damn, the latest Ferrari, how much does this car cost? At least tens of millions, right? At the same time, Xia Coco in Qin Nua's arms happily shouted. Mama, POA, Mama is here. Qin Nua jerked his head up and looked towards the door. The next moment, he saw a familiar face. Chapter 3 Xia Qingyan, POA, our mama is called Xia Qingyan ah. The woman was wearing sunglasses and was walking down from the Ferrari. Slim legs came into view, and the tight ultra-short skirt and professional upper body was a perfect display of the woman's figure. The long big waves added a few more hints of flirtation, but the expression on her face was extremely cold, giving people a feeling of being uninviting. Is this Light Yin? Obviously the same face, why is it a completely different temperament? In her previous life, Xia Qingyan was a tomboy and always wore short hair. Now she has long hair and a cold face. But that face, it's clearly lightning face. Mama, here. Look, we've found Pupa. The three milk dumplings waved their arms happily and kept shouting. In that one instant, Qin Nua's head turned into a mess. He swallowed his saliva. What are your mama's names? The small Coco joyfully turned his head, earnestly answered. Xia Qingyan, Poop, our hemp called Xia Qingyan ah. Light Yen. Qin Nua gently smiled down. At the same time, a stream of chaotic information rushed into the mind. 4 years ago. College graduation, he and his roommate went out to celebrate and got drunk. The roommate helped him to open a room, that night, through the alcohol. He seemed to see Xia Qingyan. Long hair, big waves, hot body. She was lying beside him, looking at him with style. And he finally didn't hold back and kissed it. But when he woke up the next day, he didn't see anyone around him. He had always thought that it was a spring dream, that he had missed Light Face too much. But at this moment, seeing the 3 milk balls and seeing Xia Qingyan, he suddenly felt that perhaps it was not a dream. Maybe there was another possibility. Not only did he sleep with Light Fan, he also had triplet daughters. If this is really the case, Qin Nua did not dare to imagine what kind of joy that would be. Xia Coco seemed to realize that Qin Nua's not right. She hugged Qin Nua's neck. Carefully asked, Pupa, don't you recognize Mama? Qin Nua shook his head, his smile gradually widening. No, I recognize. After saying these words, he took the 3 milk dumplings and walked towards the woman at the door in surprise. At this time, Xia Qingyan had already walked to the door. However, the moment she saw Qin Nua, she was slightly stunned and her smile gradually stiffened on her face. How is it him? The next moment, her heart that had not fluctuated for a long time suddenly skipped a beat. It was a strange, long-lost throbbing. Xia Qingyan was startled and hurriedly covered her chest with her hand. It was this feeling again. What was going on? Xia Qingyan looked at Qin Nua in a daze. She still remembered that 4 years ago, the first time she saw this man, it was in the hotel. Her heart was beating wildly like it was out of control. She couldn't control it at all. There seemed to be a voice in her mind that kept reminding her. This person cannot be spared. Later, she ghosted into his room. That day, there was no light on, and then later, there were 3 little ones. Just that day, when she was awake in the middle of the night, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She almost fled and left. Xia Qingyan was pretty sure that the man who had been in a daze that night hadn't even looked at himself clearly. But how could he call out his name so easily today, and, moreover, with a familiar look? This time, the heartbeat seemed to be much flatter than 4 years ago. Xia Qingyan quickly calmed down, but she was still a bit bewildered, not knowing how to react for a while. Aunt Zhang, who had been following not far away to take care of the 3 milk dumplings, saw this and hurriedly came over. Mr. Xia, it's him, it's this young man who saved Guagua. Gogo is bringing Miss Nuan Nuan and Miss Coco over to thank him. So it's him? It's just as well. Xia Qingyan received a call from Auntie Zhang and wanted to go and thank Gogo for saving her life. She took a deep breath and walked towards Qin Nua. Young man, this is our general manager Xia. What was Mama? Qin Nua nodded. I know, she is like Yin. Aunt Zhang was slightly stunned, you know? Qin Nua was about to say something when Xia Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. Xia Qingyan also had no choice but to stop and turn around to go out to answer the phone. On the other end of the phone, the voice of the secretary Ding Shui rang. Hey, Mr. Xia, you don't have to go to Shangping residence for a blind date with Mr. Dong. I found the person you asked me to secretly look for. His name is Qin Nua, and he is on a blind date with a girl at the delicious private cuisine next door to Shangpingju today, right next door to you. I know. You know? Ding Shui asked suspiciously. Xia Qingyan, I'm at the delicious private dining room. Ding Shui, oh, that's great, Mr. Xia, let me tell you, I have carefully investigated this Qin Nuo. He is really a good person. If he is allowed to be the father of the child, he will definitely be able to teach the 3 milk dumplings very well. Don't look at him as a delivery man, but he is a high school student, and it is said that he delivers to make it easier to find people. For so many years, the money earned from delivery, besides keeping enough for himself, the rest went to the orphanage that raised him in the name of strangers. He also often donated blood and helped a lot of people. I've already found someone to do a DNA match between his blood and the 3 milk dumplings. It should have been delivered by now. Mr. Xia, he is a person of excellent character. Xia Qingyan froze slightly and caught the key. He is looking for someone? Ding Shui, yes, but no one knows what he is looking for, but I think that he is probably looking for you, right? Xia Qingyan was once again stunned. Looking for her? Looking for 4 years? Is it possible? On the other end of the phone, Ding Shui didn't hear Xia Qingyan's movement and hurriedly shouted again. Mr. Xia, Mr. Xia? Mr. Dong and your father's side, do you need me to help you explain? Xia Qingyan then responded, Dong Xiao's side you help me push a little, my father's side, I'll do it myself. Ding Shui, okay, Mr. Xia, don't be angry with your father, he also wants you to find a boyfriend for your own good. As you know, a lot of people in Jiangning City are spreading rumors about you, and next week is the annual reception again. If you don't have a male companion, there will be even more gossip. Old Mr. Xia also once wanted me to tell you that if you don't want to be this president, you can go back and he will support you. Xia Qingyan nodded, well, I know, but this president position must be mine. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingyan got the DNA identification book sent over by her assistant. She pushed open the door of delicious private cuisine and walked in somewhat nervously. Chapter 4 They are all your children. In fact, even Xia Qingyan herself didn't know why. Becoming the president of Tianyan Group was her dream all along. It was as if it was a destined mission that had become her obsession. But to this day, she didn't know why she had such an obsession. Vaguely, she even felt that she or someone she cared about had once lived in poverty. She wanted to try to make that person's life better. However, she had clearly grown up in the Xia family, receiving the best education and enjoying the best resources. She also didn't understand why she felt this way. Shaking her head, Xia Qingyan pushed open the door. Qin Nuo was squatting on the ground, playing happily with the 3 milk dumplings. Seeing her walk over, he stood up and smiled, Light Yen, long time no see. Xia Qingyan frowned and gestured to Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang, please take the 3 of them to the side first, I will have a chat with Mr. Qin. Good. Before the 3 milk dumplings were pulled away, they still looked at Qin Nuo reluctantly. Poop, we'll see you in a while. Oh. Papa, we love you. Mama, we love you too. After they left, Xia Qingyan pointed to the upstairs box, go up there. Qin Nuo nodded, good. He always felt that Light Yen were some strange, when facing him, that feeling familiar and strange. But remembering her previous life, she experienced a death for herself. The state of mind may have had a huge change, right? After going upstairs and entering the box, Xia Qingyan sat down. Seeing the warm smile on Qin Nuo's face, she always had a strange feeling. So, she decided to get straight to the point. That they are all your children. Nuan Nuan is the older sister, Gogo is the second oldest, and troublemaker Coco is the youngest sister. This is the DNA identification book, you often donate blood, you should be able to tell. Qin Nuo took the identification book and smiled at once, how nice. Xia Qingyan frowned, ignoring Qin Nuo's surprise, somewhat embarrassed. 4 years ago, Summer Palace Hotel, I slept with you, sorry. Put. Hearing this, Qin Nuo couldn't help but laugh. Light-faced this word, how to sound like you are the one being bullied. This life Xia Qingyan, so bold and cute? What are you laughing at? Xia Qingyan was so flustered by the laughter that she almost forgot the line she had prepared. When Qin Nuo saw her appearance, a trace of warmth suddenly crossed his heart. In his previous life, he was also often amused by that stupid Lightning Yen. She was just as flustered as she was now, asking him what are you laughing at? Every time at this moment, he always laughed even more. Nothing, Light Yen, you continue. Xia Qingyan cleared her throat before continuing again. I slept with you, that's why I had the 3 of them. The 3 of them are very cute and well behaved, except for when they want their father. But it seems, don't have the means to find them a new father. It just so happens that you showed up, so, I want to ask you if you're willing to be their dad? Help me take care of them. Qin Nuo was overjoyed. Of course I'm willing, Light Yan. You listen to me first. Xia Qingyan continued, if it's not necessary, I don't really want to fall in love, and I don't want to find a boyfriend. I still have to be busy with the company, so I need someone who can take care of them. I know you were looking for someone. As a condition, I can give you a month's salary 10 times higher than what you have now, and I can also help you find the person you want. When they go to kindergarten in September, after sending them to school, you can do your own thing, I won't interfere. Of course, as a condition, I hope you won't interfere in my life either. If you think the pay is low, feel free to mention it and I'll try to fulfill it. If all of this is acceptable to you, here's the agreement, sign it and our cooperation will take effect. After hearing all this, Qin Nuo's smile gradually disappeared. He finally realized what was wrong. Light Fan, you don't remember me? Remember? Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. At this moment, she also realized that something was wrong. This man in front of her, at the beginning, looked familiar. But he seemed to recognize her as someone else? She felt she needed to explain herself clearly. I'm sorry, other than the time we went to bed, I don't remember us crossing paths. Qin Nuo looked at her in disbelief. You don't remember your previous life? A previous life? Xia Qingyan was once again slightly flabbergasted. When she heard this word, her heart started beating again. Could it be that they knew each other in their past lives? Not right. How could a person have a past life? She, who had received a good education, never believed in any weird theories. This man, what the hell is he talking about? She frowned. Are you trying to say that I was your lover in a past life? Right, you are. Qin Nuo was unapologetic. In her previous life, if it wasn't for him, she probably wouldn't have died and would have had a bright future. Xia Qingyan quickly picked up the contract that had already been placed on the table. Mr. Qin, there are no ghosts or gods in this world, much less a past life. If you keep talking nonsense like this, then I am sorry, there is no way I can trust you with my child. Qin Nuo froze. He quickly got up and grabbed Xia Qingyan's arm before she had time to react, then probed over. Xia Qingyan was startled. What are you doing? Qin Nuo didn't say anything, his hand directly lifted the hair by her right ear. The next moment, he smiled. Behind her ear, there was a small red mole. The color was light, but it would not lie. The Light Yen of her previous life, there was an identical mole here as well. You are the Light Yen I'm looking for. Chapter 5. Who is your wife? Don't shout. Xia Qingyan slightly froze. Mr. Qin. Okay, bring the contract, I'll sign it. Don't worry, I will take good care of the babies. Of course, we'll also take good care of you. When he said these words, Qin Nuo was smiling. He was happy. He had finally found her. And there were 3 milk dumplings. It was so good. Even if she didn't remember, it didn't matter. If she didn't remember the words, she wouldn't remember the pain of crushing on him and dying for him in her previous life. This life. It's his turn to love her properly. As for the matter of being slept with by her, Qin Nuo believed that it must be because of certain reasons in his previous life. She has him in her heart. But Light Yen, I also have a condition. Xia Qingyan suppressed the fluttering in her heart and nervously handed the contract to Qin Nuo. You said. God knows, just now her palms were already sweaty. Facing this man, there is always an indescribable feeling. I now have a monthly salary of 5,000, according to 10 times to calculate, it is 50,000. But I think, I don't need this 50,000, so I don't want this money. Take care of your own children and wife, heaven forbid, this is what I should have done. So wife, you shouldn't say it so absolutely, maybe one day, you find yourself falling in love with me? After saying that, Qin Nuo directly picked up the pen, crossed out the paycheck piece, and then signed his name. Who is your wife? Xia Qingyan subconsciously exited. In this life, has not been called so intimate. Qin Nuo raised his head and smiled lightly as he handed her the contract. Sooner or later it will be, I signed it. Xia Qingyan picked up the contract and quickly stood up. Well, 10 times since you do not want, 10,000 living expenses always have to give, living with me, cannot be too shabby. Tomorrow I will send someone to pick you up, you go back and pack up. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow, so go back and pack up. Xin Nua nodded his head. Seeing Xia Qingyan about to leave, Xin Nua added, Qingyan, am I being adopted by you? When Xin Nua said this, his voice was soft, and at the end, he dragged a long trailing tone. This lazy tone always let a person feel the heart straight itch. Xia Qingyan's figure gave a start. She did not answer him and quickly left. And at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Xin Nua's brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for doubling his lucky value 10 today, gaining 1,000 lucky points. Xin Nua was stunned. Doubling conditions, is it with light face? He smiled, lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cosmetic production skill. Note, the skill will be fused with the host's own cosmetic making skill? This was kind of a good thing. Since ancient times, women's money was the best to earn, just look at Papa Ma in his previous life. And cosmetics is one of the most profitable industries, but the cosmetics on the market, the quality varies, some even have side effects on the body, but even so, women are still happy to do it. If you have this skill, it is bound to attract a lot of customers, and it will not be a problem to make it big in time. But the question now was, how to start? Xin Nua thought carefully. There were two ways. One is to sell the technology, so that although you can get a sum of money, but it is not a long-term solution. The other was to do it himself. Although he might lose money, the technology would always be his own, and could be a means to become rich. Thinking of this, Xin Nua also made a decision. Do it himself. To use his own strength to raise his children and wife. Early the next morning, Xin Nua then received a call from Qin Yisheng. Xin Nua, what's going on, ah? What's going on? Did you get rid of that girl yesterday? I don't think so. Not Grandpa said you, although you graduated from the university, but so many years, you have not been to find a stable point of work. See Qin Yisheng want a long speech. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to find the right person for you, but I'm sure you're going to be able to find the right person for you, he said. I've found the man I'm looking for, and I have a child. What? What? I've found the man I'm looking for, and I've got a baby. What's going on? Wasn't the so-called favorite person a lie made by Qin Nua? I found the person I was looking for, Grandpa Qin. No, next sentence. I'm having a baby. After Qin Nua finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Qin Nua, Grandpa Qin? Qin Yisheng's voice suddenly came out. What are you kid talking nonsense about? In order not to get married you were also painstakingly Qin Nua, I tell you. Qin Nua. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to make Grandpa Qin accept this fact. To be honest, he himself is still a little dizzy. I did not make up, Grandpa, you wait a little longer, wait for a while, I will bring my wife and children back to you, so that you can see your lovely granddaughter. Speaking of granddaughter, Qin Yisheng is happy. Okay, but your kid cannot mess around, Lumimi sighed. I first help you pocket, do not let them talk nonsense, you quickly I know, Grandpa Qin. After hanging up the phone, Qin Nua began to pack up his things. After packing, Qin Nua opened the door and started to move things out. Across the door, Li Ming, wearing broken slippers, waddled out of the house holding a bucket of instant noodles. When he saw this, he was astonished. Brother Qin? What are you doing here? Moving house. Haven't you lived in this place for 4 years? Why are you moving? Did you raise the rent? Your landlord's a real pain in the ass, isn't he? No. Qin Nua thought about it and decided to tell his neighbor and friend, who had lived with him for several years, the truth. I'm having a baby. What? Oh, shit. Li Ming was sucking on his noodles and froze. Which girl did you sleep with? So careless? Xinhua, no, they are 3 years old. What? 3 years old? She? They? Li Ming had a mouthful of noodles hanging out of his mouth and didn't react for a while. Triplets. Li Ming? Li Ming couldn't believe his ears. Qin, are you dreaming? This kind of good thing will happen to us? Qin Nua laughed. I'm serious, so I'm moving in with my wife. Li Ming. Shouldn't your wife move in with you? Xinhua, no, her side of the house is bigger. Li Ming? The noodles on his lips fell into the bowl, still unaware. No wait, you let me react. You mean, you have children, triplets, your wife is richer than you? Chapter 6. The noodles are not important, I'm going to see which girl eyes blind. Xinhua, yes. Li Ming. You found her? Xinhua, yes. Li Ming, said together single, together good brother it? Xinhua, I am sorry brother, I may have to move out first ha. Li Ming. Big head with a big question mark. It always feels like he's being abused. What's going on? Over the years, he and Xinhua lived across the street from each other. In their spare time, the two of them would still go online together and play games together. Xinhua had always been looking for someone he liked, but Li Ming had always felt that he wouldn't be able to find it. But now, he has found one? Then, won't he be left as a single dog? Crap! Li Ming suddenly shouted again, you wait, I'll help you move. I'll help you carry it. Your noodles? It's not important, I'm going to see which girl is blind. Xinhua. Li Ming quickly came over and packed things with Xinhua. He also carried a bigger box downstairs. Xinhua helplessly shook his head. This person is clearly trying to help himself move, right? On the way. Xinhua seemed to remember something and asked, Brother Li, you're on the internet every day, do you know where there are abandoned warehouses in Jiangning City? The production of cosmetics always need a space, he now has no funds, can only how to save money how to come. This Li Ming frowned, why? What do you want the warehouse for? Nothing, want to do a little business. Li Ming, no, you do not deliver takeaway? No more deliveries. Li Ming, crap, a rich wife so happy? This dry a few years of work, say do not do? Xinhua, yes, I have to make money to support my wife Li Ming silently glanced at Xinhua. He must not have woken up today, today's Xinhua is not normal. I'll look for you later, okay? Li Ming, I'll help you find it. Thank you, Brother Li. The two of them walked out while talking. And at this time, a black Rolls-Royce also parked in front of Yashin Garden. The people sitting in front of the door were stunned. Where did this rich man come from? People are discussing, suddenly saw the car down three huge good-looking milk ball. As soon as they got out of the car, they ran over to this side. The two skinny ones ran faster. But the little chubby guy who was protecting the potato chips in his arms was at the end of the line, running and shouting. Nuan, Coco, wait for Guagua. Three milk ball originally happy, but for some reason, a walk to the door on the aggrieved almost crying. Small nose twitching, very poor. The people who were riding the cooler couldn't stand it anymore. What's wrong with you? Don't cry, want to eat candy? Brother has candies here. As soon as these words fell, I saw the little chubby peer swallowed his saliva. She was about to reach out, when she was pulled behind by the other two milk balls. Guagua, you can't eat it. Have you forgotten what Mama said? You can't eat what strangers give you. Xia Guagua swallowed again, and this time she really cried. Oh. The good food is right in front of you, how come you can't eat it? Guagua is so pitiful. Alas, don't cry. The young man with the lollipop hurriedly came over. Brother is not a bad person, what's wrong with you guys? Tell your brother, will he help you? The ghostly little cute once said this, tears fall down Sichuan millet, we come to find the poop. What happened to your poop? Our poop. Little milk balloon said more and more sad. Just when everyone thought they would hear a heart-wrenching, very tragic story, and intended to lend a helping hand. But then they heard her say in a resigned voice. Our poopy is so pitiful. I want to buy a big house for Poopa. After saying that, she also looked at the garbage pile at the entrance with disgust. Crowd. Because there is no property, there is a lot of garbage piled up in front of the entrance, and no one cleans it up. The big iron gate is also rusty and has been broken for a long time. It was indeed too broken. I just didn't realize that these three milk dumplings would feel sorry for their poop at such a young age. This was a quality that not many adults had. Suddenly, they were a little envious of the three milk dumplings' poop. They must be very happy, right? Who on earth actually had such three lovely daughters? Who is your Poopa? People looked over curiously. But they saw the little milk dumpling's eyes light up, pointing not far away and saying, That's our poop. After shouting, they ran inside with their short legs while wiping their tears in panic. Can't let Papa see them crying. Or Papa will be sad. The crowd also looked over curiously. When they saw Chin Nua, the crowd was shocked. Who? Shino? Isn't that the guy who delivers to our neighborhood every day? Yes, that's him. He's got kids? 3? Seems like ugh. If I'm not mistaken, the kid is also very rich. Damn, is Chin Nua being adopted? At this moment, Li Ming, who was holding the suitcase, was also confused. He stood in place, looking at the 3 milk balls with a look of disbelief. Wait, this is your child? Chin Nua, yes. Li Ming swallowed his saliva. Your babies are so cute? Chin Nua, yes, their mom is beautiful. Li Ming, what? Help! Chatting with Chin Nua just couldn't go on any longer. Simply excessive. At this time, the 3 little ones had already jumped to Chin Nua's side. 2 of them immediately stepped forward and hugged Chin Nua's legs without letting go. And the other one, a skinny milk ball, stood not far away, wanting to hug but not daring to do so. Once again, Li Ming didn't hold back and swallowed his saliva. Crap! So cute, so cute, so cute. Help, he also wanted to be hugged. Come and hug his leg, okay? Thinking of this, he hugged the box and started rubbing himself non-stop next to Chin Nua. The babies. Babies twisted their heads and looked at him. Then they twisted their heads in disgust and looked at Chin Nua again in high spirits. Poop, we miss you so much. Li Ming? Is he being disliked? Chin Nua was about to be adorned by these 3 little ones. He had to seriously point at Li Ming. This is Uncle Li Ming. Only then did the 3 little ones happily turn their heads and obediently and slimily shouted. Uncle Li Ming good. Li Ming then smiled happily. Good ah. He could not contain the smile at the corner of his mouth. The 3 milk dumplings also smiled happily. Papa, why don't we help you move the stuff? You guys can't move it. Puppy can do it. Then let Uncle Dan, the driver, help you move it. After saying that, the 3 milk donuts turned around with their short legs and went back to call the driver. Li Ming was puzzled and looked over. Driver? The moment he saw the luxury car, Li Ming was once again shocked. Crap, brother Chin. That car must be worth a few million, right? That's my wife's car. Chapter 7, Moving in with Light Fan. Crap. Li Ming said 2 FCKs in a row and still couldn't get over it. Brother, awesome, where did the rich woman come from? Quickly bring brother me ah. He shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, wait until I meet her again. Li Ming, okay. Don't forget about me. After saying that, he was silent, and then continued. However, brother Chin, I heard that rich women have some special fetishes. You still need to be careful. There is anything you need, greet brother. Chin Nua kicked over. What are you talking about? My wife is not ugly. Li Ming laughed while running. I just said it off the top of my head. Chin brother, spare your life. When he reached the door, he saw the crowd gathered around. Chin Nua, is this your child? Li Ming couldn't help but go up and show off. See, my brother Chin got a rich woman No one will be able to deliver your food anymore. Mr. Li, if you lose your dog, you won't have anyone to find it. I'm not going to be able to find your dog anymore, so I'm not going to be able to find it. Chin Nua saw this and kicked Li Ming's ass again. From now on, this job is yours. Li Ming. Crowd, yes, let Li Ming do it. From now on, if you have any favors to do, call Li Ming. Li Ming. I feel like I've just smashed my own foot with a rock. But in fact, he is still very happy to help everyone. Okay, look for me, but now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go, help Chin move the stuff. Chin has done us a lot of favors before. Coming. Go, help. The crowd immediately surged forward. The 3 milk dumplings also came over. Seeing this scene, they smiled extraordinarily happily. Poop, they're all so enthusiastic. Guagua had never seen so many people helping out together before. Xianhuan Nuan also nodded as she cocked her head, seemingly thinking about something. Chin Nua smiled and squatted down, level with their height. Because everyone is so helpful. Nguyen Guogua may also be a helpful person in the future, understand? The three little ones nodded vigorously. Good. Listen to Papa. Chin Nua stroked the three little milk balls' little heads. Good boy. They didn't see anyone. A corner of Yashin Jiayuan. Xia Qingyan, who was wearing a professional outfit, was standing there, looking over. Seeing such a scene, her expression gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Ding Shui was very happy. General Manager Xia, see, I told you, Mr. Qin is really a very good person. You must be right in choosing him. Xia Qingyan gave Ding Shui a blank look. Ding Shui, who was about to eat melon, hurriedly stopped her mouth. That, Mr. Xia, going back to the meeting? Xia Qingyan nodded and turned around. Ding Shui thought she was in trouble. She hurriedly lowered her head and followed from behind. At this time, she suddenly heard Xia Qingyan, who was walking in front of her, say, "From today onwards, he is the father of the 3 donuts. In the future, treat her as an aunt, no slacking off." Ding Shui was delighted. I know, Mr. Xia. 2 hours later. Chin Nua stood in front of the Star River Bay Villa. Xia Coco saw that Papa was not moving, so she shook his hand. Papa, we're home, go in. Chin Nua nodded his head. Go home. The 3 milk dumplings happily ran in front. Chin Nua followed behind, but a warm current passed through his heart. He actually had a home, his enlightening Yan's home. This feeling is really good. Chin Nua vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he lived in a city called Ningzhou. Work pressure is too much. Once bored to surf the internet, he saw the then online especially hot cute love quadruplets. Chin Nua originally scoffed. But after actually seeing the quadruplet babies, he was instantly amazed. They were really adorable and soft to the touch. From then on, he downloaded all the videos and turned them out from time to time to relieve his stress. Later on, he even made a special trip to witness their mom and dad getting married. By mistake, he received their hand bouquet and was blessed by the bride and groom. Chin Nua, at that time, only felt that it was a joke. How could he get married when he didn't even have a girlfriend? It wasn't until after the death of Light Yen in his previous life that he realized that, as it turned out, he had been wrong all along. But now, there were 3 babies, with Light Yen by his side. He suddenly felt incredibly happy. After entering the door, Aunt Zhang happily walked over. Junior brother Qin, you are finally here. General Manager Xia asked me to wait for you at home. This side is your room, you come with me. Chin Nua nodded. Good. Little brother Qin, you clean up first, I'll go out and get busy. I'm going to go out and get busy. Chin Nua nodded again. However, a few moments later, he found Auntie Zhang standing at the door, wanting to say something. What's wrong? Auntie Zhang. Aunt Zhang was torn for a while before she said, Little brother Qin, that there are some words, although I shouldn't say them, I still want to say a few words on behalf of General Manager Xia. I heard from Mr. Xia that you are really the baby's father. For so many years, Ms. Xia has been bringing up her children all by herself, and she also has to be busy with her work, and has to bear the pressure from the company as well as the outside world. She is really very tired. Although outsiders say that Ms. Xia is a strong woman and never knows how to be tired. However, it is actually not like that. So, if you have reached some kind of agreement with General Manager Xia for the sake of money, I hope that you. Aunt Shang's words were interrupted by Chin Nua before she could finish her sentence. I am not, don't worry. I just want to live a good life with Light Yen and the babies. As for Light Face, I know better than anyone what kind of person she is. You may not believe me when I say this, no one knows Light Fan better than I do. So don't worry, I know what to do. Aunt Zhang was puzzled. You understand her? Chin Nua, well, very well. Aunt Zhang saw that Chin Nua didn't look like he was lying, so she nodded. Good, then I'll go and get busy first. Mr. Xia said that we'll go out to eat together at noon, so you'd better clean up quickly, and if you have any questions, you can ask me. Chin Nua was slightly stunned. Otherwise, let me cook. You still know how to cook? Will a little. The previous life. When Light Yen was still around, she would bring him meals every day. Chin Nua also developed a habit. Then she left. Chin Nua was alone and started practicing cooking when he was bored. He also accidentally got a recipe book. That recipe book was said to have been personally written by the owner of the world-class restaurant Di Long Jai in his previous life. He had learned almost all the dishes on it just so that one day, he would have the opportunity to make it for Light Yen. Today, that wish is about to come true. That's fine, so our general manager Xiao will definitely be happier. Aunt Zhang happily led Qin Nua towards the kitchen. Our general Xiao likes to eat. Light Yen, I know, just tell me what the kids like to eat. Aunt Zhang frowned. This young man, how does he know everything? However, because Gogo had been saved by Qin Nua, Aunt Zhang was not suspicious. Miss Coco isn't picky, she eats everything. Miss Gogo likes meat, all kinds of meat. Miss Nuan Nuan. Speaking of Xian Nuan Nuan, Aunt Zhang paused. Miss Nuan Nuan doesn't like to eat, she always drinks sugar water or milk powder. Qin Nua was slightly stunned, 3 years old and still drinking milk powder? Chapter 8 Poop, we and Mama raise you together. Oh. Aunt Zhang nodded. Mr. Xia loves them very much, and usually lets them have their own preferences. However, Mr. Xia is very busy and doesn't have much time to spend with the babies. Therefore, their 3 milk group, it is inevitable that they will be a little bad habits. Is it? Qin Nua smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with heartache. All these years, it must have been very hard for Light Yen to bring up a child all by herself. Well, so Mr. Qin, if you're here, why don't you help Mr. Xia more? Good. Qin Nua nodded his head. Thinking of Xian Nuan Nuan's appearance, he asked again, does little Nuan Nuan not like to go out or talk? Aunt Zhang, yes, Miss Nuan Nuan's temperament is a bit like Mr. Xia's, she likes to stay by herself, and is cold when she meets strangers, don't you mind? Qin Nu nodded, I know, thanks. No wonder Nuan Nuan has never called out for poop. Qin Nua could see that she actually wanted to be close to him, but just never really dared to open her mouth. However, if he came, there would definitely be a way for her to shout. POA. A soft and sticky voice resounded behind him again. Qin Nua turned his head and saw Xia Coco and Xia Guogua tilting their little heads to follow behind him. Xia Nuan Nuan followed them. Pupa, are you busy? Qin Nua looked at the time, it was still early. He then squatted down and was at the same height as them. Not busy, why? Then, Pupa, come with us for a while. The 3 milk dumplings were secretive. Xia Coco and Xia Guogua each took one of Qin Nua's hands and walked in the direction of the sofa. Xia Nuan Nuan walked the fastest and led the way in front. In a short while, Qin Nua was held down by them on the sofa. The 3 milk dumplings secretly discussed for a while, and were approached by Xia Coco. Smilingly said, Pupa, gift, we have a gift for you. Qin Nua was curious, what? Xia Coco smiled extraordinarily sweet, hand reach out to the poop. Qin Nua obediently stretched out his hand. Xia Coco also solemnly stretched out his hand. Then, extremely seriously placed 3 bank cards in Qin Nua's hands. POA, this is the card for me and Nuan Guogua. Mama made it for us, and inside is the pocket money for the 3 of us. Poop, don't go back from now on, okay? This is all for you, all for you. Pupa, we'll support you. As Xia Coco spoke, there were suddenly teardrops in her big eyes. Her nose twitched. While Xia Guogua behind her was already crying, POA, don't go back. Xia Nuan Nuan hurriedly patted Xia Guogua's shoulder gently. Qin Nua took a look at this scene, and the corners of his eyes instantly moistened. The little 3 milk dumplings, this is heartbroken him ah. The very light card in his hand suddenly became heavy. Having a baby in a home, it turned out to be such a happy thing. He squatted down and put the card in Xia Coco's hand. Pupa doesn't want your money. Oh, Poop. In their little hearts, Poop does not want their money, is to leave them. Qin Nua smiled. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of Xia Coco and Xia Guogua's eyes. And pulled the squirming Xia Nuan Nuan to her side. Papa doesn't want your money, but Papa won't leave either. You 3, you are POA's life, how could POA let you go? POA himself will make money, you these money, are all given by Mama, to take good care of it for Mama oh. Good. The 3 milk dumplings only smiled when they heard this. Really? Really? Papa won't go away in the future? Qin Nu shook his head, no. Yay. That's great. Papa won't go away. Papa is great. Love you. Xia Nuan Nuan also lowered her head and smiled faintly. Seeing them happy, Qin Nua was also happy. Well, Papa is going to cook. What do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? Is Papa going to cook for us personally? Aha! The chubby Xia Guogua clapped her hands happily. Yeah, it's great, I haven't eaten any of the food that Papa cooks yet. Xia Coco, Gogo you glutton. Poop I want to eat prawns, he. Xia Guogui, oh, Coco, you are also gluttonous, Guogua want to eat meat. Qin Nuo looked at Xian Wan Nuan again. Xian Wan Nuan, I don't eat, I drink grandma. Qin Nuo helpless. Nuan Nuan, this is the first time Papa cooking, oh, are you sure you do not eat? If you don't eat it, the poop will not do your meal in the future, oh, never do it, oh. Xian Wan Nuan's small body stiffened. She struggled for a while, before reluctantly nodding her head, then, Nuan Nuan wants to eat fish. Aunt Zhang was instantly shocked, this. Qin Nuo smiled, see, our Nuan Nuan is also a good child who loves to eat. Popo will go and make it for you. You guys play by yourselves first, okay? Good. The three milk dumplings replied in unison. Qin Nu then went to the kitchen. Where's the chili? Auntie Zhang saw this and hurriedly followed, why don't I do it? None of them eat spicy. Before her words fell, she saw Qin Nuo open the refrigerator. Skillfully took out the chili peppers and the required ingredients. At the end, he went to get a lot of green vegetables. After putting them on the counter, he began to handle the shrimp. His movements were so skillful that a shrimp was handled in almost 2 seconds. Auntie Zhang looked dumbfounded. You. Qin Nuo, I really know how to cook, Aunt Zhang, you can rest assured, or else, you go to play with the babies? I'll call you when it's ready. I'll call you when I'm ready. Xia Qingyan finished the meeting, it was already 12 noon. She had to go to work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She would usually go back and have a meal with the babies. Because of the short time at noon, she would basically take them out to eat. But today, when she walked to the door of her house, she suddenly smelled a smell of rice. Xia Qingyan frowned. She pushed open the door and asked curiously. Auntie Zhang, didn't you say you'd go out to eat? Why are you still? Before her words fell, she saw Qin Nuo, who was wearing an apron, serving a plate of food on the table. Seeing her back, she looked at her with a smile. He also looked at her with a smile, back? Wash your hands and eat. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned, and her eyebrows were tightly tangled together. You are cooking? Well, always go out to eat is not good for the child, in the future, I will cook for you to eat. They don't like to eat. They don't like it. How do you know if you haven't tasted it yet? Come on, I've made your favorite. How do you know what I like? You love spicy food, ah. Qin Nuo said in passing. Auntie Zhang next to her has been shocked and confused. Mr. Xia had never eaten spicy food, and usually did not put chili peppers even if he ate at home. She hurriedly explained, Mr. Xia, Mr. Qin, he is also kind. Before her words fell, she heard Qin Nuo continue. Honey, you are trying to maintain a good figure and good skin and good image, right? Don't worry, I made it spicy, but I also made medicinal food to relieve the spiciness, so it won't catch fire. Hearing this, Xia Qingyan slightly froze. Chapter 9 Can't Pick Your Food, The Power of Poop. How did he know she liked spicy food? How did he know that she was trying to keep up appearances? Did he investigate her? But come to think of it, he had signed a contract to come and live with her to take care of the child. Investigating her didn't seem like a problem. And so, she then didn't ask carefully and went straight to the table and sat down. When seeing the dishes on the table, she was stunned. The villa's dining table was large, and at this moment it was divided into 2 areas. On her side, diced chicken with spicy peppers, chopped pepper fish head, and hairy blood wonton. These were all dishes she loved but never ate. And on the other side, egg custard, steamed prawns, fishball soup, and braised pork. In the center, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with loofah, and a casserole of lotus root rib soup with red dates, wolfberries, honeysuckle, and more floating in the soup. The dishes, more sumptuous than going outside to eat. The baby sat on the other side and looked at her with a smile. Mama, the spicy one over there is yours, and POA said we can't eat spicy. The pork chop soup is for you, and the Baba said it can remove the fire, so let Mama drink a little bit after eating. This side of the dishes are ours, looks so delicious, oh. The 3 of them are each holding a small plate, looking at the eyes. Even Xian Wan Nuan, who doesn't eat much, drooled. Xia Qingyan's entire body froze. How? Nuan Nuan, you want to eat? Xia Nuan Nuan nodded her head vigorously, Mama, I want to taste it. Qin Nuo took off his apron and then also sat down, like Yen, quickly sit down, the food will get cold in a while. Only then did Xia Qingyan sit down. Okay, start eating. Xiaoguogui was the first to put down her chopsticks. She had long had her eye on that plate of braised pork, and now she couldn't wait to stuff it into her mouth. Xianwan, on the other hand, looked at the plate of food and didn't know how to use her chopsticks. Only Xia Coco, little by little, ate extraordinarily happily. While eating, she also nodded her head. Wow, so delicious. Baba, this dish is delicious. This meat is also delicious, it's the best Coco has ever eaten. Qin Nua smiled, but when he saw Xiaoguoguo and Xianwan, he frowned. Gogo, you can't eat meat all the time, you know? You have to eat some egg custard and vegetables, as well as pastries, staples, all kinds of nutrients. Look at you, you are almost eating into a little fatty. After saying that, Qin Nua clamped a mouthful of green vegetables and handed it to Xiaoguogua. Xiaoguogua's tiny eyebrows tightly wrinkled together. Poop. Qin Nua, Xiaoguogui, can I not eat? Qin Nua, no. Xiaoguogua had to condescend to put the dish into the mouth. The next moment, her eyes lit up. POA, it's really delicious. POA is so great. Qin Nua finally looked at Xianwan. Xianwan was a bit torn, not knowing how to start. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan didn't hold back and said, Wan should still drink the milk powder, I'll go and flush it. Ever since she was a child, Xianwan rarely ate. She knew it was wrong, but she just couldn't watch her cry. Every time, her heart would go soft. Qin Nua hurriedly stopped her, don't go. You don't want Wan to stay so skinny, don't go. Xia Qingyan hesitated. Qin Nua asked again softly, Wan, why don't you like to eat? Xianwan shook her head and didn't say anything. Just swallowed a mouthful of rice, Xia Coco said, before going to eat. Wan pulled belly. Xia Qingyan was stunned, there is such a thing, but that time is not to eat the medicine is good? Xia Coco, but, Wan said, rice is not good, the future do not eat. Qin Nua helpless sigh, looked to Xianwan. Wan, come, try to taste the POA made, and outside of the different surely delicious. Definitely will not be diarrhea, Papa guaranteed. Xianwan looked at Qin Nua for a while and realized that Papa had been smiling at her. Warm, very happy. She seemed like she had never felt this kind of feeling before. She went out of her way. Xianwan nodded vigorously, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of the dish. The next moment, her eyes also lit up. She quickly chewed the dish and then swallowed it. Expressionless, she took another bite of the dish and ate it seriously. When Xia Qingyan saw this, she was stunned. This was the first time since Xianwan was so old that she ate seriously. And so, she also picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. Once the dish was in her mouth, Xia Qingyan was also slightly flabbergasted. Did you do all this? She simply couldn't believe that a man could actually make the dishes so delicious. Qin Nua, is it good? Xia Qingyan nodded her head. Qin Nua, I know you like to eat. Xia Qingyan, how do you know everything? Qin Nua, because it's you, what you like, I know. See, Xia Qingyan does not speak. Qin Nua laughed again, is not found your future husband's advantages? Xia Qingyan. Don't be poor, eat quickly. I have a meeting in the afternoon, and I'm counting on you for a few of them. After eating, let them take a nap. Don't worry, they are very obedient. Obedient? How come she doesn't remember the 3 milk dumplings having the attribute of being obedient? Especially when it comes to napping. When school starts in September, they'll be going to kindergarten, so hopefully their habits will change. Well, they will. Qin Nua had confidence. After dinner, Xia Qingyan left. Auntie Zhang went to clean up the kitchen. Qin Nua then brought the 3 milk dumplings to the living room and sat down. But after sitting for 2 minutes, Guagua and Coco couldn't sit still. They climbed up and ran around the living room. Only Xianwan, sitting on the side, holding her small drawing book, did not speak. Qin Nua was helpless. Coco, Gogo, take a nap, don't run around. No, Gogo wants to eat cake again. No, Coco wants to go to the flowers to water. Qin Nua had to stand up and said, sleep after getting up and then go to water it? No. No. Qin Nua. Sure enough, 3 naughty and mischievous ghosts saw. He looked at Xian Wan Nuan again and realized that Xian Wan Nuan was peeking at him. Realizing that he was looking over, she hurriedly turned her head again and pretended to be seriously looking at her sketchbook. Qin Nua decided to start with her first. Nuan Nuan, sleep sleep? Xian Nuan Nuan shook his head. I want to read a book. Qin Nua. What can be done about this? Chapter 10. Mr. Xia, you even laughed. Qin Nua was tangled when he suddenly remembered the skills given by the system. He smiled. Nuan Nuagwa Coco, do you want to listen to children's songs? The moment he said this, the three milk dumplings immediately turned their heads in surprise. Children's songs? Is it the kind of children's song like Little Bunny Be Good? I'm not sure if you want to hear it. How about Counting Ducks? Yes. How about Only Mommy is Good in the World? All of them. All of them. You can listen to anything you want. You have to listen. Xia Guagua and Xia Coco immediately ran over, their hands resting on their cheeks, sitting on Qin Nua's lap, waiting for Qin Nua to sing. Xian Wan Nuan also moved to Qin Nua's side and put away her small drawing book. Seeing this, Qin Nua's heart warmed into tenderness. You want to hear Pupa sing? Aha! The three milk dumplings nodded their heads desperately. Qin Nua, then you have to be good and lie on the bed. Why? 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 QN, because Poop is going to sing a lullaby, and if you don't lie down on the bed, Poop won't be singing a lullaby. Then go, let's go. Nuan Nuan, go. The three milk dumplings immediately jumped back to the ground, bouncing and bouncing back to the room. Then quickly jumped onto the bed and covered themselves with the little quilt. Wide-eyed and dripping, they looked at Qin Nua. Jiangning in summer was still very hot, and the air conditioner was turned on in the house. Qin Nua put the quilt to cover them, before asking, which one to listen to first? Listen to the little rabbit Good Boy Bar Poop. Good, listen to Oh, Here It Comes. Qin Nua recalled in his mind the melody of the little rabbit Good Boy into the mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Little bunny boy, open the door. Open the door quickly, I want to come in. Qin Nua's voice was very soft. With a soft magnetism, as if it had magic power, it entered the ears of the three milk balls. Auntie Zhang, who had cleaned up, went out and saw this scene. She was originally curious, but as she listened, suddenly, she laughed. She took out her cell phone, took a small video, and sent it to Xia Qingyan. At this time, Qin Nua had already started singing the second song. Xia Guagua had already closed her eyes. Xia Coco was also sleepy. Only Xian Wan Nuan was still looking at him. Just now, Coco and Gogo had both ordered a song, she was the only one who hadn't. After singing, Qin Nua looked at Xian Wan Nuan. What does Nuan Nuan want to hear? Xian Wan Nuan looked at her two sisters who were asleep. Softly said, lullaby. Good. Qin Nua cleared his throat and began to sing. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Mama's hands kissed and shook you. Xian Wan Nuan listened and closed her eyes. It seems to have quickly entered the dreamland. Slightly smiled. Qin Nua also followed and smiled. He reached out and tended to the hair that was sticking to Nuan Nuan's forehead, and gently patted her again, waiting to make sure she was asleep as well. Only then did he get up, gently preparing to leave. And at that moment, he heard another murmur in his sleep. Poop, I love you so much. Qin Nua paused in his footsteps, turned back, and saw Xia Coco rolled over and hugged Xia Guagua next to her. Qin Nua heart warm. POA also love you so much. Tianyan Group. Xia Qingyan, who was working in the office, suddenly received a video from Aunt Zhang. She curiously clicked on it. Then she saw Qin Nua with his back to the door, singing. Through the cell phone, Qin Nua's voice was small. Can. The baby's sleeping appearance could be seen very clearly. Xia Qingyan herself did not know that watching it, she curved the corner of her lips. Original. Poop's charm is so great. She remembered that when she was resting, she also often coaxed the babies to take a nap. However, not once had it worked. In the end, she even exhausted herself. In Xia Qingyan's eyes, feeding the babies and putting them to sleep was simply harder than managing a company. But Qin Nua actually did it all. Xia Qingyan suddenly felt that she had made the right decision. The video was finished watching. She saw another message from Auntie Zhang. Mr. Xia, this young man is really good, you should cherish him. Xia Qingyan was about to reply. The office door was suddenly pushed open. General Manager Xia, there is a piece of information here that needs your. Ding Shui's words had not yet fallen. Suddenly heard a snap. Xia Qingyan put her cell phone upside down on the table. Ding Shui froze. Mr. Xia, what's wrong? Nothing, bring it to me. Ding Shui suspiciously handed over the document, standing suspiciously to the side, not daring to speak. Today's Mr. Xia, there seems to be something wrong. After signing, Xia Qingyan handed the document to Ding Shui. Okay. Oh, okay. Ding Shui took the document, and when he walked to the door, he still didn't hold back and turned back to ask. General Manager Xia, were you just laughing? No. You're looking at it wrong. Xia Qingyan's heart jumped and hurriedly retorted. Oh. Ding Shui suspiciously went out the door. Ding Shui. Mr. Xia? Go and order a car for me. It needs to be a men's model. After Ding Shui left. Only then did Xia Qingyan reopen her cell phone. But her complexion had returned to its usual icy coldness. Evening. As usual, it was Qin Nua who cooked. Auntie Zhang had gone home on leave in advance. After coaxing the babies to eat, Qin Nua only ate by herself. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan was a bit intolerant. Actually, you can eat first. Qin Nua's hand lurched, looked up, and smiled. That won't do. If they don't eat their fill, how can I eat in peace? Xia Qingyan looked at Qin Nua dumbfounded. She remembered that she often saw all kinds of women spouting posts on the internet. What men do not like to bring up children, men do not like to do housework. So much so that there were especially a lot of women who got divorced because of it. Unexpectedly, Qin Nua could actually do everything. Xia Qingyan asked tentatively, don't you think bringing them up is a tiring thing? Qin Nua put the dishes down and looked seriously at Xia Qingyan. How come? I think this is the thing I am most willing to do in my life. Like Yen, you don't know, when I watch them eat my cooking, when I watch them pamper me, when I watch them sleep next to me when they're tired from playing, I feel like I'm filled with joy. I feel like I'm filled with strength. This, probably, is the life I want, right? Qin Nua thought back to his previous life. A person living alone, like a walking corpse. Nowadays, it is the real living. Xia Qingyan saw Qin Nua talking with great interest, so she stopped saying anything. Eat? Well, you also hurry to eat, after a day of work tired, right? I boiled some herbal tea for you, drink it later before going to sleep. Xia Qingyan was slightly flabbergasted for a moment. Then she didn't say anything. After eating, Qin Nua went to wash the dishes. When he came out, he found that the light in the study was still on. Qin Nua didn't hold back and walked in. Light Yan, still not sleeping? Xia Qingyan didn't even return her head. I'm not done, so rest yourself first and don't mind me. Qin Nua was dumbfounded. This life's Light Yan, how could she be so busy? What's wrong? Xia Qingyan saw him not moving and asked him curiously. Qin Nua waved his hand. No, you get busy first. After leaving the door, Qin Nua began to think about how to help Light Yan. Chapter 11. You are responsible for taking care of them, I am responsible for raising you. This day, because of Qin Nua's arrival, the three milk dumplings were particularly excited and didn't sleep long in their nap. At night, they went to bed early. Qin Nua also laid down on the bed. Just after closing his eyes, he heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host, lucky value 10, gained 1000 points of lucky value. Does the host want to draw a lottery? It's doubled again? It seems that as long as you do things for your wife and babies, your lucky value will increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a secret recipe for a children's mask. Note, this recipe is more effective when used in conjunction with the cosmetic making skill. A secret recipe for a children's mask? Qin Nua changed his position and thought seriously. Although there were many face masks in this world, there were very few that could actually be used for children. Children's skin is already very thin and delicate, and a little carelessness will irritate the skin. The difficulty of making such a mask was too high. Even baby skin care products were extremely rare. The system seemed to have opened up a new path for him. Qin Nua's consciousness entered the system and opened the secret recipe to look at it. This children's mask secret recipe was mostly based on fruit ingredients. Because fruits were non-irritating, along with the scent, it allowed children's skin to absorb it better. And it was very simple to do. The more Chin Nua looked at it, the more energized he became. It was 12 o'clock when he was ready to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he received a call from Li Ming. "Brother Chin, the abandoned warehouse you were looking for, I found it. There is a dilapidated warehouse on the south side of the city street. It has not been rented out for 2 years. It is not big. Do you want to go and take a look?" Chin Nua, "Okay, go tomorrow?" Li Ming, "Good, I'll contact the owner of the warehouse." Chin Nua, "Good." Li Ming wants to say something. "Chin brother." "Kino, what is it?" Li Ming, "Can you take the 3 of them with you on that one?" Chin Nua immediately understood Li Ming's intention. "Yes." "Bring." Li Ming, "Haha, that's great. Finally, we can see the 3 milk donuts again." Hanging up the phone, Chin Nua then started planning. Found the warehouse, still missing the mask-making ingredients. The fruit is good, but the other ingredients are not easy to find. When Chin Nua was anxious, he suddenly saw the transfer news of a city forum section. A small mask workshop was ready to be transferred. This world was just like the previous world. There were many people in the mask business. So much so, that the quality of the masks was inconsistent, and some small workshops would quickly be banned when they couldn't do it anymore. And what he found, this is the net red mask that has been hacked out online. It is said, it's not because of the formula, they use excellent raw materials, but because the production process is problematic, resulting in making the mask has little effect, coupled with being exposed as a black workshop. Although the use of the effect is not a problem, but also did not achieve the desired effect, then the netizens crazy scolding, and now also facing closure. Chin Nua decided, tomorrow in this Zhang Xinfeng contact to see. This night, Chin Nua slept very peacefully. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Chin Nua got up and made dinner. When Xia Qingyan got up, she saw a table full of food and was a bit dizzy. Chin Nua, "Have breakfast, wife, eat before you go to work." All said, "Don't call me wife." Xia Qingyan frowned, "I always don't eat breakfast, I have to go to the morning meeting. Why don't you accompany the 3 little ones to eat?" "How can that be? How can your body stand it? It will get stomach problems." Previous life. After Xia Qingyan left, no one brought him breakfast. He never ate breakfast. "You wait, I'll load it up for you and go to the company to eat." Xia Qingyan quickly changed her clothes and finished her makeup, and put on her shoes. "Don't, right?" "I." Her words did not fall. See, Chin Nua handed over a lunchbox. Home also did not have a heat preservation lunchbox. "I went to buy one today. First take this, will be a bit, take it." Xia Qingyan froze directly in the doorway. She has not remembered how long she has not eaten breakfast. This feeling of being urged to eat breakfast seemed not bad. "You take good care of the babies and tell me if you need money. The $10,000 that I gave you this month has already been credited to your account, so pay attention to it," Xia Qingyan said very seriously. Chin Nua, however, has been laughing. Xia Qingyan finally couldn't help it. "What are you laughing at?" Chin Nua, "I really feel that I have been adopted by you. It turns out that being kept by someone is this kind of feeling, ah." Xia Qingyan coldly glanced at him. "You are responsible for taking care of them, I am responsible for raising you, isn't that good?" After saying that, she turned around and left. When she walked to the door, she heard Chin Nua's voice from behind her. "Light Yen. Don't be so tired, I will work hard to support you and the babies." Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. For so many years, it seemed that no one had ever said this to her. Everyone thought that she was cold-blooded and heartless, that she didn't need any feelings. Even she herself felt this way. Until this moment, she suddenly felt a softness in her heart. But she still shook her head. Raise her? Was it possible? After Xia Qingyan left, Chin Nua packed up the 3 milk dumplings. Chin Nua then took them out the door. Today, it was time to go and talk to Li Ming about the abandoned warehouse place. After walking out the door, he saw a tall beauty standing at the door. The beauty was dressed in a white suit and stood there in an overbearing manner. "Hello Mr. Chin, I'm Ding Shui, General Manager Xiao's secretary." Chin Nua also greeted politely, "Hello, thank you for always helping our light face." Hearing this, Ding Shui's mouth almost opened into an O shape. This person is so uptight. No wonder Mr. Xiao wanted to buy him a car. She hurriedly handed Qin Nua the item in her hand. It's for you. Qin Nua was shocked. What is this? Ding Shui deliberately replied seriously, this is the car our Mr. Xia asked me to order for you. Our general manager Xia said, this car is to make the 3 babies travel convenient, and you have nothing to do not think too much. This is the male model O. Finished, she also winked towards Qin Nua. Qin Nua. Do you need to be so obvious? The wife bought him a car? That's nice. He glanced towards the corner and found a toe exposed there. He smiled and shouted deliberately in that direction. Thanks, wife. Seeing Ding Shui about to leave, Qin Nua added, tell Light Yen that next time you want to give me something, you don't have to be so awkward. Finished speaking. Only then did he take the 3 milk donuts and walk outside. After he left, Ding Shui turned a corner and came to the person at the corner and lowered her head. Mr. Xia, sent it. Xia Qingyan blanked her again, but did not say anything more. Go to work. After turning around, even she herself did not notice that a slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Twisted? She wasn't being awkward. Chapter 12. How poop together to raise Mama La. Qin Nua came to the parking lot, then saw a brand new Bentley parked next to it. The 3 milk dumplings also saw it. Their eyes immediately lit up. Xia Coco, wow, this car is so cool, suitable for the poop. Xia Guagui, can put a lot of many delicious. Xia Nuan nodded approvingly. Qin Nua. You little one, you just know how to eat, let's go, Papa will take you out to play. Qin Nua, you're a little guy who just knows how to eat, let's go. The 3 milk dumplings agreed in unison. Qin Nua drove out of the door and headed towards Changnan Street. At this time, Li Ming had already waited for a while on Changnan Street. Next to him stood a grandpa with gray hair. The grandpa looked at the sun in the sky and asked, has that brother of yours not arrived yet? I have not used this warehouse for 2 years, is he not want to rent it? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to. Before his words fell, he saw a black luxury car drove over. The car turned a corner and stopped in front of Moncler Outlet Store and Li Ming. Li Ming originally wanted to return to Moncler Outlet Store his words, but when he saw the car, he directly froze. Crap, Bentley. The first time I saw the Bentley, it was a Bentley. Moncler Sale Outlet. The Moncler Outlet Store also was dumbfounded, I didn't know. The two said. The 3 milk donuts then jumped down from the car. Today's milk donuts changed into little blue dresses with pigtails on their heads. When they saw Li Ming, they smiled extraordinarily happily. Li Ming Uncle Dan. Li Shu Dan good. Li Ming all of a sudden heart melted, good, come, uncle hug. Said halfway, Li Ming suddenly reacted. Wait, this car will not be your poop, right? The 3 little ones, yes. I'm not going to be able to do that. When did Qin Nua become so rich? As soon as he finished thinking, Qin Nua stepped down from the car. Li Ming stood still and looked straight in Qin Nua's direction. Qin brother? Qin Nua waved his hand. Oh, their mom bought it. Li Ming. This. Might as well not ask. I'm sure it's my own mouth. What's wrong with being suddenly envious? The 3 milk balls see Li Ming does not move, they tugged Li Ming's pants leg. Li Shu Dan, what's wrong with you? Li Ming, ha, nothing, Qin brother, this warehouse you still rent? Rent, ah. Qin Nua nodded, this is Uncle Dong, right? Old man Dong nodded mechanically. Since he just saw the 3 little ones, he was frozen. These 3 little children are also too cute. Qin Nua, let's go check out the warehouse first, shall we? Old man Dong, yes. He nodded his head while looking at the 3 little ones. Xia Coco realized his gaze, sweetly smiled. Grandpa good. Good. Old man Dong's heart instantly melted. Until he arrived at the warehouse, he only slightly reacted. Young man, they are all your dolls, ah? Qin Nua nodded, aha. Old man Dong smiled, really good, you are very happy, ah. After saying that, he did not speak again. Qin Nua looked at him curiously, then asked Li Ming in a low voice, what's wrong with Uncle Dong? Seems to have something on his mind. Li Ming, alas, Uncle Dong's old companion, Grandma Dong, is sick and hasn't gotten better, and the 2 of them don't have any children. The only adopted son does not know what conflict, several years do not contact. This warehouse has also been unable to rent out, almost no medical money. He was just worried, you do not rent it, asked me several times. Chin knew a heart is sour. The orphanage back then also often encountered this situation. Qin Yisheng then took them around to find ways to make money. But even so, he never thought of not raising them. Uncle Dong, how much would it cost to rent out this place before? Old man Dong sniffed and said in surprise, it used to be 1,000, but if you rent it, 500 will do. He needs money to buy medicine for his old partner. Although the need is not much, but he is more than 70 years old, really do not have financial resources. As he spoke, old man Dong's hands trembled a little. Seeing this, Xiako puffed out her cheeks and walked over to pull Qin Nua's hand. Poop, is Grandpa cold? Let's buy Grandpa a shirt, okay? In her eyes, there was no sickness. She could only judge with her most subjective will. Qin Nua smiled and pinched Xiaokoko's little face. In this way, old master, and cannot let you suffer, or 1,000, I will rent it for 2 months first, and then renew it later. He only had $30,000 in his hand. The first time I saw it, it was Xia Qinyan who called me. The other 20,000 was intended for the orphanage. He didn't intend to move the 10,000 given by Qinyan, so he used the other 20,000 to try first. If he succeeds, he might be able to give more money to the orphanage. Yes, yes. Old man Dong nodded repeatedly. After signing the contract with Old man Dong, Qin Nua paid 2 months' rent totaling 2,000. After Old man Dong left, Qin Nua called Zhang Xinfeng again to make an appointment. Then, he took the 3 milk donuts and Li Ming to Zhang Xinfeng's office. On the way, Li Ming and the 3 milk donuts were playing extraordinarily happily. But he was still a little worried. Brother Qin, what kind of business are you going to do? Aren't you all being adopted by rich women? The word adopted came to his mouth, but Li Ming still didn't say it. The 3 milk dumplings were looking at them with bated breath. He didn't want to teach the kids a lesson. Don't you have a baby mama? The 3 heard this and nodded their heads. Xiaokoko, yeah, Poe, mama supports you. Oh. Xia Guogui, aha, buy lots of delicious food for Pupa. Xia Nuan also nodded, but didn't say anything. Qin Nua through the rearview mirror saw the 3 milk group of the appearance, did not hold back the smile. Mama make money is very hard, cannot just spend mama's money. To make money to support you, to support mama, is the responsibility of the poop. The 3 milk balls do not know whether they understand. They all stared blankly at Qin Nua. After a moment, they nodded seriously. Then Coco will also help Poa make money. Guagwoi too. The tiny Xian Nuan, still holding her small drawing book. She pouted, and as if she was determined, she nodded along. Nuan also wants to. Li Ming simply cried with envy. Man, Brother Qin, how did you get 3 daughters who are so understanding? I'm so sour. Too well behaved, right? Ha ha. Qin Nua laughed, it's all because my wife is good. Li Ming. How do I feel that since Qin Nua has a wife, he shows love all the time? Okay, Brother Qin, know you have a good wife, so what exactly do you want to do business? Qin Nua thought about it, and then told Li Ming that he wanted to go buy mask raw materials. After listening to Li Ming, eyes bright, but soon darkened down. Can it work? How can I know without trying? After all, it is the technology given by the system, it must be the best. Qin Nua was very confident. The 3 milk dumplings once again raised their little fists. Poa will definitely be able to do it. Chapter 13 Xiaoguogu's little heart, everything is for Pupa. 10 minutes later. Qin Nua parked his car outside the small mask workshop. A middle-aged man was standing at the intersection, waiting for him. The man was big and thick, looking very burly. When he saw the 3 milk dumplings coming down, he was slightly stunned. He almost didn't resist the urge to go over and hug them away. He took a deep breath and signaled himself to calm down. Hello, I'm Zhang Xinfeng, which one of you is Qin Nua, Mr. Qin? Qin Nua earnestly extended his hand, I am, hello boss Zhang. Aha, Mr. Qin, you said on the phone that you wanted to buy my mask ingredients? Sorry, I would like to ask what you do? As you know, there are too many black masks on the market now. If you are also using them to make these black masks to cheat people, with all due respect, I won't sell them even if I throw away all those ingredients. Zhang Xinfeng said very seriously. Qin Nua nodded his head and instantly gained some more appreciation for Zhang Xinfeng. He still remembered the information he had found out about Zhang Xinfeng on the internet. This person had a paranoid personality and spoke bluntly. As a result, he had offended many of his peers. However, he was a very conscientious person who never did black-hearted deals. The reason why the small mask workshop failed was because his own technology wasn't mature enough, plus he couldn't publicize it, and it was used by the people he offended to add fuel to the fire and blacken it. He thought that it was a persona for Zhang Xinfeng on the internet, but now it seemed to be true. No, Boss Zhang, it's like this, I'm planning to make some masks of my own to sell, but I'm not a small workshop. It's the starting stage now, so it might be difficult, but I'm sure that I'll be able to make it big. I plan to make a brand out of it. Seeing Qin Nua speaking so seriously, Zhang Xinfeng frowned. Do you know how difficult it is to do the business of face masks without anything? Qin Nua, it's not anything, I have the technology and secret recipe. Technology? Zhang Xinfeng's face immediately flashed brightly. What he lacked the most was technology. Qin Nua nodded. Yes, right now there is a lack of raw materials, so I want to buy from your side. I know that the raw materials on your side are the best, wouldn't it be a pity to throw them away? Zhang Xinfeng pondered for a moment and did not give an immediate answer. Although the babies were cute. But based on these words alone, he still didn't quite trust Qin Nua. Qin Nua also saw Zhang Xinfeng's mind, he said. How about this, Boss Zhang, let me borrow your workroom for a bit, I'll make a bit of it for you to see. If you think it doesn't work, you cannot sell it to me. Zhang Xinfeng nodded, yes. Came to the door of the workshop. Qin Nua squatted down, seriously, and the three milkball sons said. Papa went in for a while, immediately came out, you three listen to Uncle Li Ming words, okay ACA? The three milk dumplings immediately nodded their heads, okay, Poop. We will be good and wait for Poop to come out. Poop, go for it. Zhang Xinfeng saw this face of curiosity. Why did you bring them out to talk business? He had never seen a man go out with a baby. Qin Nua, their mom is very busy, and I think, with them I feel more at ease. Zhang Xinfeng gave a thumbs up in his heart for like no, not bad, not good, we will not go in to see, you go? The raw materials are all categorized and labeled. After all, this thing called technology, what belongs to Qin Nua is Qin Nua's. He can't peek at it. Okay, thank you, Boss Zhang. Qin Nua entered the doorway. Zhang Xinfeng and Li Ming were waiting at the door. The three milk dumplings and Li Ming were having a very happy time. From time to time, they even played a game of hide and seek, which made Zhang Xinfeng's heart itch. He so wanted to. He wanted to go and play with the babies. But, he was the boss who was talking business with Qin Nua today. No. He had to pay attention to his image. Zhang Xinfeng had just stabilized his mind and was ready not to look at these three little ones. However, the next moment, he felt the corner of his coat being tugged. Zhang Xinfeng thought that it was his illusion, and he didn't move. However, the corner of his coat was tugged down once again. Zhang Xinfeng lowered his head at the same time, heard a soft and sticky voice. Shu Milan, play with it. Gogo has a lollipop. Shu Milan is not happy. Lollipop candy for you to eat. After saying this, Xia Guagua smiled sweetly. She said she wanted to help Poop together to earn money to support Mama. This person, it seems that he does not like Poop. Always frowned. Gogo must please him, so that Poop will not be too tired. Thinking of this, Xia Gogo smiled more sweetly. She held the lollipop high in her hand, as if she wasn't going to put it down until Zhang Xinfeng accepted it. Zhang Xinfeng's heart completely melted. Heaven! What kind of fairy daughter is this? There was only one feeling in his heart right now. Sell. Sell whatever Qin Nua wants. As long as you let him play with the babies. While thinking, Zhang Xinfeng has been unable to control squatting down. Well, Uncle Dan accompanied you to play. Uncle Dan does not want lollipops, Gogo eat by himself, okay? Xia Gogo happily nodded, and then shook his head. No, Uncle Dan you eat. Zhang Xinfeng face puzzled, why not? Xia Guagua thought for a while. In her small head, she seemed to have remembered something. Seriously said. Then, Uncle Dan promised to sell the raw materials to the Poop, okay? If Uncle Dan promises to eat. Guagua is really smart. He. Zhang Xinfeng was instantly adorable again. Egu, this. He still hasn't reacted. Xia Coco also came over, pulling Zhang Xinfeng's coat corner, constantly pampering. Xia Nuan stood to the side, pondering whether she should also go and shake a little. Li Ming, who was beside him, saw Zhang Xinfeng's difficult appearance and had already laughed like crazy. Ha, how is it? Boss Zhang, isn't it particularly exciting? Is it particularly irresistible? Zhang Xinfeng nodded repeatedly. This is really killing me. How could Mr. Qin have such a lovely daughter? Li Ming, this is a question I would like to know as well. Xia Guoguo and Xia Ko could see that Zhang Xinfeng had not yet agreed. The two little ones tilted their little heads and looked at Zhang Xinfeng. There was also a bubble of tears in their eyes, not to mention how pitiful. How could Zhang Xinfeng stand this? He immediately squatted down and leveled with their height. Don't cry, Uncle Dan promised. Good. Sichuan millet stick. Sichuan millet eat sugar candy. The two little ones kept pampering Zhang Xinfeng. Zhang Xinfeng feels that the whole life is beautiful. So, he quickly joined the lineup of playing with the 3 milk balls. When Qin Nua came out, this was the scene he saw. He was shocked. Boss Xiang, what are you? Chapter 14. Since they grew up, I haven't seen them this happy. At this moment, Zhang Xinfeng was surrounded by the 3 milk dumplings. He had a pink handkerchief tied around his eyes. The handkerchief fluttered and fluttered. It doesn't match his thick, dark appearance at all. He was still unaware of this, and was having a particularly good time with the 3 tits. Qin Nua was about to go crazy with laughter. This look is really a bit unbearable. But Zhang Xinfeng didn't seem to feel it at all. It wasn't until Qin Nua came out that he hurriedly pulled off the silk scarf over his eyes. He stood up awkwardly, then coughed lightly and looked at Qin Nua as if nothing had happened. Mr. Qin, your mask is ready? It's only been in for half an hour, right? So fast? It would take his skilled workers an hour to finish it. Zhang Xinfeng was a bit disbelieving. Unfortunately, when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Li Ming. Boss Zhang, you have just promised. The 3 milk dumplings also tilted their heads and looked at him with an expectant face. Qin Nua was confused. Promised what? Li Ming, Boss Zhang just couldn't withstand the most adorable attack from the 3 of them and promised to sell you the raw materials. You made this mask for nothing. Xia Coco immediately ran to Qin Nua's side and smiled as if inviting credit. POA, is Coco Gogo Nuan awesome? He. I thought I would get a compliment from Papa. I thought that I would get a compliment from Popo, but I saw Qin Nua squatting down. Xia Coco blinked. What's wrong? Qin Nua said, Guagua, Nuan, you also come over. The 2 little ones hurriedly came over, and seeing Qin Nua's appearance, they didn't dare to make a scene. Qin Nua looked at them with a serious face. You guys are trying to help Poop, right? The 3 little ones immediately nodded. Right. Qin Nua, but it is not right to do so. The 3 little ones looked at each other. Xia Coco tilted her head. Really can't figure out what's wrong. Why ACA Poop? Qin Nua, it takes strength for Papa to come and buy things from Uncle Zhang. If you guys are like this, even though Uncle Zhang agreed, but Uncle Zhang didn't see POA's products, he agreed because of you 3. He can't refuse you guys being cute, but doesn't know if the products are good or bad. This will affect Uncle Zhang's judgment, is also considered semi-compulsory. In the future, you can't do this anymore, okay? After hearing this, the 3 little ones, although half understood, but followed the successive nods. Okay, listen to the Poop. Qin Nua nodded, then stood up. Good boy, quickly go and apologize to Uncle Zhang. The 3 little ones immediately jumped and ran to Zhang Xinfeng. Uncle, I'm sorry. Zhang Xinfeng was shocked. In the business world, he had seen countless people who would do anything for profit. In fact, just now, he didn't think that Qin Nua would use his daughters to achieve his goal. It was purely because they were just too cute. That's why he agreed. But at this moment, he had seen a different Qin Nua, a different father. Zhang Xinfeng was suddenly shocked. How could such a person speculate and victimize others? He hurriedly said, No, this matter is something I have to agree to, it has nothing to do with them. No need to apologize. Qin Nua, not quick to thank Uncle. The 3 little ones, thank you Uncle. Zhang Xinfeng instantly felt like his entire body was going to float. This voice was so sweet. Qin Nua then walked forward and handed the mask in his hand to Zhang Xinfeng. Sorry boss Zhang, they are still small, you'd better take a look at this mask, and it also happens to help me identify it. As for selling my ingredients, we will talk after you have seen it. Okay, I'll take a look. Qin Nua made a mud mask. It is similar to a sleeping mask, applied directly to the face, similar to a water cream. After Zhang Xinfeng got it, he put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. He frowned. This mask was not of an ordinary quality. He tried it again with his hands. When the mask touched his skin, his eyes widened in shock. This mask, you made it yourself? Qin Nua, yes, added the fruit fragrance. This is the fragrance of apple, you can try it with other fruits later. Then I used the high-quality ingredients from Boss Zhang's side, and the fruity flavor was blended together, plus my own skills. This mask, it's perfect for babies. Zhang Xinfeng listened while nodding his head. This is indeed much better than what our people make out, but I'm afraid that if the positioning is a child, the chances of children using masks are very few after all. Adults usually don't use messy face masks for children either. Qin Nua had long had a countermeasure for this. He looked at the 3 milk dumplings next to him and said, Boss Zhang, don't worry, I have a way to sell them. Moreover, I have a hunch that it should sell well. Zhang Xinfeng nodded. Success, so be it, take those ingredients if you need them, no need to pay me, I originally planned to throw them away as well. His own small workshop went bankrupt. Zhang Xinfeng is a little heartbroken. Those things that he once regarded as treasures, can be used, also can be regarded as a piece of their own heart. That can't be done, Mr. Zhang, it's like this, I can only take part of it for the time being, and the cost price should always be given to you. In that case, don't be in a hurry to throw away the rest, when I make money from this wave, I'll come back for the rest. Zhang Xinfeng nodded, okay, little brother, come on, I look forward to you. Thank you. After talking with Zhang Xinfeng, Qin Nua spent $10,000 and took some of the raw materials back to the small warehouse. Then went to buy 5,000 bottles, used to fill the mask mud. Li Ming went back to work. After cleaning the warehouse once, Qin Nua then let the 3 milk donuts play by themselves and started to configure the mask himself. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the $10,000 of ingredients had all been made by him. Qin Nua loaded 2 bottles and then took the 3 milk dumplings home. The rest would be divided the next day, then taken to sell. At this time, Tianyan Group. Xia Qingyan, who had been busy all day, was also ready to get off work. Seeing Ding Shui come down, Xia Qingyan casually put her cell phone into her bag. What did Qin Nua do today? Ding Shui seriously reported, first went to rent a warehouse, and then went to find the mask workshop to buy the mask raw materials, and finally returned to the warehouse to do their own mask. Xia Qingyan frowned. Doing face masks? Ding Shui nodded. Well, it seems that Auntie intends to sell the masks herself, saying. What did she say? Said it was to support you, Mr. Xia. Xia Qingyan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Raise her? Is he coming for real? However, but relying on face masks, I'm afraid it won't work, right? What about the 3 of them? They followed their aunt all day today and were very happy. After a pause, Ding Shui added, Mr. Xia, with all due respect, since they grew up so big, I haven't seen them so happy. Chapter 15. He shouldn't really want to kiss it. Qin Nua went home and started cooking. When Xia Qingyan came back, she saw Qin Nua smiling and said, Wife, off work? I'm not going to be able to do that. The 3 milk dumplings also looked at her seriously. Xia Qingyan put down the documents in her hand and quickly stepped to Qin Nua's side. Let's talk. Qin Nua nodded, and instructed the 3 little ones, then followed Xia Qingyan to the study. Xia Qingyan got right to the point. What did you do today? Qin Nua also did not intend to hide, directly said. Facial mask. Xia Qingyan frowned. You a big man to do this for what? Qin Nua, I said, I want to raise you. Xia Qingyan, you. She did not know what to say at once. This person how to say small talk lines at all times. It's really absolute. She felt especially happy every time she heard them. Xia Qingyan couldn't believe her feelings. She took a deep breath before desperately suppressing her inner feelings. Can you make money doing face masks? Qin Nua, yes, don't worry, my masks are not ordinary. After all, That's a secret recipe given by the system. Xia Qingyan was slightly flabbergasted. Qin Nuo was very confident when he spoke, and that feeling of confidence made her feel that Qin Nuo's entire being was glowing. This damn breathtaking charm. Xia Qingyan hurriedly lowered her head to not look at him. In her ears, Qin Nuo's voice with a smile sounded again. Want to? Why don't you try? Said, Qin Nuo went to get the mask. I loaded 2 bottles back, originally said to give the babies to try it, but the children's mask, adults should also be able to use. Come on, you first go to remove your makeup, I'll put it on for you. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. Originally wanted to refuse. However, for some reason, she still swallowed the words as they came out of her mouth. As if by magic, she really went to the restroom to remove her makeup. When Qin Nuo came over, he saw the plain-faced Xia Qingyan. Her hair was casually draped behind her. Her bare face had less of a hint of harshness and more of a hint of gentleness. At that moment, Qin Nuo's heart moved. In his previous life, the light face without makeup looked like this. Only, at that time, she had short hair. Looking at it, Qin Nuo was dumbfounded. The 3 milk dumplings were sitting not far away, curiously looking at Papa Mama. Xia Qingyan also felt the heat of Qin Nuo's gaze. She was slightly stunned. For some reason, her heart jumped again for no reason. What are you looking at? It was only then that Qin Nuo reacted. But before he could answer, he heard Xia Coco happily shouting. POA looks at Mama good-looking ACA. POA loves Mama yeah. That's how it's played out on TV. Xia Guogua and Xia Nuan Nuan nodded their heads in agreement. Xia Coco thought for a while, and then said. On TV, Papa has to kiss Mama. Popa, you kissed Mama. Xia Qingyan. Coco. Xia Qingyan, Coco. What kind of nonsense is this? Qin Nuo laughed. He turned back and silently gave Xia Coco a thumbs up. Truly POA's sweet little cotton patty. Especially when he saw Xia Qingyan's anxious appearance, Qin Nuo was even more convinced. This woman had herself in her heart. Otherwise, how could she be shy? And so, he took the mask and approached Xia Qingyan step by step. Xia Qingyan was so scared that she took a step back. What are you doing? He's not really going to kiss, is he? Gosh. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This world has gone crazy. Xia Qingyan was nervous while thinking about whether to call security or not, as well as the possibility that she had already been kissed after calling security. Thinking about it, Qin Nuo had already arrived in front of her. Xia Qingyan had no time to react. She stared wide-eyed. Qin Nuo looked and laughed. Such a light face, it was too much fun, right? However, cannot be rushed. Otherwise, the legendary cold-blooded Mr. Xia will give a banishment order, and that will not be good. So, at only half a step away from Xia Qingyan, Qin Nuo stopped. He handed the bottle to Xia Qingyan in her horrified eyes. Didn't he say apply a mask? Try it. Xia Qingyan. Damn it. She was scared to death. She let out a long sigh of relief. Try. After saying that, she went to the bathroom again and applied the mask seriously. As soon as the mask touched her face, it was cool and a particularly comfortable feeling came from her skin. The faint fruity flavor, moreover, made her feel very at ease. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. This feeling seemed not bad. But this effort of struggling with flabbergastedness was captured by Qin Nuo, who was standing at the door. He laughed lightly. Do you want me to help you apply it? No need. Xia Qingyan quickly replied as if she was nervous. I don't know. Qin Nuo laughed again. Just now, what do you think I want to do? Xia Qingyan. Really, which pot is not open, which pot? She simply ignored Qin Nuo. Self-care coated up the mask. After the mask is coated, Xia Qingyan walked out without looking at it. The apple-flavored children's face mask clay, which was greenish in color, looked somewhat cute. Seeing that Xia Qingyan was about to walk over, she was pulled by Qin Nuo. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. You. Qin Nuo raised his arm and landed on her head. Don't move, you got it in your hair. Xia Qingyan did not dare to move again. At this time, she and Qin Nuo stood between the bathroom doorway. The distance was very close. The tip of her nose almost touched Qin Nuo's chest. The unique flavor belonging to Qin Nua rushed up her nose. Xia Qingyan realized that not only did she not hate the smell, there was also some joy. A sentence even appeared in her mind. This chest, it should be very warm, right? After realizing this, Xia Qingyan hurriedly shook her head. She must have gone crazy. How could she think about this? What's wrong? Nothing. She stubbornly refrained from speaking. Qin Nua, however, saw everything in his eyes. This little ninny, sooner or later, was his. He wiped the mask off his hair before letting Xia Qingyan leave. Xia Qingyan no longer dared to look at him, and directly went to sit on the sofa, resting her eyes. The cold touch on her face became more and more comfortable. Xia Qingyan had never applied such a comfortable mask before. The light fruity fragrance also made all her day's tiredness disappear. Xia Qingyan was getting more and more puzzled. This must be her own illusion, right? 15 minutes later, she stood up, went to the restroom, and washed off the mask. Looking up again, she was stunned to see herself in the mirror. Her face was more than 10 times better than just now. And the touch in her hand was smooth. It's as comfortable as a baby's skin. As the president who didn't have good skin but had to socialize a lot, Xia Qingyan had used countless expensive skincare products. But none of them made her feel this way. It's too comfortable. The faint red bloodlines that used to be on her face were actually gone as well. Xia Qingyan was filled with disbelief. Qin Nua has been watching her from the side. How is it? Is it good? Chapter 16. You and Mama a little while before kissing. Okay, ACA. Xia Qingyan slightly stunned. Thinking of the way Qin Nua deliberately molested herself just now, she originally wanted to say that it was not good to use. But after seeing Qin Nua's eyes, she hesitated. It's not bad. Qin Nua was a bit puzzled. Is it just okay? It shouldn't be. This was a technique rewarded by the system. It couldn't be fake. Could it be that his own technique was not up to par? He quickly walked into the bathroom and pulled Xia Qingyan over with him. Then, before she could react, she lowered her head. A close-up view of her face. The rapidly enlarging handsome face startled Xia Qingyan, and before she could dodge, she was held down by Qin Nua on the back of her head. Don't move. You. Xia Qingyan tensed up. What the hell is this person going to do? She once again smelled the scent that belonged to him. Xia Qingyan instantly felt her ears start to heat up. He shouldn't be trying to kiss himself, right? Xia Qingyan felt like her breathing was going out of control. She clenched her hand and was about to push him away, but she heard him say in her ear, I'll see the effect. Xia Qingyan. Do you need to be so close to see the effect? But on second thought, it was the mask. She was relieved, and slowly loosened her hand. She turned her eyes away, not to look at him. Qin Nua looked and laughed. Originally, he had just seen that Light Face's skin was extremely good, and at this moment it was even more moisturized and full. It means that the mask is very useful. But her appearance made him unable to let go. And so, Qin Nua deliberately looked at it carefully again. Even, gently touched her face with his hand. Then he pretended to look thoughtful. Xia Qingyan had already kept the same action for too long, and at this moment, she felt like she was going crazy. Realizing that Qin Nua didn't seem to intend to let go of her yet, Xia Qingyan was a bit torn. You see? Even she didn't realize that there was a slight tremor in her voice. Qin Nua finally let go of her. If you continue to look at it like this, it will definitely wear out. It wouldn't be good if his wife was unhappy at that time. Well, the effect is not bad. I'll try selling it tomorrow. Xia Qingyan was finally relieved. Seeing Qin Nua looking over, she walked out without looking away. When she passed by Qin Nua, she heard him say, Light Yin, why are your ears red? Xia Qingyan. She decided to ignore Qin Nua and quickly raised her feet to walk out. Seeing her seemingly fleeing, Qin Nua laughed madly in his heart. In her previous life, Xia Qingyan, when she was shy, she also reddened her ears first. Qin Nua still wanted to say something to her, but heard Xia Guogua shouting outside. Oh, POA Guogua to starve to death. POA, rice or cold. You and Mama later kiss okay ACA. Put. Qin Nua couldn't hold back his laughter. Here we go, let's eat. As usual, Qin Nua made a nutritious dinner for the 3 little ones. Xia Guogua tried to steal me from Nguyen Coco's bowl several times. Unfortunately, all gave up because of POA's eyes. This meal, the 3 milk dumplings ate exceptionally well behaved. After finishing the meal, Xia Qingyan got up with the intention of going to the office, and when she walked to the door of the study, she didn't hold back and said, Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo, who was educating Nguyen not to be picky about food, turned back. What's wrong? Xia Qingyan bit her lip. If you can't sell it and need help. No need, trust me. Qin Nuo was very confident. Xia Qingyan, that's fine. Qin Nuo heard the meaning of Xia Qingyan's words. He smiled and said, Qingyan, you are concerned about me? Xia Qingyan was flustered. Who cares about you? You go sell it yourself. After saying that, she quickly stepped into the study. Before closing the door to the room, she heard Qin Nuo's conversation with the babies. Babies, Hemp began to care about poop. Yes, Mama loves POA very much. Yes, Mama loves POA very much, and POA loves Ma very much. Xia Qingyan. This person. She shook her head and quickly closed the door. After clearing the table, Qin Nuo looks at the time. It's only 8 o'clock. He played with the 3 milk dumplings for a while longer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the signing in, doubling his lucky value 10 and gaining a total of 1,000 points of lucky value. Qin Nuo smiled slightly. Drawing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of washing Jiojio for babies. Washing feet? This skill is good. Auntie Zhang had once explained that washing the baby's feet was a very difficult thing to do. The system is so sweet. Come on, let's get ready for bed. The 3 little ones agreed while jumping around happily. Xia Guogua's eyes glanced at the nearby snack cabinet from time to time. Qin Nuo instantly saw through her little mind. He deliberately walked over and blocked Xia Guogua's line of sight. Gogoa, what did POA say that you forgot? Xia Guogua skimmed her small mouth. POA said that Guogua can no longer eat small snacks, it will become chubby. That's right. But. Xia Guogua lowered her head, and on her long eyelashes, a huge teardrop hung. The little nose was also twitching, but Guogua is so greedy. Guogua wants to eat. Xia Guogua pitifully pooped to Qin Nuo. Chapter 17 Poop, should Guogua be hungry or not? Qin Nuo was helpless. It seems that wanting to change the habits of the 3 milk dumplings is really not an easy thing. Qin Nuo looked at Xia Guogua's bulging little stomach. Is Guogua hungry? Xia Guogua shook her head. And then hurriedly nodded his head. Gogo in the end is not hungry. Xia Gogo all of a sudden did not know how to answer. She quickly tangled crazy. Obviously belly full. But. Fruit really want to eat. If say they are not hungry, then POA will not let themselves eat. If say they are hungry, that is lying. Mama said, small children cannot lie. Xia Guogua hung 2 tears again. Qin Nuo's heart melted as he watched. No wonder Light Face cannot control them. I almost could not control myself, and moved all the food to the front of the little cutie. Let her eat to her heart's content. But Guogua was a bit on the chubby side, and Nguyen was on the thin side. As the child's poop, he couldn't spoil them. And so Qin Nuo paused and said seriously, Guogua, if you're not hungry, don't eat, okay? Papa will sing you a few more children's songs in a while. Tomorrow for breakfast, I'll make Gogo's favorite food. As soon as he heard the children's songs, Xia Guogua immediately forgot her hunger. Okay, then Guogua wants to eat eggs. The children's songs sung by Papa are the best. Okay, pull the hook. Pull the hook. After doing this, Qin Nuo would smile. He walked to the bathroom, took out a huge water basin, and poured it. Then signaled the 3 little ones, come to wash Jiojio la. The 3 little ones look at this situation, began to desperately back. Do not, Coco do not wash Jiojio. Guogua also do not. Xia Nguyen simply took out his own small picture book, blocking the face. Qin Nuo. Still really 3 naughty babies. He had to take out that trick again. Disobedient baby night, no children's songs to listen to. Oh. Xia Coco immediately ran over. Papa. Qin Nuo took another look at Xia Guogua. The disobedient baby will not have rice to eat tomorrow. Oh. Xia Guogui immediately gave up the small cookies, bouncing over. Papa, I wash. Next was Xia Nuan. She Nua smiled. Nuan, sister all washed, you do not wash stinky oh. Xia Nuan. No. No. She also quickly ran over. She Nua was satisfied. Come on, the three little ones sit in a row, Popa give you a wash together, it must be very comfortable oh. But the poop. Xia Coco came over, the corners of her eyes filled with tears. The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you are comfortable with the water and that it is not uncomfortable. Chi Nua, that's other people. I'm going to try. That. The three little ones tangled for a while, which agreed to Chi Nua, that well. The three of them sat down and carefully tried, but did not dare to put Giorgio in. Chi Nua curious, what's wrong? The three of them raised their heads and looked at Chi Nua with a resigned look. Papa, hot. Chi Nua finally knew the reason why the three little ones were unwilling to wash their feet at this moment. It must be because the previous person was afraid that they would get cold every time and then added the water temperature. Little kids usually won't try it a second time after they've suffered a loss once. Little children are always very alert. This was the case with Nuan's dislike of eating, for example. Chi Nua very patiently said, it's not hot, come, you guys look at the poop. After saying that, he then put his hand into the water, and after trying a few times, he was afraid that the three little ones still didn't dare. He took off his shoes and socks again, and rinsed his feet first with the shower head next to him. Then came over and sat down and put his feet in first himself. You guys see, it's not hot at all. The three little ones saw this and looked up at Chi Nua in surprise. It really isn't hot. Guagua, come. Nuan, you come too. Xia Coco was the first one, putting the soft little Giorgio in. She also deliberately put Giorgio on Chi Nua's feet, and then raised her head and giggled at Chi Nua. Seeing this, Xia Guagua also happily put it in and landed on Chi Nua's other foot. Xia Nuan looked puzzled for a while. Then, in the expectant eyes of the three people, she also stretched out her little feet and legs. But she didn't put it on Chi Nua's foot, but deliberately put it to the side. This small action was seen by Chi Nu. He felt a sourness in his heart, then stretched out his foot and deliberately touched Xia Nuan's little foot. Xia Nuan raised her head violently, seemingly wanting to refuse. But Chi Nua was the first to speak, come, Nuan. Xia Nuan opened her mouth, but not a word came out. It's poop ACA. Then it should be okay to put it up. Thinking of this, she tentatively lifted her foot, and then gently landed on Chi Nua's foot. When this action was completed, she lifted her head, looked at Chi Nua and her two sisters, and smiled. Chi Nua, alright, Popa will start washing you, no naughty words. After saying that, he bent down and seriously washed the three little ones' feet. The skills given by the system allowed him to wash his feet with some massage skills. It was very comfortable. The three little ones couldn't help but giggle while washing. Poop is itchy ah. Ha, poop, stop. Chi Nua came to the mood. He played happily with them. When Xia Qingyan went out, she saw this cozy scene. Today, Auntie Zhang was on vacation, and when she was halfway through her work, she remembered that the babies hadn't gone to bed yet. So, she planned to come out and give them a bath. Unexpectedly, Chi Nua had already given them a bath. Moreover, he was still having so much fun. Xia Qingyan suddenly felt that this was a really good feeling. After watching for a while, she turned around and went into the study to work again. After washing the baby's feet, Chi Nua took out a foot towel and wiped the three little ones one by one. She also changed them into identical slippers. Then he had the three little ones line up again, hands on shoulders, and walk towards the bedroom. The three little ones looked like three little ducks, waddling about in a very cute manner. Chi Nua felt that he liked this kind of life. The next day, Chi Nua made breakfast early, packed it in the thermos box he bought on his way back yesterday, and handed it to Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned for a moment, but still picked up the lunchbox. Thank you. Chi Nua laughed lightly. Thank you do not need. How about calling husband to listen to? Chapter 18. How about calling your husband to listen to? Xia Qingyan's heart panicked. I go to work first. She almost fled. Chi Nua looked at her back and smiled. Babies, go, we also go to earn money. The 3 milk dumplings immediately ran over cheerfully. She knew today to go to the place is a kindergarten door. Children's masks, naturally, to find a precise customer base. The kindergarten was the best place. Although the babies were on vacation, this kindergarten he was looking for had vacation custodial classes. In order not to delay work, many parents would send their babies here. When Chin Nua arrived, he propped up a floor stand next to it. Then, together with the 3 milk dumplings, he set up the bottles that were brought in. Because he didn't have a storefront or visibility, he only filled 100 bottles for the time being. After setting it up, Chin Nua sat down. Come on, babies. The 3 milk dumplings immediately came over. Poop, what are we going to do? Help Papa put the mask on. The 3 little ones clapped their hands happily. The 3 little ones clapped their hands happily. When the people around saw this scene, they all came over. The triplets are so good. What are they doing? Why do they look like they're putting on a mask? How can this be? A few of the older women with dolls rushed over. Young man, how can you put a mask on them? They're so young, their skin is still tender. You're hurting them. You're hurting them. How can you be a puppy? Stop it, stop it. Just put some baby cream on them. Before Chin Nua could reply, Sia Coco stepped forward to stop them. Auntie, no, 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 no. Selling masks? This is even more unacceptable. How can you let them work at such a young age? Young man, you don't care about the children. Xia Guagui is anxious, Papa. These ants do not listen to her explanation, so sad. Xia Nuanyuan is also a little tangled. She stepped forward to protect in front of Chin Nua and Xia Guagua. Several big sisters hurriedly stepped forward, itching to carry the milk ball away. At this time, Xia Guagua, who was being coated by Chin Nua's mask, suddenly shouted happily. "Poa, it's so comfortable." Her voice was soft and sounded very happy. It was cool and smelled so good. Chin Nua also smiled, comfortable. Come on, turn around. Xia Guagua nodded vigorously, in the eyes of several big sisters who were puzzled. Xia Guagua twisted her head. On her face, there was still a thick mask attached. This bottle of mask mud was pink in color. Together with Xia Guagua's little chirp, and the flurry of little dresses, the bulging little belly. It looked as cute as it could be. The big sister's kids were amazed. Mom, she's so cute. Mommy, I want to apply too. Mom, I want the pink mask. A few big sisters were also adorable. But one of them still kept her sanity. This can't be done, masks children can't wear. Chin Nua saw this, stood up and said. This sister, my mask is specially made for children. For children's skin is very good, like what plateau red bloodline, use will be gone. I am also a poop, I know it's not easy to be a parent, surely will not harm their own baby The 3 little ones nodded cooperatively. The big sister's children also looked over with bated breath. Chin Nua added, in this case, big sister, if you are not sure you can try it first. I have trial products here. After saying that, he then handed over a bottle of facial mask to the elder sister. The mouth of the mask was open. Big sister smelled a faint fragrance, and she was instantly mesmerized. On weekdays, she had used many face masks. But those masks, all of them had a pungent odor to a greater or lesser extent. But the mask in this bottle didn't, and it gave off a very comfortable feeling. Doubtful, big sister reached out her hand and got a little bit to apply on the back of her hand. The next moment, a fine coolness appeared on the back of her hand. Big sister originally had tan skin, which was somewhat peeled off by the sun. However, the area covered by the mask was as if it was lubricated and immersed in water. She wiped it off after applying it for a while. The skin on the back of her hand was visibly different from the rest. Big sister was stunned. Is this really so amazing? Chin Nua nodded. Yes, this mask is easily absorbed by the human body, and it doesn't use any additives. Children use it very well, of course, adults can also use it. Big sister asked, how much? Chin Nua, a bottle of $100, right? After all, he has not sold masks, just try it first. Moreover, this price is enough. 5,000 bottles of masks, he only spent $10,000 on raw materials. The math was also big profit. Big sister took a close look at the bottle. It could be used 20 times at the very least. Whereas normally, when they bought masks, a bottle would cost 2 or 300. She immediately said, I want 2 bottles. Shin Nua didn't expect it to be sold so easily. It seemed that he had underestimated the women's fondness for cosmetics. Okay, but can I let the babies try it too? This mask of mine, I still want to focus on the babies, and do more baby products in the future. Yes, yes, yes. Big sister immediately pulled over her own daughter and applied it on her face. The pink mask mud fell on her face. The baby instantly looked good. When it was washed off, the skin on the little girl's face was so much better than before. It looked moisturized. The surrounding babies shouted even louder. Mama! Mama, I want it too. And so, a few big sisters who originally came over to accuse Shin Nua all shouted. Then I also want 2 bottles. I want 3 bottles. Shin Nua, okay, one cocoa. The 2 little ones immediately ran over. One of them has a WeChat payment code hanging around his neck. One of them has an Alipay payment code hanging around her neck. This is what Shin Nua discussed with them beforehand. Guogui was in charge of being the mask model, and the 2 little ones were in charge of collecting the money. When the big sisters saw this scene, they all laughed. Ha, so young to start helping Poop make money, so good. Xia Coco blinked her big eyes and smiled. Yeah, we want to help Papa support Mama. Yeah? Is that so? It's hard for Papa to raise his mama, so we have to work hard to help Papa. Ah, this is too good. Young man, how did you teach your children? Shin Nua, it's because they were originally obedient, huh? He also felt happy in his heart. They didn't even see it. On the other side of the road in the shopping mall, Xia Qingyan was taking a few young women to drink coffee in the house. And her eyes, for a moment, didn't leave Shin Nua's direction. Chapter 19, Shin Nua seems to impress her every time. When she saw the small stall on the opposite side of the road surrounded by a group of people, Xia Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and said, let us go, back to the company. Ah? This is going back? But Mr. Xia, didn't you say to take a good stroll? No more shopping, back to work. After saying that, she took the lead and left. In fact, Xia Qingyan had come long ago. She had originally thought that Shin Nua's masks would definitely not sell. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to have these employees pretend to be passers-by to buy the masks. It would be fine for her to pay the bill. But now, it seemed unnecessary. The 3 little ones looked like they were very happy as well. Xia Qingyan suddenly realized that Shin Nua seemed to impress herself every time. Except when he molested himself. Yikes, why are your ears red, Mr. Xia? Behind her came a sudden exclamation of surprise. Is it a fever? Do you want to go to the doctor? Ah? Xia Qingyan hurriedly waved her hand in embarrassment. No need, no need. Shin Nua, who was half busy, suddenly felt that there seemed to be a gaze looking at him. He raised his head curiously and saw Xia Qingyan, who had gotten into the car, on the opposite side of the road. Shin Nua smiled. Light Yen was worried about him again. Ha ha. Sure enough, a knife's mouth and a bean curd's heart. In a morning's work, Shin Nua's 100 bottles of masks were sold out. He looked at his balance and there was a whole $10,000 more. Shin Nua was very happy. It looked like the earnings were good. Calculating like this, earning $10,000 a day would be $300,000 a month. After deducting the cost, he netted more than $200,000. Then he would start slowly, and with hard work, he could afford to support his wife and 3 milk dumplings. He was full of confidence in the future. In the afternoon, he went to see Old Man Dong again, intending to pay half a year's rent. Li Ming had said that Old Man Dong was in need of money, so it would be a good idea to help him out. When he was almost at the door of Old Man Dong's house, Shin Nua, however, launched himself into a daze with the 3 little ones. All the houses in this neighborhood are the same, they are private houses with only 1 floor. No one answered the phone of Old Man Dong. He seemed to be lost. When he didn't know what to do, he saw a man with glasses and a slightly chubby figure walk out. He was slightly flabbergasted when he saw Shin Nua and the 3 little ones who were bouncing around and following him. But the man seemed to be in a bad mood and left after only glancing at them without saying anything. Shin Nua thought about it, but decided to go up and ask. Hello, may I ask if you know which house Dong Shangha's house is? The man frowned. What are you looking for Dong Shangha? Xin Nua, looking for him to pay the rent. Rent? Well, the rent of the warehouse. Man, are you the young man who rented the old man's warehouse? Xinhua, I guess that's me. The man's complexion immediately became better. He wanted to go forward to pull Qin Nua's hand, but when he saw the three little ones, he paused. I know where their house is, I'll tell you the location, can you give me a favor? Qin Nua slightly stunned, what favor? The man said, my name is Dong Established, is Dong Shangha's adopted son, I just want to go to give him money, he was kicked out, can you help me bring some money to him? Let's just say that it's okay to pay more rent. In this case, your rent is also exempted for you, and I'll give you the money. Dong Jianju said while taking out his cell phone, ready to transfer money to Qin Nua. Qin Nua was slightly stunned. Last time, Li Ming said that Dong Shangha had an adopted son and hadn't been in contact for years. But now, it seems that this is not the case. Dong Established to see Qin Nua doubt, hurriedly said, alas, I fell out with the old man because of some things, he is old, stubborn, I now recognize the wrong, he does not listen, but also do not want money. Blame me, but I cannot stand by and watch the old lady sick no matter ah. This warehouse, which is already broken and remote, was previously rented by me. 2 years ago, when the old man found out they were all my men, he wouldn't rent it anymore. Brother, trouble you, help me this favor, I must thank you, what you want directly with me, this is my business card and contact information. After receiving the business card, Qin Nua took a look at it and laughed a little. The president of Leeson Group? This is a big boss. According to the ranking of enterprises in Jiangning City that Qin Nua had checked during his leisure time in the past few days, the ranking of Leeson Group and Tianyan Group was almost indistinguishable from each other. Dong Established scratched his head, and then no longer just the stern, but some naive. Even a big company is useless is not able to handle the old man, alas. The old lady needs surgery, I looked for a lot of hospitals, invited the famous experts, but they are not willing to go. Dong Established voice is full of helplessness. Qin Nua thought for a moment and asked. Mr. Dong, can you tell me why you fell out with the old man? Dong Founding was a little embarrassed to open his mouth. Qin Nua didn't ask much either. He pondered and continued, this way, I have a good idea that can help you, but this money is not necessary, the rent I should give or have to give, in order not to let the old master see it, or according to the previous give. After saying that, Qin Nua close to Dong Established, whispered a few words. Dong set up a bright eye, this can be? Qin Nua, it should be possible, try it first, there are 3 of them, let them sell more cute. The 3 milk dumplings saw the poop looking over, immediately nodded, aha, uncle rest assured. Dong set up a continuous nod, good, then I will wait for your good news, brother Qin, thank you, really thank you too much. Qin Nua waved his hand, no, a favor. Dong set up happily told Qin Nua the address. But, as Qin Nua left, he called him. Qin brother, these 3 little girls, are they your children? Qin Nua nodded, what's wrong? Dong set up waved his hand, no, nothing, I also know a person with triplet daughters, always feel that the 3 of them look a little familiar, probably my illusion? Qin Nua nodded, let's go, we'll be in touch later. Good. Qin Nua did not wait for him to go, Dong Established seriously looked at the back of the 3 little ones, murmured. Really look familiar Qin Nua took the 3 little ones toward Dong Shangha's home. The road. Xia Coco raised her head in doubt. Poop, didn't you say last time that babies can't lie? But this time, it's clear that Papi is letting them go and lie. How strange. Xia Nuanwang and Xia Guaguai also nodded repeatedly. In their tiny brains, they couldn't figure it out at all. Qin Nua rubbed the 3 little ones' little heads in amusement. In this world, there is a kind of lie called a good intention lie. If we are trying to help others, then it's okay to lie occasionally, okay? The 3 little ones nodded their heads doubtfully. I know. Then it's okay for them to lie to Mama when she's unhappy in the future, right? The 3 little ones thought so. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Dong Shangha's house. Qin Nua said the plan to the 3 little ones again, and only then knocked on the door. Chapter 20. Which takeaway boy is so powerful? Inside the house. Dong Shangha was sitting on the bedside of his old partner Wang Xiufen, his yellowish hand holding hers. Alas, old woman, don't worry, I will find a way to send you to the hospital. Wang Xiufen opened her mouth and smiled. Well, I know, old man, hard work you. If it were not for the fact that I could not give birth back, then we would not. Dong Shangha hurriedly waved his hand. What did the old woman say? What are you talking about, old woman? It's enough to have you, look at it, there is a child still make us angry. You've taken care of me all my life, now it's my turn to take care of you, you take a good rest, I'll go cook for you. Our warehouse is also rented out, when you get well, I will take you to see that person's 3 dolls, they are very good, you will like it. Wang Xiufen nodded her head. After the smile, but fell tears. Back then, when they got married, they had looked forward to the future. She loved children, and she knew that the old man loved them too. But then, because she couldn't have children, he never mentioned it again. It was only in middle age that the adoption was established. Who knows later? The old woman thought of this and felt a burst of heartache. At this time, a knock sounded outside the door. Dong Shangha hurriedly walked over, but when he reached the door, he remembered Dong Jianzhu, who had just gone out of the house. Dong Shangha was slightly stunned. Why haven't you left yet? Quickly go. Xin Nua smiled and said helplessly, Uncle Dong, it's me, Xin Nua. Dong Shangha hurriedly opened the door to welcome. It's you hurry in. Aya, the 3 little ones also came? Old lady, look quickly, these 3 lovely girl dolls. Wang Xiufen hurriedly raised her head. When she saw the 3 milk dolls, she immediately smiled. The 3 milk dolls were wearing little pink dresses again today. The chubby Xia Guagua had a 5-flower style head flower tied on her head, and with her crayon face, she was adorable and cute. Xia Kiki was a little pink flower, she blinked her eyes every now and then and smiled sweetly. Xia Nuan Nuan's hair couldn't be tied and could only hold a butterfly hairpin. But this did not affect their good looks at all. Wang Xiufen was full of joy, her old face, smiling wrinkles or more. Oops, really cute, come, let grandma look. Oh no, don't come over, grandma is sick, you don't come close. The 3 milk dumplings raised their heads and looked at Qi Nua. Poop. Qi Nua, nothing, go in and play with grandma. He had already asked Dong established before, Granny Wang's disease, it is not contagious. The 3 little ones immediately nodded and bounced towards Wang Xiufen's side. Then, Wagwa and Coco each pulled one of Wang Xiufen's hands. Xianuan Nuan, on the other hand, stood by the side and watched attentively. Are you sick? Mama said that you have to go to the hospital if you are sick. Why don't you go to the hospital? Xia Guagua and Xia Nuanyuan nodded their heads. So that grandma can get well and eat delicious food with us. Dong Shangha saw this scene in the living room and couldn't help but sigh. Qi Nua seized the opportunity. Master, what's wrong? Dong Shangha completely didn't realize that Qi Nua was doing it on purpose. He shook his head and sat down. Nothing, right Xiao Qin, haven't asked you yet, why are you free to come to my place today? Qi Nua said, I came to pay your rent for the next 6 months, I made my first payment yesterday, it's enough. Dong Shangha, in that case, that's great, in that case, you can be hospitalized in the hospital next to you. Qi Nua saw Dong Shangha's appearance and asked curiously, Master, don't you have an adopted son? Why don't you let him come and help? Dong Shangha immediately said, don't mention that brat, back then for a woman, said that he wanted to leave home and be self-reliant. Then he really ran away from home. That brat can be really angry. Said here, Dong Shangha was silent. Qi Nua was shocked. Could this be the reason why Dong Shangha couldn't say anything? He also did not come back to you? Dong Shangha later also came back to find, but we are so old, he is a big boss, we go to him as not to give him shame? It will also be a drag on him, so I'm not sure I can do anything about it. Now the commercial battlefield is so difficult, he alone from scratch, must have suffered a lot, not because of us, let others look down on him. Dong Shangha finished, went to the bedroom. Old lady, money, I will take you to the hospital tomorrow. Wang Xiufen nodded happily. Qi Nua, however, frowned. Old master, isn't the hospital next to it not very good? It belongs to the township health center, right? It's fine, it's the same everywhere. In fact, he didn't even have enough money to go to a big hospital. Finally wrapping the topic around, Qi Nua said. Master, I remembered, I seem to know a hospital doctor, their hospital recently has a support program, and last time asked me if there are any patients who need help, I will ask for you? When old man Dong heard this, his eyes immediately brightened up, okay, then thanks to Xiao Qin. Qi Nua nodded, went out and picked up his cell phone and made a call. On the other end of the phone, Dong sat up anxious. How? Chin brother? Done, a moment address to contact the doctor are sent to me. Good. But the surgery, Mr. Dong you. I know, I do not show up, brother Chin, thank you so much, so that, I will treat you to dinner later. By the way, you raised 3 children must be very tired, right? I will give you a sum of money. Dong established. The more he said, the more excited he became. Chin Nua smiled. No, it's just a favor. But brother Dong, when the surgery is over, I think it's better for you to show up. Dong established. Okay, if you need help in the future, remember to tell me. I will be obliged to do so. You are my great benefactor, brother Chin. Hang up the phone. Dong sat up happy to go to contact the doctor to go. After everything was arranged, the secretary's phone call came in. Xiaodong, I found out the reason why Mr. Xia didn't go to the appointment, and it's said to be because he's found the father of the child? Dong set up a slight narrowing of the eyes. The father of the child? Which president? Back then. After he eloped with his first love, it didn't take long for him to separate because he was less than a man. Later, he had been struggling hard for his career and was still unmarried in his 30s. That's why he went on a blind date with Xia Qingyan, but was stood up, which has always been a sticking point in Dong establishment's heart. The secretary hurriedly said, No, it's a poor kid who delivers takeaways. Dong established, what? I lost to a poor kid who delivers takeaways? The secretary did not know what to say at once, and could only smile awkwardly. Mr. Dong, it is said that the child's father has already lived in Mr. Xiao's villa, and is now helping to bring up the child, and it looks like he is being adopted. Why don't I help you check on him? Mr. Dong said up, check. Give me a hard check. Check clearly. I would like to see, which takeaway boy so powerful. Chapter 21 Light Yen, let me massage you. Evening. Chin Nua returned home with the babies, made a good meal, and waited for Xia Qingyan to come back. At 6:30. Xia Qingyan entered the door, and after changing her slippers, she came over to eat. Just as she sat down, she realized that Chin Nua was feeding the 3 little ones while looking at her. It was as if that gaze was trying to see through her. Xia Qingyan put down her chopsticks somewhat uncomfortably. What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? Chin Nua, no. But light face, you went to see me today, do you want to give me a favor? When Xia Qingyan heard this, she was instantly flustered. How did he know? No, I just happened to pass by Triumph Mansion with my coworkers and went in to buy something. Chin Nua couldn't help but laugh. Xia Qingyan instantly panicked even more. Tian. What was she talking about? Was this a confession without a fight? This man was terrifying, sitting across from her could affect her mind. Chin Nua's smile deepened. Xia Guogua, who was eating, saw that Papa wasn't feeding himself anymore, and immediately stared with big, curious eyes. Papa, what's wrong? Mama, you went to CSACA, we sold a lot of face masks today. Gogo was also a little model for Pupa. Coco and Nuan were the cashiers. Xia Coco and Nuan also nodded their heads. It was fun. It was rare for Xia Qingyan to see the 3 milk dumplings so interested in one thing. In the past, they were always mischievous and caused trouble. It seems that being brought up by Papa has its benefits. She was about to praise them, but then she saw Xia Coco skimming her lips again, looking like she was about to cry. Xia Qingyan worriedly asked, what's wrong? Xia Coco looked at her seriously. Although it's fun, it's so tiring. Mama, you usually work is also so tired? In the future, Coco will never give Mama trouble again. Gogo is also. Xia Guogua's mouth was stuffed to the brim and her speech was slurred. Xia Nuan also nodded. All of a sudden, Xia Qingyan felt a warm current trickle through her heart and almost fell into tears. Why were they so obedient? Chin Nua handed over a piece of paper without a trace. Wipe it off. Such well-behaved daughters, in his place he would have been moved to tears. Xia Qingyan took the tissue paper, but it was useless. She gripped the paper towel hard, rubbed the hair of Xia Guogua, who had been playing for a day and had already exploded. Mama is not tired, the babies don't need to worry, eat. Good, Hemp also eat. Xia Coco gave Xia Qingyan a shrimp. Xia Guogua and Xia Nuanyuan followed suit. Xia Qingyan's bowl was soon full. She picked up her chopsticks and ate slowly and methodically. Today's meal seemed extraordinarily fragrant. After finishing her meal, she went to work as usual, and Qin Wan went to clean up the dishes. The three milk dumplings watched cartoons in the living room for a while. Probably because they were too tired today. They entered dreamland in no time. When Xia Qingyan came out, she saw that Qin Nua was carrying the three milk dumplings that had fallen asleep on the sofa back to the bed, one by one, covered with a small quilt. She didn't hold back her laughter. Qin Nua, who had put the three little ones away, turned around and saw Xia Qingyan smile. At this moment, her hair was already cascading away. With exquisite makeup, it was indescribably seductive. Her eyes were tinged with fatigue. At this moment it was already 10 o'clock, Qin Nua walked over with some heartache. Go remove your makeup, the study room I will help you clean up. Xia Qingyan subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the words reached her mouth, or nodded, good. After removing her makeup, she put on the mask that Qin Nua brought back, and lay on the sofa to rest her eyes. Not long after, she heard Qin Nua walk behind her and stand still. Xia Qingyan, what's wrong? Qin Nua, let me give you a massage? Xia Qingyan was shocked, you still know how to massage? Qin Nua, in his previous life, he had learned a little. At that time, he was alone, and really learned a lot of messy little skills. It's just a pity that there has been no one to enjoy it. When Xia Qingyan heard this, she looked puzzled. What the hell are you talking about? Qin Nua laughed. Seeing that Xia Qingyan didn't resist too much, he came to her side and placed his hands on her temples. While giving her a massage, he said, what I said is true. The past life is true, and liking you is also true. It's just that you don't remember. Xia Qingyan. This person started talking nonsense again. It's really strange. However, when he massaged it, it was really comfortable. The head that was originally very heavy because of the swelling and pain, at this moment, it actually felt a little light and extraordinarily comfortable. Xia Qingyan decided not to care about Qin Nua's nonsense. Qin Nua. HM? Thank you. What? I've never seen the three of them so obedient. Qin Nua finally understood what Xia Qingyan meant. His hand paused, then accelerated its force. You forgot, they are my babies, how can you say thank you? Xia Qingyan, well, but still thanks. In return, the person you want to find, if you can't find them, I can use the power of the company to help you find them. Qin Nua. Looks like she still doesn't believe what she said at all. Forget it, there is no need to look for it. The room was quiet all of a sudden. Xia Qingyan was wearing her pajamas and lying on the sofa with a beautiful figure. Qin Nua was right beside her head, gently massaging it. Xia Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable all of a sudden, even the house felt hot. She decided to find a topic. You today, the mask sold well. Qin Nua, that's not true, don't look at who I am, I'm your future husband, I made a total of 10,000 today, wife, you wait, when I make enough money, you don't have to work so hard. I'll raise you. Xia Qingyan's eyebrows twitched. For some reason, she always felt that although Qin Nua's words were very unreliable, yet it seemed to be true. And she actually felt that her heart was beating a little fast. Why was this strange feeling coming back? It wasn't normal. She must be sick. Surprisingly, even her face was starting to burn. Xia Qingyan rubbed her feet and detached herself from Qin Nua's hand. Seeing Qin Nua freeze, she hurriedly said, I'm sleepy, I'll go back to the house to sleep, you also go to bed early. Finished speaking. Without waiting for Qin Nua to react, she quickly ran back to the house. Qin Nua looked at her back and his smile gradually widened. Like yin, this is her heart moved, right? Ha ha ha. Xia Qingyan, who went back to the house, was simply crazy at this moment. She felt like she was going to be abnormal. Originally, she wanted to find someone to talk to, but her intuition told her that she couldn't just ask anyone. Otherwise, people would definitely think that she couldn't even control her emotions, so how was she qualified to be the president? Thinking of this, Xia Qingyan laid down. She had originally planned to sleep. But somehow, she couldn't sleep no matter how she slept. Xia Qingyan simply sat up and called her private doctor, Shen Yu. Dr. Shen, I think I'm sick. Chapter 22. You've got the love disease, right? She was working very hard these days and was determined not to allow any problems with her body. What's going on, Mr. Xia? Is it serious? Do you need me to come over? Shen Yu asked worriedly. Xia Qingyan hurriedly said, No need so late, I have a medicine chest at home, you tell me what medicine to take, I will go and take some myself. Xinyu, that's fine, what are your symptoms, Mr. Xia? Xia Qingyan, that is, at first, I felt that my heart was beating very fast, and later, my face was also a little hot and not very comfortable. But only that moment, this moment is much better. Xinyu, a moment? Which moment? Xia Qingyan bit her lip, that is, just now a man was giving me a massage. Man? Xinyu suddenly exclaimed. Xia Qingyan, it's not what you think, in short, I was being massaged by him, and then I felt very uncomfortable. Xinyu, forgive me for being presumptuous, General Manager Xia, are you only like this in front of him? When this question came out, Xia Qingyan directly froze. As if, yes. Put. Xinyu didn't hold back her laughter. General Manager Xia, do you like him? Impossible. How is it impossible? If you see a man and blush, then you like him. Xia Qingyan. She likes Qin Nua? How is that possible? It's impossible. She doesn't. She's not. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of medicine do I need? Xinyu is very difficult. This situation, why don't you take a rest first, and we'll see tomorrow. Xia Qingyan, but I have to work tomorrow. Xinyu, Mr. Xia, tomorrow is the weekend, can't you take a break? Take the babies out for a stroll and relax. Otherwise, it's easy to get sick if your spirit is highly tense all the time, you're not a machine. Xia Qingyan heard this, before nodding, that's fine, then I'll rest tomorrow and see. Xinyu, well, call me again if you have any more problems. After saying that, Xinyu then hung up the phone. Xia Qingyan lay on the bed, seriously thinking about Xinyu's words, and immediately felt that she was crazy. She simply hugged the quilt and closed her eyes. However, she still could not sleep. Xia Qingyan took out her cell phone again, opened the search, and entered a line. In this world, is it really possible to be reborn with amnesia? The next moment, the search bar appeared column after column of various crossover novels. And all sorts of stories about men being reborn and going back to the past to pretend to be a bully and beat their faces. Xia Qingyan. What is she doing? She actually believed Qin Nua's words. This is simply crazy. She twisted around in bed until the middle of the night before she fell into a deep sleep. Qin Nua also laid down early. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for doubling his lucky value 10 and gaining 1000 points of lucky value. Draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sociable dance skill. Note, this skill will be fused with the host's own, and the host will gain top ballroom dancing skills. The next day, Xia Qingyan originally thought that she would have dark circles under her eyes. But, taking a look in the mirror, she realized that she was still glowing. Could it be? Was it Qin Nua's face mask that had worked? Qin Nua had also gotten up and was preparing breakfast. Xia Qingyan washed up and went out to see him loading food into his lunchbox. That lunchbox was bought by Qin Nua for himself the day before yesterday. Xia Qingyan then walked over and stopped Qin Nua, no need to load it, I'm not going to work today, so I'm not bringing any food. I'm not going to work today, so I won't bring any food. That's great. What are you going to do today? Xia Qingyan thought for a while and thought of Xinyu's words last night. Take the 3 little ones shopping? I'd like to go shopping with the 3 little ones. After eating, Qin Nua took the 3 milk dumplings out the door. The 4 of them walked in front, and Xia Qingyan walked behind. As she walked, she suddenly realized that the 3 milk dumplings weren't clinging to her at all anymore. She frowned lightly. Although she would have felt that they were too clingy before, she felt a bit lost at this moment. As she was thinking, she saw Qin Nua turn around. Wife, hurry up. The 3 milk dumplings quickly ran back again and pulled her hand. Mama, hurry up. Otherwise, pulls Mama is too tired to walk fast. After saying that, Xia Guogua directly handed Xia Qingyan's hand to Qin Nua. Xia Qingyan. Qin Nua smiled and stretched out his hand, this girl is worthy of being his own daughter-in-law. So good. However, before his hand touched Xia Qingyan, he saw her quickly withdraw her hand. That, I can walk fast, walk. She quickly walked to the front, as if she was afraid of being caught up. The 3 milk dumplings asked suspiciously, Poop. What's wrong with Mama? Chin Nua, nothing, your mama is shy. The three children, Hemp will also be shy acrid. Hemp really cute. Three people quickly walked to the garage. The three people quickly walked to the garage. Chin Nua will be three little only carry on their own car, see Xia Qingyan to go to open their own Ferrari. Chin Nua opened the car door and looked at her, Light Yen. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned and looked back. Chin Nua pointed to his passenger seat, sit here. Xia Qingyan, no need. She must keep her distance from this man, otherwise she would only feel more and more abnormal. Chin Nua, babies, do other people's moms sit in Poop's passenger seat? Xia Coco, yeah. Xia Nuanyuo nodded. Xia Guogwei, then why doesn't mama sit in Papa's passenger seat? Xia Guogwei, then why don't you sit in the passenger seat of Papa? Xia Qingyan. Chin Nua raised his eyebrows, see, if you do not sit, I cannot coax them. Xia Qingyan. This person simply will three milk group of people hold the dead. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. I'm not going to be able to do that. Xia Qingyan, who has gone crazy 3 times in 2 days, had to walk to Chin Nua's side and get into the car without expression. After Chin Nua got his way, he once again gave the 3 milk dumplings a thumbs up. 3 happy smiles, hee. Let's go. Shopping with POA Mama. Inside the office of Lee Sin Group. After arranging for the surgery, Dong Jicheng came to the office, intending to sit in the office and mix his time. Otherwise, he could easily lose control and go to the second old man. After sitting for a while, he received another call from his secretary. Young Dong, that, the information of the man who stayed at the Xia family villa has been found. Aha! Where is it? I've sent it to your mailbox, take a look, the photo is there too. I've got a photo too. After hanging up the phone, Dong sat up to sit upright and opened the mailbox. The next moment, he was shocked and stared wide-eyed, crap, this is not Brother Chin? At this moment, he finally knew why he felt that the 3 milk balls looked so familiar yesterday. Wasn't that Light Fan's children? Not only did Light Fan adopt a man, but she also let him bring up her children? She trusts him that much? That's not right. Something's not right here. Is Chin preferring a soft meal to his money? He's such a nice guy, is he being cheated? Dong Jianji, who had brainstormed a big drama, felt more and more terrified the more he thought about it. He decided to contact Brother Chin and help him out. If Brother Chin is short of money, he has plenty of it. Chapter 23 Sneakily buying clothes for Chin Nua. Arrived at the parking lot. Chin Nua suddenly turned around and sidled up to Xia Qingyan's direction. Xia Qingyan was startled. What are you doing? Chin Nua smiled faintly, facing her squarely, and laughed, guess what I'm going to do? In the back seat, the 3 milk dumplings happily clapped their hands and cheered. Yeah, Poop is going to kiss Mama La. That's how it's done on TV. Poopy, give me a kiss. Poop. Xia Qingyan. Back to the 3 must be explored to explore, in the end where to learn the mess. But now. It was simply not the time to count on this, Chin Nua's face was getting closer and closer. She could almost hear his breath. This. He wouldn't really want a kiss, right? What about her? Xia Qingyan hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt, intending to jump out of the car at the last minute. However, the next moment, the door next to her opened. Chin Nua, open the door for you. Xia Qingyan. This person really is. Can't she open the door herself? Get out of the car, right? I'm going to hug the milk doughboys. Xia Qingyan had to get out of the car in a panic. The 3 milk dumplings were very disappointed. Papa, why didn't you kiss Mama? That's right, Papa didn't kiss Mama several times, he's not happy. Chin Nua, haha, you guys, wait for the next time, will you kiss me again? Xia Qingyan, who was walking in front of her, gave a start. There will be a next time? No, absolutely not next time. The 3 milk dumplings don't know anything about that, so, if Popa can't kiss Mama, then Popa can kiss the baby, okay? Guogwei nodded repeatedly. Nuan struggled for a bit and also stood behind Coco. When Chin Nua saw this, he immediately felt a softness in his heart. These 3 little ones were really cute and tight. Okay, but. There's another but. You can't kiss the lips, okay? The 3 little ones looked puzzled, why? Chin Nua, because you are girls and poop is a man. In the future, if other men want to kiss you, you can't kiss on the lips, okay? No, you can't let other men touch you, except for poopa. Got it? The three little ones nodded their heads in confusion. Or Xia Coco took the lead, got it poopa. Xia Guogwei knows it too. Xia Nuan also nodded. Qin Nua then stretched his face, come on, kiss. Xia Coco quickly ran over, hugged Qin Nua's face and kissed him. Xia Guogwa followed closely behind. It was Xia Nuan's turn. Xia Qingyan, who was standing not far away, saw the scene and hurriedly said, Nuan, she doesn't like to get in touch with people. However, before her words fell, she saw that Xia Nuan just hesitated for a moment and ran to Qin Nua's side. But she was very timid, tried, but only gently touched Qin Nua's face. This small action, however, made Xia Nuan's face flushed red. She didn't dare to look at Baba anymore and hid beside her to be shy alone. Qin Nua's heart was warm. These three milk dumplings were just too warm-hearted. When he looked at Xia Qingyan again, he saw that she had a shocked face. Qin Nua, what's wrong? Do you want to come for a kiss too? Xia Qingyan. She quickly turned around, gone. Qin Nua looks over towards her and notices that her ears are suspiciously red. Light Yen was really the same as in her previous life. After being shy, the first thing to go red was inevitably her ears. He led the three milk dumplings forward. At this time, she went to the corner to answer the phone. Qin Nua then took the three milk dumplings and waited for her on the side. Xia Qingyan's expression grew heavy. I know about the reception next Monday. I can find a male companion, don't worry. I'll be able to find a male companion, don't worry. Qin Nua was slightly stunned. Wine party? Xia Qingyan, well, the reception held by various celebrities in Jiangning City. For so many years I was a person to participate, because she. They word did not say it. Xia Qingyan then changed the mouth. My father is afraid of what others say behind the scenes again. Let's go shopping. Xia Qingyan hadn't thought about how to tell her father about Qin Nua. But the wine party, she had already decided to take Qin Nua there. Qin Nua, for the reception, why don't I accompany you? Xia Qingyan was slightly flabbergasted. She was originally still preparing how to talk to Qin Nua about this matter. He had delivered takeaways for so many years before, he might have stage fright. Moreover, appearing as a single mother's man would inevitably cause more discussion. It was even possible to be labeled as a soft eater. Although she was trying to support Qin Nua. But she also didn't want Qin Nua to be embarrassed by this. After all, everyone has dignity. But I didn't expect that he would actually bring it up himself. Are you sure? Do you know what you will face? Qin Nua nodded. I know, so I don't feel comfortable with you going alone, I'll accompany you. Seeing Qin Nua's firm eyes, Xia Qingyan nodded. That's fine, then you go with me. After saying that, she then turned around and walked ahead. Qin Nua smiled faintly and pulled the three milk dumplings to follow behind. After strolling for a while, Xia Qingyan turned around and looked at Qin Nua. I have some things to take care of, go to the top floor of the mall, you first take them over here to stroll around. If there is anything you want to buy, just put it on my account. Qin Nua did not hold back a smile. Good wife. The light face of this life is really kind of cute. She is really planning to raise him. After Xia Qingyan left, he took the three milk dumplings to play in the children's playground next to him. At this time, the top floor of the shopping mall. When Xia Qingyan got off the elevator, she went straight to a high-class suit customization store. As soon as the boss saw Xia Qingyan, he greeted her. Mr. Xia, why are you here? Are you buying clothes for your father again? Xia Qingyan shook her head. No, too. He thought for a while, not knowing how to address Qin Nua. Simply go out on a limb. Do it for my boyfriend. Ah? Mr. Xia, you have a boyfriend? Xia Qingyan, you shouldn't ask, don't ask, do the latest models in your store, I want the best material and texture, it doesn't matter if it's expensive, in addition, the tie should also be designed by your top designers. I'll send you the dimensions on your cell phone. I need it by tomorrow. Xia Qingyan had studied design herself. So, for Qin Nua's size, she could almost see it after seeing it more. Yes, Mr. Xia, don't worry, I promise to do a good job. Aha! Xia Qingyan nodded and discussed the details with the boss in the store. And at this time, downstairs, after Qin Nua played for a while beside him, he suddenly heard a familiar exclamation. Brother Chin? Brother Chin, it's really you? I also said to give you a call to make an appointment. A really coincidental Chin Nua turned her head and saw Dong established. The three babies also saw her. They each held a ball and sweetly shouted at Dong Chi. Uncle Dong is good. Dong Chen waved his hand towards them. Then anxiously came to Chin Nua's side, carefully asked. Chin brother, are you very short of money Chin Nua was shocked. Dong big brother, why would ask this? Dong sat up, otherwise how would you be wrapped on will do the work of a nanny to help people with children Chin brother, I have no other meaning, I just want to say, you helped me so much, you need money, or need to work, I can help you. Chapter 24 Domineering Husband Protection, he is my man. The more Chin Nua heard, the more he felt wrong. Dong big brother, you are not what misunderstanding Dong established, I can have what misunderstanding I let the secretary check you, sorry, not intentionally want to check, I want to check the man who lives in the villa of Xia General, I did not expect that man is actually you. Tell me, you obviously delivered takeaways before, and you grew up in an orphanage yourself, and the orphanage did suffer a little bit, and you need to keep subsidizing it. But you this. Chin Nua. Is this his suspicion that he is being adopted? Not right. Why are you checking on Mr. Xia? Dong established, speaking of this, it is even more embarrassing, my previous girlfriend did not fail? For so many years I focused on my career, and did not get married, Mr. Xia is also single, so someone set the two of us up on a blind date, how do I know, the day of the blind date, Mr. Xia did not come. Later, I heard from my secretary that Mr. Xia was keeping a young man. How could I stand that? I cough, Chin brother, that, I'm not talking about you I'm talking about. Dong set up to explain half a day, found that the more he explained the more redundant. He simply said, alas, brother Chin, I mean, if you lack of money, I can give you, as much as you want, you have helped me so much, you are my brother in the future. This person is also like you, is an orphan, nothing brothers and sisters, you. Chin brother, you can understand what I mean? Chin Nua heard Dong established more and more exaggerated, was about to explain something. But suddenly heard a cold voice from behind. Dong Xiao, what are you doing? Light face is back? Chin Nua hurriedly turned his head, but Xia Qingyan did not even look at him, directly blocked in front of him. Dong Xiao, that time did not go as my fault, I was about to find an opportunity to apologize to you. But you can't find my boyfriend's head. Xia Qingyan originally came downstairs to find Chin Nua after discussing the details of the dress with her boss. Who knew that as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Dong Jianji talking excitedly to Chin Nua about something. She was startled and hurriedly ran over. No matter what, she directly protected Chin Nua. Joke. How dare you bully Chin Nua in front of her? This person was crazy, right? She didn't even realize that she once again blurted out the three words boyfriend. These three words, however, caused both Chin Nua and Dong established to freeze. Chin Nua knew that Xia Qingyan had misunderstood and originally wanted to pull Xia Qingyan back. But at this moment, he changed his mind. This feeling of being protected by his daughter-in-law was really good. Dong established, however, almost went crazy. He did not react at all. You your boyfriend? Isn't it the adopted little one heir? Xia Qingyan nodded, so, is there anything else for Mr. Dong? Dong established, you have a boyfriend? Didn't you claim that you don't intend to marry? How did you find a stepfather for your child so quickly? Xia Qingyan took a deep breath. She felt like her patience was running out. He's my child's real poop. Dong established. He looked at Chin Nua suspiciously. The whole person was bad. What kind of big oolong was this? The three milk donuts also saw the clues at this time. They quickly came to Chin Nua's side and pulled Chin Nua's arm. Poop, is Uncle Dong going to bully you? Xia Guoguo and Xia Coco even more quickly stood in front of Chin Nua, opened their little arms and tried to block Chin Nua. Don't bully our poop. The three milk dumplings also stopped laughing. One by one, they stared with big eyes, glaring fiercely at Dong established, seemingly to scare Dong established back. Dong established? Why does it feel more and more wrong? Clown, it couldn't be himself, right? He carefully said, Chin brother? Xia Qingyan, brother Chin? Chin Nua picked up Xia Coco and walked out from the side of the two little ones. When he walked to Xia Qingyan's side, he stopped. Brother Dong, introduction, this is Qing Yan, my wife. The three of them, they are my daughters, Nguyen Nguyen, Guagua, Coco. We are not what you think, and I was not adopted, I just found my wife and children and returned to them. Then, Qin Nua turned to look at Xia Qing Yan again. He is my buddy, and he didn't do anything to me just now, don't worry. After saying this sentence, he lowered his voice again and said in a voice that only two people could hear. But just now, are you defending me? Girlfriend. Or rather, future wife? Child's mom? Xia Qingyan. She blankly glanced at Qin Nua and ignored him. At this time, Dong Li established, but is full of question marks. Tian. Is he hallucinating? What the hell is this? Qin Nua is the father of the three milk dumplings? Lightning Face's boyfriend? Seeing that Qin Nua was going to say something else, he hurriedly waved his hand. Wait, let me slow down for a while. 3 minutes later. Only then did he seem to finally react. Holy shit. Qin Nua's few people were startled. What's going on? Big brother Dong. Dong established hurriedly waved his hand. No, nothing, I just feel like a fool just now. Brother Qin, you won't mind, right? I am not usually like this, Mr. Xia, our cooperation can still continue, right? He looked at Xia Qingyan again curtly. Xia Qingyan nodded, Seeing his and Qin Nua's reaction, he's not bad. Dong established, that's good, like this, to express my apologies, I'll treat you to lunch, it's already noon, hungry? Walk, Nguyen Nguyen, Guagua, Coco, uncle is not a bad person, uncle is thinking that your poop has been cheated. We didn't think you were tricked. We're going to kiss him. Xia Coco said seriously. Xia Qingyan. Coco, don't say anything. Dong sat up is about to laugh like crazy. Alright, did not expect high and cold as Xia always, actually also have a boyfriend. I told you, Mr. Xia such a person, how would casually have a child, so it is because of brother Qin Yua. If you're like Qin, you're worth trusting. Mr. Xia, you've been waiting for brother Qin for 4 years, it's not easy. Xia Qingyan? When did I wait for him for 4 years? Dong Jianzhu laughed out loud, you can't fool me, because I want to go on a blind date with you, I've looked up a lot of information about you. They all say that Mr. Xia has been on countless blind dates over the years, but none of them have taken a liking to him. If it wasn't for a good man like brother Qin, why would you be so picky? To be honest, those people really can't compare to brother Qin. Xia Qingyan? Qin Nua laughed as he listened. He deliberately walked to Xia Qingyan's side and said in a very low voice. Waited for me for 4 years? Really? Wife. Chapter 25 Don't disturb the poop and pussy in love. No. Xia Qingyan answered without thinking, but she didn't dare to look at Qin Nua in the slightest. Oh? Then how come you didn't look for a boyfriend in these 4 years? Xia Qingyan, not interested. Qin Nua, what about now? The more Xia Qingyan heard, the more wrong she was, this person was setting herself up. She looked at him coldly, Qin Nua. She acted expressionless, but God knows, her heart once again jumped. This person was just too scary. Every time she was in front of Qin Nua, Xia Qingyan felt like she had nowhere to hide at all. She regretted even more that she was crazy enough to say that he was her boyfriend today. The word boyfriend, in her dictionary, shouldn't even appear. She had to earn money. To raise children. To manage the company. So many things, where is the time to fall in love? Qin Nua also want to say something, in front of the Dong set up a pull over him. Alas, Qin brother you say you, women are knife-mouth tofu heart, she said no certainly is there, she said not interested, certainly is very interested in you Why do you keep asking? I'm still here. Where would Mr. Xia dare to admit it? Do you think so, Mr. Xia? Dong established also smiled at Xia Qingyan, a look of understanding Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan. She gritted her teeth and could not wait to stare Dong Jianzhu out of the flowers. Can you say less? However, Dong established was originally also a big and bold man. He simply couldn't read Xia Qingyan's small mind, in his eyes, any expression from Xia Qingyan was just shyness. Mr. Xia, don't worry, I'll go back and explain clearly to them about our blind date. You and brother Qin's matter, you decide, when to meet the parents, do the banquet, tell me, I will give you a big red packet. Xia Qingyan. Qin Nua heard this, but was very happy, then thank you big brother Dong. No thanks, we are all brothers. Come, come, the three little ones, come with the uncle, do not disturb the Papa Mama love. Originally, the three milk ball is not much like Dong established. But at this time, they instantly felt that this uncle was especially kind. After all, the uncle who helped Papa Mama is a good uncle. Thus, the three milk dumplings immediately ran to Dong Chi-Chi's front and held his hand. Xia Coco also turned her head and made a face to Papa Mama, you guys have to hold hands too. Xia Qingyan. Coming out to shop today was a mistake. She glares at Qin Nua, indicating that Qin Nua can't be spared if he dares to hold hands. Qin Nua is about to go crazy with laughter when he sees her puffing out her cheeks and milking her fierce expression. He didn't directly go forward to hold her hand, fearing that the light face he just found would be lost again by himself. He just smiled and said, "Let's go, girlfriend." Xia Qingyan was in a hurry. "I was just in a momentary hurry." Qin Nua, "Then I don't care, anyway, you said I'm your boyfriend." "Then I am." Xia Qingyan, "Qin Nua you." "Qin Nua, if you don't go, the three milk donuts will have to come back and pull us to let us hold hands." Xia Qingyan remembered the reaction of the three milk dumplings before, and suddenly felt that this was a very likely thing. She had no choice but to hurry forward. The restaurant was a private dining hall set by Dong Jianju. After entering, each of them took a seat, and the food was served in a short while. Dong established eyes kept falling on the three milk dolls, a face of envy. "Geez, brother Qin, you're really a winner in life, the three of them are really cute." "Who says it isn't, brother Dong? When your mother's matter is settled, you can also find a date and have a baby." "Aha, I think so too." The two of them were chatting very happily. Xia Qingyan was dumbfounded. "How did you guys meet?" "This to say the least, it's all because of brother Qin." Dong set up a drink of water while telling the story of Qin Nua helping him. After saying that, he started to make a strong effort to praise Qin Nua again. "Brother Qin is really a very good person, Mr. Xia, you have to treat my brother Qin well. Although Qin is on his own, but now there is, by the time you return to the Xia family, if anyone bullies Qin, you tell me, I will help you to clean him up." Put. Qin Nua wanted to laugh as he listened. This Dong Li established, also really too out of touch a bit. While Xia Qingyan was serious, I will protect, no one in the Xia family dares to do anything to him. The person was brought back by her, she naturally couldn't let Qin Nua suffer any wrongdoing. This was her principle of being a human being. That's good, that's good, it seems that General Manager Xia loves Qin very much. No, Xia Qingyan was just about to explain something when the salesman suddenly pushed the door in to serve the food. Dong established, all right, I know everything, Mr. Xia, you don't need to abuse me anymore, let's eat. The little ones should be hungry too. Xia Qingyan. Qin Nua was about to go crazy with laughter. He had been looking at Xia Qingyan and realized that this legendary high-cold president, whenever he encountered these questions, he always didn't know how to answer. It was really cute and tight. After the dishes were served, the three milk dumplings immediately looked at the dishes with bated breath. Especially Xia Guigui, she swallowed saliva while looking. Xia Qishue could see this, and didn't hold back to wipe her sister's saliva, and then seriously looked at the three adults. "Poa, Mama, Shudan, can we start eating now? Guigui is hungry, you see." Xia Nuan also nodded her head vigorously. "Well, Guigui will be crying in a while." Qin Nua smiled. "You can eat, come, Poa give you clipped dishes." Qin Nua put a plate of beef in front of him. He first gave Xia Nuan a piece. Xia Nuan subconsciously waved his hand, first to the fruit. "Qin Nua, one by one, you are the older sister, you first." After feeding Xia Nuan, Qin Nua also gave Xia Guigui a dish. The last was Xia Coco. Dong Setup has been watching him finish pinching dishes for the three milk dumplings, and only then was he ready to put down his chopsticks. However, just at this moment, he realized that Qin Nua had re-picked up another piece of beef and habitually placed it on the plate in front of Xia Qingyan's face. "Qingyan, eat." Dong established? Why did he feel that he was a bit redundant? Qin brother should not also give himself a piece in a moment, right? Seeing Qin Nua down chopsticks again, Dong Setup hurriedly said, "Qin brother, don't." He can't stand others to give himself a piece of food. Qin Nua put the piece of beef into his own mouth, puzzled to look at Dong established. "Dong big brother, why do not you eat Dong Setup. Although it is true that it is not his own clip. But why do you still feel strange in your heart? He had to dryly smile, that, eat now, eat now. Qin Nua nodded, well, it's quite tasty, eat it. The three little ones also nodded in succession. Even Xia Qingyan didn't refute, it's indeed delicious. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Nua put the second piece of beef into her bowl. If it's good, have another piece. Dong established. Chapter 26. This is what a boyfriend should do. Xia Qingyan also froze. She had originally thought that Qin Nua had given himself the first time he had given himself food because he had given it to the babies, by the way. But this time, it definitely wasn't. She raised her head and looked at Qin Nua. Qin Nua, don't you like to eat? Eat. This is what a boyfriend should do, no need to be touched. Xia Qingyan. When did he become her boyfriend? This person still want to be shameless? The shameless Qin Nua didn't even bother to look at Xia Qingyan's expression. He started to give the three milk dumplings food again. And so, throughout the entire meal, Dong Jianji just sat there and watched Qin Nua give the three milk dumplings and Xia Qingyan non-stop food. And from time to time, the three milk donuts even gave Papa some dishes as well. There was also that legendary cold and unapproachable general manager Xia. Not only did he eat the dishes that Qin Nua chucked in, but he also seemed to be smiling. Could this be the power of love? Dong Jianji was getting depressed. He could only eat his meal silently by himself. He often came to this restaurant, and in the past, he always felt that the food here was particularly delicious. But today, he felt that the dishes here were nothing more than that. There was no flavor at all. The meal was almost finished, before Dong established finally inserted a sentence. Mr. Xia, the reception on Monday afternoon, are you going? Xia Qingyan spoke while drinking soup, yes. Dong Zhai, that's great, I'll go too, if you need help, I can. Xia Qingyan, no, I'll take Qin Nua to go. Dong Zhai, ah? Xia Qingyan did not answer. Qin Nua was also shocked, the reception? Xia Qingyan, well, you get ready and join me then. Dong established over and over again gave Qin Nua a wink, signaling Qin Nua not to go. But Qin Nua didn't seem to see it and replied directly, okay. Dong Jianzhuang was once again depressed. After dinner, the three little ones were drinking tea. Dong Jianzhuang pulled Qin Nua, looking like he wanted to say something. Brother Qin, let's go to the restroom. Qin Nua nodded, okay. Only after arriving at the door of the restroom, Qin Nua couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Brother Dong, do you have something to say to me? Dong established, of course I do, you know. This reception is Jiangning City's annual gathering of celebrities, all of whom are in high society. I'm not saying you can't go, it's just that, you used to be the one who goes to deliveries, this would be ridiculed if they knew about it. Brother Qin, why don't you just find an excuse to go? Miss Xia has always gone alone before, she'll be able to handle it. If you really can't, I can help. Qin Nua smiled, thanks for your concern, Brother Dong, but for this reception, I must go. Dong established, why ah? Qin Nua, you said that Miss Xia has gone by herself before, so will she be the object of discussion every time? Speaking of this, Dong Jiqing was a bit embarrassed, yes. But General Manager Xia doesn't care about that at all. Qin Nua shook her head, no, it's not that she doesn't care, she just acts like she doesn't care. She used to bring up 3 children by herself and manage the company, but whenever there was the slightest show of weakness, others would grab the handle and keep smearing her. Dong Setup did not even think of this layer, listening to Qin Nua so say, seems to be really this reason. Then what to do now ah? So, I must go, to let them know that there are people around Mr. Xia to protect. Dong big brother, you just tell me just we'll all have to do? Dong established realized that he could not persuade Qin Nua at all, so he had to say. It is, drink, socialize, and then dance, but this dance, very important. How important? All the other celebrities will bring their male companions, and the men will also bring their female companions. Or everyone went dancing in pairs. Dong established explained, in the past, there were often people who invited Mr. Xia to dance, but Mr. Xia never went. They all said that Mr. Xia couldn't dance, but think about it, a rich girl, the acting president of Tianyan Group, actually can't even dance, that's enough for people to gossip. Dance? Qin Nua frowned slightly. Dong established, yeah brother Qin, you shouldn't be able to either, right? This way, tomorrow weekend, I don't have anything to do anyway, otherwise you come to my house, I'll teach you, at least I have to be able to muddle through. Qin Nua shook his head. The system had given him top ballroom dancing skills. No, I can. Ha? Dong established a dumbfounded look on his face. Brother Qin, you actually know how to dance? Yes, I've learned some. Dong Xiqing was dumbfounded. Alright then, I'll be there then, if there's any problem, I'll help you. Well, thank you brother Dong. By the way, when is the old lady's surgery? Wednesday. Good, I'll bring the 3 milk dumplings to see her then. After the two of them finished speaking, they went back to the box and left separately. The 3 milk dumplings were too full, 2 were held by Qin Nua, and 1 was held by Xia Qingyan. Originally, they wanted to go to the garage. But halfway there, Xia Qingyan stopped. In front of them was a toy doll store. Inside, there was a huge pink doll as tall as a person hanging. Xia Qingyan, seemingly unintentionally, stared at the doll for a long time. Qin Nua was curious, do any of you 3 want a doll? The 3 milk dumplings immediately shook their heads. Xia Coco, there are many dolls in the house, we don't like the big ones. Xia Guogui, that's the doll that Mama likes. When this came out, Xia Qingyan hurriedly stopped her, go. Xia Guogui looked at Xia Qingyan and immediately had a pack of tears in her eyes. Qin Nua was surprised, like Yen, you like big rag dolls? That big pink rag doll, isn't it something that only little girls like? Like Yen, this big heroine character, would actually like it as well? She really sacrificed a lot of her hobbies for the position of president, right? Xia Qingyan hurriedly retorted, no, I don't like it at all. After saying that, she then left with quick steps. From the moment she endeavored to become the president of Tianyan Group, these little girl things, she shouldn't like them. Qin Nua raised his eyebrows and followed. Because they were too full from eating. The 3 little ones started huffing and puffing when they reached the car. Xia Qingyan sat in the passenger seat, looked out the window for a while, and then asked Qin Nua. Did Dong Establish tell you everything? Qin Nua understood what she said, so he nodded, yes. Xia Qingyan, do you still dare to go with me? Qin Nua, dare to go, why don't you dare to go? Not only do I want to go, I want to go in style. Qin Yan, you know how to dance, don't you? Although I haven't seen you dance before, I have an intuition that you should be able to. Xia Qingyan, yes, I do. Before she became the president, she was at least the golden young lady of the Xia family. What hadn't she learned? Qin Nua, that's good, let them wait and see. Chapter 27 Can't say it again, say your wife is going to be shy. Qin Nua spoke with great confidence. Xia Qingyan unconsciously turned back to look at him, and the remaining light of the setting sun fell on his body. Xia Qingyan vaguely had a strange, familiar feeling. It was as if before, she had sat in his passenger seat. But how was that possible? Other than that night, she hadn't seen this person at all. Qin Nua also realized her gaze, he looked over curiously, what's wrong? Xia Qingyan hurriedly retracted her gaze, and in her eyes, she couldn't hide her panic. Goodness, she actually stared at him for such a long time. Crazy. No, it's nothing. Well, don't worry, I won't let you be bullied again. Xia Qingyan bit her lip and originally wanted to tell Qin Nua that today's remark about her boyfriend was merely something she said casually in a moment of anxiety. But now, she suddenly didn't know how to say it. Afternoon. Qin Nua went to sell face masks again, and the 3 little ones insisted on following. Xia Qingyan thought about it, so she also said, why don't I go with you guys? She also wanted to participate in their interactions, it felt like it must be a very special experience. Qin Nua waved his hand, don't, your status is different, let people see and gossip. I can put on a mask and hat. Xia Qingyan said, recently all kinds of epidemics are also bring also will not cause suspicion. Xia Qingyan said very anxiously, Qin Nua did not hold back to look up at her. Xia Qingyan hurriedly explained, I want to take care of the babies. Only then did Qin Nua nod, okay. But he always felt that this girl must have other ideas. The 3 milk donuts heard that Mama was going and danced with joy. Papa is going to work with Mama. The TV says that when men and women work together, they don't get tired. Today, POA won't get tired. Xia Qingyan. It's the TV again, and she doesn't want to correct the 3 of them anymore. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Nua once again arrived at the entrance of the Blue Sky Kindergarten. As soon as he arrived, a group of big sisters with their children surrounded him. Little brother, you can come. We've been waiting for you, my son wants to play with the 3 little girls. My daughter is clamoring to buy your masks. Finally you look forward to come. I thought you do not intend to go out of the stall. Chin Nua shook his head. No, I have something to do in the morning. I'll find a store some other day, so you can buy from my store. The big sister looked at Chin Nua side with a mask and hat, but the figure is very good. Xiao Qingyan suddenly understand the smile out. That feeling's good, but young man, look at you like this. The morning is to go to accompany his wife to go, right? Chin Nua has not yet spoken. Xiao Coco said, yes, Papa accompanied Mama shopping it. Big sister laughed gleefully. Ah, I said, the weekend. Xiao Coco seems to have been praised, continue to show off. Papa also gave Mama clipped dishes it. Chin Nua listened while snickering in the bottom of his heart. Xiao Qingyan was wearing a mask, so she couldn't see her expression. The onlookers, however, were maddened by Xiao Coco's smile. Ha ha ha, your Papa and Mama are very loving. Xiao Coco nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, 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 Poop loves Mama, Mama also loves Poop. Xiao Guagua also ran over and followed. Mama will still blush when she talks to Papa. Xiao Nuan Nuan also wanted to say something. But she realized that the lines were all grabbed by her two younger sisters. Crowd, ha 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 ha. Little brother, these three girls of yours are so much fun. Your family is so loving. Chin Nua turned back to look at Xiao Qingyan and said with a smile, yes, only a loving family can be happy. The more Xiao Qingyan heard, the more wrong she was. This three little big is not ignoring their own existence? She came over and said anxiously, how are these set up? It's time to do business. The nearest big sister laughed even more happily. Ah, little brother, can't say it again, your wife is going to be shy. Come on, masks, I want 3 boxes. I want 5 boxes. The whole stall is bustling again. Today. Xia Nuanwang and Xia Guagua hugged the QR code and seriously collected the money. Xia Coco was teasing the ants from the side. Xia Qingyan drifted off, as if remembering what they had just said. A family. Can they, really, be a family? Today's masks were still selling fast. Chin Nua sold another $10,000, and when he closed the stall, he seriously looked at Xia Qingyan. Tired? Xia Qingyan shook her head. This experience seems to be very interesting as well. Especially when she was with Chin Nua and the 3 little ones, surrounded by a group of people, there was a strange cozy feeling. For so many years, she had done nothing but work and children. It seemed like there was almost no circle of her own. It was also rare to feel this way anymore. It's good that you're not tired, so let's go home. Aha! Xia Qingyan nodded her head. After returning home, Chin Nua called the 3 milk dumplings and muttered together for half a day. Xia Guagua then happily ran to Xia Qingyan's side. Mama, I want to eat candy canes, but there are no more candy canes at home, so let Papa accompany me to buy them, okay? Xia Qingyan nodded, well, go. Xia Guagua happily ran into Chin Nua's arms. Let's go, Baba. Chin Nua picked up Xia Guagua. Let's go, you two stay at home with your mama, and Po will be back in a while. Okay, Poopy. Xia Coco pulled Xia Nuan Nuan quickly to Xia Qingyan's side and played with her. Chin Nua went out the door. Instead of taking Xia Guagua to the kiosk, he quickly went to the parking lot and drove out the door. In the car, Xia Guagua said sweetly, Poe, Guagua helped you trick Mama, is there really a lollipop to eat? Chin Nua, yes, reward a lollipop tomorrow. Yay, great. Xia Guagua laughed happily. Chin Nua also very happy to see, your mom really like big dolls? Xia Guagua forcefully nodded, well, hemp every time you pass that store, have to look for a while, she must like. Finished, Xia Guagua and aggrieved lowered his head, but hemp never buy. Mama said, that kind of big dolls only children will play, she does not play. Chin Nua listened to a burst of heartache. In order to be the president, Xia Qingyan in the end paid what? Why is she so obsessed, at the expense of hiding her true self, but also to take charge of the Tianyan group? What had happened to Xia Qingyan in this life? Chin Nua decided to slowly figure out this matter later. Coming to the counter, Chin Nua brought Xia Guagua and put the big rag doll in the trunk after buying it. After thinking about it, he bought a few more small dolls and then turned the corner to buy a bouquet of flowers from the store next door. Originally, he wanted to buy roses, but thought they were too tacky. He then bought sunflowers. Only then did he take Xia Coco and head for home. Chapter 28. She's crazy. Xia Qingyan had a rare moment of leisure to tell a story with Xia Coco Xia Nuan Nuan. Yet. However, she noticed that Coco and Nuan Nuan, who were usually very well behaved and always listened to the story attentively, were absent-minded today as they looked towards the door from time to time. When she finished her story, none of them could answer even when asked questions. Xia Qingyan was puzzled. Coco, Nuan Nuan. The two little ones hurriedly turned their heads. What's wrong, Mama? The white rabbit has grown up? Xia Qingyan. She's already finished talking. Coco. Coco. Mama. You first say, what are you looking at? Xia Coco blinked nervously. I didn't look at anything. Perhaps fearing that Xia Qingyan would not believe her, she nervously said again, Mama, I really didn't look at anything. POA didn't say anything. Xia Qingyan frowned. Papa? Didn't he go to buy candy? What did he say to you guys? Xia Coco's head shook like a rattledrum. No, Mama. Papa really didn't say anything. Don't believe me, ask Nuan Nuan. Xia Coco knew that she had revealed herself, and hurriedly gave Xia Nuan Nuan a wink. Xia Nuan Nuan also hurriedly nodded seriously, said nothing. Xia Qingyan suddenly had an ominous premonition. Nuan Nuan, have you also learned to lie? Xia Nuan Nuan, Mama, I didn't. Xia Qingyan ignored them and directly took out her cell phone to call Qin Nua. However, the next moment, the ringtone of the cell phone rang at the door. Xia Qingyan froze slightly, got up and walked towards the door suspiciously. The moment she opened the door, she saw a large and a small one standing at the door. The big one was holding a huge pink rag doll in its hands, looking very comical. The small one was holding a bunch of sunflowers. Upon seeing her, the big one smiled. Light Yen, did you miss me so soon? Xiaozi happily jumped over. Mama, flowers for you. POA bought O. POA said, Mama is as strong as a sunflower, let us also learn from Mama in the future. He also bought the big doll that she always wanted. Catch it. Xia Guagua ran very fast. Her chubby little body was about to lose control. Xia Qingyan had to rush forward and hug her, holding the flower in the process. Only then did she look at Qin Nua. You. Qin Nua, no need to thank me, the boyfriend should do things. Said. He walked straight into the house, went upstairs, and walked towards Xia Qingyan's room. While walking, said, Coco, Nuan Nuan, for you also bought dolls, at the door, quickly go to get. The two little ones hurriedly and happily walked towards the door. Xia Guagua hugged Xia Qingyan and kissed her, and also hurriedly rubbed down from Xia Qingyan's embrace. Mama, I'm also going to get it. And Xia Qingyan froze. She looked at the flowers in her hands, and then looked in Qin Nua's direction. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat again. That faint, but strange feeling made her feel a sweetness in her heart. Without even realizing it herself, she actually smiled. Qin Nua, who had been watching her, immediately captured this. He also laughed out softly. Light Yen, you need to smile more in the future. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned and hurriedly tensed her smile. Qin Nua, you look good when you smile. Xia Qingyan did not reply to him. Holding the sunflower herself, she walked towards the sofa. Halfway there, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly put down the flowers and rushed upstairs. When the three milk dumplings entered the door, they realized that Mama had already caught up with Papa. Then she grabbed the rag doll in Papa's hand and said nervously, You're not allowed to enter. I'll do it myself. Finished speaking. Mama carried the big rag doll into the door and closed the door with a bang. The three milk dumplings suddenly a burst of heartache. Papa is so poor ah. Yes, what to do? How about coaxing the poop? Good. After the three discussed, Xia Coco took the lead and shouted at Qin Nua, Papa, you quickly come down. We want you. We want to play with Papa. Qin Nua, who was in a daze, was adorned by the phrase, we want you if your mom doesn't want you. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be heartbroken or rejoice. The babies are so cute. But Light Yen. The things that happened in her previous life really still hurt Light Yen too much. Qin Nua decided to take his time. So, he quickly went downstairs and happily joined the three milk dumplings. And at this time, after closing the door, Xia Qingyan hugged the big cloth doll and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She touched her face, placed the big rag doll on the bed, and then walked over to the mirror. Her lips rose and she tentatively smiled. But as she smiled, she felt very strange and hurriedly closed her mouth again. She. She's crazy. Xia Qingyan, who felt like she had gone crazy in times within a few days, touched her face to herself. Was her smile really that nice? She smiled again. After realizing her actions, she dabbed her head and stood up. No way. Her image. If she kept smiling, how could she convince people in the company? Thinking of this, Xia Qingyan coughed gently to normalize herself. However, the moment she saw the big rag doll, she completely couldn't tense up. This big rag doll, really so cute ah. She had loved dolls since she was a child, but since she was a child, she had a thought. She had to earn money. She had to work hard. But exactly for whom to work hard, she herself was not clear. So, she had always kept her preferences under wraps, never buying dolls, never wearing princess dresses. All the arrogance that a girl should have, she didn't have. Others said that she was born to manage a company. But only she herself knows how much she has sacrificed her preferences. Unexpectedly, today, just a small action was actually seen by Qin Nuo. Xia Qingyan could no longer control herself and went forward to hug the big rag doll. She buried her head into the big rag doll and told herself over and over again. Be capricious for a while. Just for a little while. Let her like what she likes for a while. As she hugged, she suddenly felt a little like crying. It took her a while to stabilize herself, and after she stood up, she picked up the photo by the bedside. If Qin Nuo was here, then he would be able to recognize that the man in the photo was him. This photo was 4 years ago, when she first met Qin Nuo. She ghostly took it. Then inexplicably saved it until now, and later, it became an excuse to coax the 3 milk dumplings. Just now, she didn't let Qin Nuo come in because she was afraid that Qin Nuo would see this photo and misunderstand it. After looking at it for a while, she carefully treasured the photo and put it away. After turning around in the bedroom, Xia Qingyan suddenly realized that the flowers seemed to have forgotten to take them. And so, she tidied up her clothes again and adjusted her expression, then went out and went downstairs. Chapter 29. These days smiles, aren't they more? Seeing that Qin Nuo was having a good time with the 3 milk donuts, she pretended as if she didn't see them and walked past them. She picked up the flowers and ignored the gaze of the 3 milk dumplings to quickly walk upstairs. However, when she was almost at the door, she heard the 3 milk dumplings' puzzled voice. "Poa, did Mama just laugh?" Xia Qingyan hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the house. Did she laugh again? Did she laugh more in the past few days? But this flower, this big cloth doll, she loves it so much. Downstairs, Qin Nuo saw Xia Qingyan's appearance and smiled as well. Well, Mama is happy. Xia Guogua happily clapped his hands, him very much like the gift of Poa Ugh. Qin Nuo scraped Xia Guogua's small nose, that's all because of the 3 of you ah. Hee hee. The 3 little ones were even happier. The next day, after eating, Qin Nuo looked at the hard to strain himself not to smile Xia Qingyan, helpless. Qingyan, I'm going to go to the warehouse, together with the wife? Xia Qingyan, however, shook her head, I have a small matter. Qin Nuo nodded, that's fine, you are busy. After saying that, Qin Nuo took the 3 milk dumplings to the car. Xia Qingyan watched them leave and then followed out the door herself. After arriving at yesterday's Blue Sky Kindergarten, she turned around and headed towards the Triumph building next to her. There was a real estate agent. Half an hour later, Qin Nuo also arrived at the warehouse. After packing up the warehouse and loading the masks to be sold today onto the car, Qin Nuo was ready to leave. However, at this moment, he heard the cheerful voice of Dong Jianzhu, Brother Qin? So coincidental ah, you really in ah. Qin Nuo froze, Brother Dong, why are you here? Dong sat up, I just came to look at the warehouse, this warehouse is a little broken, I intend to renovate it. Qin Nuo, okay, then when installed, the rent we will talk. Dong sat up, I still want what rent ah? Don't mention the issue of rent to me in the future. Otherwise Qin brother you can is to not take me as a friend. Qin Nuo did not expect, just help Dong set up. He was so kind to himself. Thinking back to his last life, as a working dog, he was still often bullied by his coworkers, squeezed by his boss, and had trouble with everything. It seems that this rebirth is really good. Okay, then let's do what Brother Dong said. However, by the time you have a child, I'll have an unlimited supply of this mask. Good. Dong Jianzhu was also very happy. Shin Nua had helped him accomplish a great thing, and in his heart, he had already treated Shin Nua as a true brother. By the way, there's something else about Shin. What's up? I heard that you and the babies in front of the Blue Sky kindergarten stall selling masks. There I know a few friends, some stores are empty. You wait, I'm busy with my dad's mom's things, I'll go to you to ask around, cheap to rent one. Shin Nua, okay, that trouble you. He originally intended to turn back to find a store. The weather is so hot, it's not good to keep stalls. If he sells masks for a few more days, he will have enough money. However, at this moment, Shin Nua's cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Shin? The store you leased in Triumph Building Number 1 will be cleaned up this evening, will you be moving over tomorrow? Shin Nua was dumbfounded, huh? What? The person on the other side repeated, you leased the Triumph Building Number 1, we have sent people to organize, you can move over tomorrow. Shin Nua, no, when did I rent it? You've got it wrong, don't you? The person there froze, wait a moment, I'll check. A few moments later, the man added, hello Mr. Shin, is your name Shin Nua? Shin Nua, yes. Is your phone number 138? Yes. Do you have triplet daughters? Shin Nua. How do you know? The man laughed softly, that's you right then, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you rented store number 1 in the Triumph Building. Mr. Shin, you really have a good eye, Triumph Building is the busiest building in this area. I heard that you want to sell children's masks, and there's a children's playground next to it, and the Dora Shop one is just opposite the playground. It's perfect for you. Shin Nua. Wait, who paid you guys? The man froze again, you don't know? It's a woman, I'm guessing it's the child's mama? Shin Nua? Light face? Yes, that's the name, she said for us to contact you directly. Oh yes, she also said, let me try not to tell you that she came to rent, sorry I misspoke, Mr. Shin, your wife is really beautiful Shin Nua's heart was happy after hearing this. No wonder Light Yen didn't come to the warehouse with him today. Actually went to rent a store? Okay, thanks, I know, I'll move there tomorrow. Good. Good luck with your business. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Shin Nua smiled to himself. Dong Jinju, who was playing happily with the 3 babies next to him, looked more and more wrong. He tentatively shouted, Brother Shin? Shin Nua did not answer, and into the cell phone, typed a few words, his smile deepened. The 3 milk dumplings were puzzled, what's wrong with Poopa? Why do you feel that poop has become silly? Dong established a nod. He also had this feeling, so he simply stood up and patted Shin Nua's shoulder with great force. Brother Shin. Shin Nua finally reacted as he put his cell phone away and turned around to see Dong founding in the 3 milk dumplings all looking at him with a strange look. Shin Nua was slightly flabbergasted. What's wrong? Dong establishment, what's wrong with you, Brother Shin? Shin Nua, oh yes, Brother Dong, just wanted to tell you that I don't need your help with that store, my wife has rented it for me. Dong established, Mr. Xia? Mr. Xia rented the store for you? Shin Nua smiled very happy, yes. Dong sat up, Shin brother you put away your smile too much. Shin Nua, ha 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 ha. Dong established. Mr. Xia is really good to you then I am relieved. Shin Nua, yes, after all, is my wife well, warm cocoa fruit, we go to find mama go. After saying that, he even forgot to give Dong established greetings, and left while laughing. Dong established. Shin brother is not forget him? This person is simply heterosexual and inhuman Forget it, it's better to contact someone to renovate the warehouse. Shin Nua went out and carried both Muan and Coco to the car, then started to hug Guagua. Halfway through the hug, he suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Shin Nua just hugged Xia Gogo horizontally and took his cell phone out. He had just sent a message to Xia Qingyan. The content was, wife, thank you. Originally, he thought that according to Xia Qingyan's character, she wouldn't reply. But he didn't expect that she actually replied. Chapter 30 This Light Yen really twisted cute. These people mouth really fast, I'm not for you, I'm afraid of my baby's tanning. Shin Nua looked at the message and smiled. Just by looking at it alone, he could think of Xia Qingyan's arrogant appearance. What for the sake of the babies, it was clearly that she heard herself say that she wanted to rent a store, and went to rent it for herself first. Perhaps he felt that what he said was somewhat unconvincing. Shin Nua received a second message, or, you just take it as a payment to you. Ha ha. Qin Nuo simply laughed. This light yen really twisted and cute. Xia Guogua, who was in his arms, was currently twisting her obese body hard to look at Poop. What's going on? Did Poopa forget about himself? Can he still go up to the car? Xia Guogua's tears of resignation were almost flowing down her face. She wanted to call out to Poopa, but it was the first time she saw Poopa smiling so happily. Xia Guogua was somewhat unable to bear it. She could only continue to bear it herself. Feeling like she was about to fall, she even grabbed Qin Nuo's arm hard. Or Xia Coco couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly said, "Baba, Gogo was going to fall on the ground." Only then did Qin Nuo finally react. He hurriedly put away his cell phone. "Oops, Gogo forgot about you. Come on, get in the car. Xia Guogua sneaked another look at Papa. Papa had really just forgotten about her, right? She was so pitiful. The most pitiful Gogo in the world. Oh. Good thing. Because of her help yesterday, she got a lollipop. Xia Guogua was a little happier. Today, Qin Nuo sold 200 bottles of masks and earned $20,000. Together with the whole $20,000 in front of him, and the money he had in his hand before, he had $60,000 in his hand after expenses. Qin Nuo went to run a card again, and transferred the $10,000 that Xia Qingyan had called himself into the card. The money she gave him, he wasn't going to use it for now. The remaining $50,000, except for a few hundred spent on shopping yesterday, was barely touched. He began to think about giving Qin Yixing some money. It was also time to find some time and go see Grandpa Qin. He was probably still worried about his great-granddaughter. In the afternoon, Qin Nuo returned home, intending to discuss this matter with Xia Qingyan. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the suit, pants, and tie on the sofa. Xia Qingyan pointed to the clothes and said, "Put them on and see, if they don't fit, you can change them." Qin Nuo was stunned. "For me? Tomorrow's reception, can't lose face." It turned out to be because of this, Qin Nuo had originally planned, tomorrow morning to go buy a decent suit. The light face of this life was still as meticulous as her previous life, arranging everything properly. Qin Nuo picked up the suit, and after a careful look, he knew that the suit was worth a lot of money. At least, in these 2 lives, he hadn't seen such a good suit. Like yen, this suit is very expensive, right? In the future. It's fine, you just wear it, you don't have to save me money. After all, yesterday gave her such a big surprise, is how much money cannot buy. Qin Nuo smiled, "Wait some more days, later, I will buy it for you." Xia Qingyan lowered her head and didn't say anything. But there was some throbbing in her heart. She seemed to have some expectations as well. The 3 milk donuts surrounded her, chattering about today's experience. Qin Nuo came downstairs after a short while to change into his suit. Coco was the first to see him. Her eyes widened with joy. "Poop is so handsome." When these words came out, Xianwan and Xia Guogua also looked over. "Wow, Papay is even better looking than the stars on TV." "Aha!" Xianwan nodded her head repeatedly. Xia Qingyan also looked over, and the moment she saw Qin Nuo, she suddenly froze. Having seen Qin Nuo so many times, she had even lived under the same roof for a few days. She knew that Qin Nuo was handsome, but how could she not expect Qin Nuo to be so handsome? This tailored suit perfectly displayed his upright figure, and his entire person no longer had the air of a hangdog wolf. At a glance, his smile was warm. It made people very comfortable. Xia Qingyan just looked dumbfounded. Qin Nuo even went downstairs and walked to her side, and she still didn't realize it. Qin Nuo stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. "Hey, nymphomaniac." After doing this action, he froze. As if remembering, in his previous life, he and Likian went to the park to play. He always kept looking at pretty girls. She then started looking at the handsome guys too. They were looking and commenting at the same time. Once she saw a good-looking person, Fan would always look at them and her eyes would go straight. At that time, he also often waved his hand in front of her. Then helplessly said, "Hey, nymphomaniac." Unexpectedly, after a lifetime. That person who made Lightface gawk became herself. Thinking about it now, perhaps at that time, she was just angry at herself for looking at a beautiful woman. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned and hurriedly lowered her head. Who was nymphomaniac? As soon as this sentence was finished, Xia Coco shouted happily. "Ack, Mama's ears are red." Poa said, "Mama ears red is shy la. Mama is shy again he. Xia Qingyan. She fiercely glared at Qin Nua. Why does this person say everything? Qin Nua helplessly sat next to Xia Qingyan, holding the naughty Xia Coco. Coco, do not make trouble. Mama shyness is not something that can be said casually. Xia Coco face puzzled, why ACA papa? Qin Nua, because you said the hemp will be more shy ah. Xia Coco seriously thought for a while, as if listening to understand like nodding. Good papa, then let hemp secretly shy it. Xia Gagwo, yeah, let hemp secretly shy it. Xia Nuan Nuan, well, why does it feel like something's not quite right? On Monday, Qin Nua went to see the lease store, explained some details, and then went back to prepare for the reception with light face. The time of the reception was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, most of the celebrities in Jiangning were ready to leave. Xia Qingyan was no exception. She changed into a professional outfit and went downstairs to call up Qin Nua. The three little ones would be taken care of by Aunt Zhang for the time being. Qin Nua froze when he saw Xia Qingyan. Light Yen, don't you want to change your clothes? Xia Qingyan froze. Change what? Qin Nua, change a dress. Today is a celebrity party, not work. Xia Qingyan looked down at her professional clothes and shook her head. No change, just like this. I don't like wearing skirts. Qin Nua raised his eyebrows. Don't like to wear it? How did he remember the tomboy Xia Qingyan in his previous life, although she dressed like a man every day? But in her closet, she always hid all kinds of small skirts. She obviously loved skirts miserably, but because it was inconvenient to wear them and she was embarrassed to wear them, she never wore them. At that time, Qin Nua, who discovered this secret, even ignorantly mocked her. Good brother, you actually have so many treasures? At that time, Xia Qingyan eagerly closed the closet, staring viciously at him. To YouTube, you go away. Qin Nua laughed even louder. You do not see which man, right? Xia Qingyan instantly blushed. You roll, quickly roll. Playful Qin Nua said, it seems, was I guessed right? Let me guess, who was that man? At that time, he was pushed out of the house by the then light face. It was not until later that he realized that all her preferences were related to him. Qin Nua looked at the current Xia Qingyan and smiled. He suddenly wanted to see what she looked like in a dress. Chapter 31. My wife. Only I can see ah. After leaving the door, it was Qin Nua who drove. Halfway there, Xia Qingyan felt more and more out of place. Qin Nua, where is this going? You'll know when we get there. Don't worry, there's time. Qin Nua brought Xia Qingyan all the way to the mall, and when she saw Qin Nua enter the women's clothing store, Xia Qingyan froze. I don't wear dresses. Although she was refusing, her eyes drifted to the skirt. A voice inside seemed to be screaming. The skirts here are so pretty, what should I do? I love it. I'll definitely come and buy it some other time and treasure it. But such a small mind cannot be seen by Qin Nua. She cleared her throat and tried her best to make her excited expression less obvious. Qin Nua, however, did not care and pulled her into the clothing room. The sales clerk smiled into a flower when she saw Qin Nua. Wow, Mr. is so handsome. The girl is also pretty, buying clothes? Is it for the girl? Qin Nua nodded, well, take that white one. Xia Qingyan, no, I don't wear white. She always wears only black, so as to appear a bit more dignified. Sales clerk, Mr. Really good eye, the girl's body, very suitable for this white skirt, or certainly especially show temperament, but also good looking. Girl, just try it on, it really suits you. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned, and was pushed into the fitting room by Qin Nua. Even the sales clerk followed her in, enthusiastically helping her undress and change clothes. Xia Qingyan had never seen such a battle. She hurriedly pushed away the salesman. I'll wear it myself. The sales clerk was going to say something, but she realized that the girl who was still a little shy outside was extremely cold. Or the kind of indifference that belongs to the superior. It was as if she was going to be unhappy if she was not as happy as she wanted to be. The salesman hurriedly retreated. Xia Qingyan also had to put on her own clothes. Only after the clothes were put on did she take a deep breath and go out the door. Outside the door, Qin Nua, who was chatting with the salesman, saw the scene and was suddenly stunned. The sales clerk was also stunned. Wow, it's really pretty. Girl, you are the one who will wear this dress most beautifully. I did not intentionally exaggerate, really, this dress is simply tailor-made for you, quickly look at the mirror. Qin Nua also smiled, take a look. At this moment, Xia Qingyan was like a floating butterfly. The whole person carried a hint of immortality, completely different from her usual self. Her big brown waves were casually draped behind her, complementing the dress even more. Xia Qingyan glanced at the mirror porridge and froze herself. Original. She looks this good in a skirt? When she was wondering, she heard Qin Nua say, check out, in addition, this one together. Qin Nua is holding a black skirt. The white skirt on Xia Qingyan's body had a huge open back. The length was also only above the knee. This black one, on the other hand, was a long skirt. There was no open back, no low cut, and even the sleeves were long. He directly handed the skirt to Xia Qingyan, go change into this one. Xia Qingyan was puzzled. The sales clerk was also very curious, what's wrong? That white one is not good? Qin Nua said, no, it's too nice, I regret it. Ah. My wife. Only I can see ah. The sales clerk suddenly realized, oh, right, little brother really loves his wife too much huh? Girl, you must look good in this black one too. Go and try it on. Xia Qingyan's heart moved again when she heard Qin Nua's words. This person really damn memorized the book of love words, right? She hurriedly went to change into the black dress. After she came out, Qin Nua nodded, well, this one will do. Let's go. Compared to the professional dress, this black skirt looks more elegant and generous, but not as flamboyant as the white skirt. Qin Nua was very satisfied. After packing the white skirt and the professional dress together and putting them in the car, only then did the two of them set off towards the reception location again. At this time, Jiangning City North. Xia family. Xia Qinghuai walked around uneasily, what to do? Light Yan is going to attend the reception today, and I don't know if she has found a male companion yet? Sun Yuanjun wiped the table while sighing, alas, what to do? Did the organizer of the reception find a date? Tell them not to let those fake celebrities in. Xia Qinghuai, I've looked for them, but I'm afraid I can't stop so many people from talking with my power alone. The organizer of the reception is Mr. Dong, and last time, Lighten Up went on a blind date with Mr. Dong, but it didn't work out in the end, so Mr. Dong is getting angry. It's so sad. Keep an eye on it later, whoever dares to talk too much will be the enemy of our Xia family in the future. Sun Yuanjun nodded. On the other hand, Dong Jiqing drove his car and was on his way to the reception site. There was a traffic jam on the road. He then took out his cell phone and swiped through the wine club groups. The reception would change its organizer every year. This year, it was organized by his Leeson group. As he watched, he suddenly saw a few discordant voices. Oops, I'm so happy to see my sisters again. Yes, I have a new boyfriend, together with Bring to ACA. Oops, Lily, you have 4 boyfriends this year, right? I'm so jealous of you, unlike someone who we can't afford to offend. What can't we say? It's an open secret joke now. He. The more they talk, the happier they get. But Dong Jianju's eyes narrowed. No need to look to know that this is about Mr. Xia. If it was before, he wouldn't care. But now, Ms. Xia was Qin Nua's wife. These people, they were going too far. Dong established immediately dialed a phone number over. Those mouth breathers in the group, tell them not to show up at the reception. In addition, carefully screen the people who have said bad things about Mr. Xia before and don't let them in. Also, pay attention to the media and the internet, this time, I don't want to see any bad words about Mr. Xia. The secretary was stunned when she heard this. Dong Xiao, aren't you just hating Mr. Xia? Dong established, nonsense, when did I hate Mr. Xia? That's my sister-in-law, and will be a valuable person to my Leeson group in the future. The secretary was dumbfounded, oh, okay, I'll go do it. Xia Qingyan naturally didn't know this. She was sitting in the passenger seat, resting her eyes. Today, it was her first time wearing a dress to attend this kind of reception. She was still a bit nervous. Seeing this, Qin Nua laughed, don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Qingyan opened her eyes, when have I ever been afraid? Qin Nua didn't dismantle her and continued to drive. Xia Qingyan thought for a while, and then said, when we arrive at the reception later, you just follow me. They won't dare to do anything to you. I won't allow them to do anything to you either. Xin Nua nodded and smiled. Good. The feeling of having a wife to protect you is really good. Chapter 32. I am her future husband, hello. The two of them made their way to the entrance of the reception. Dong established originally wanted to go with them, but because of the traffic jam had not yet arrived. Xin Nua then planned to go in first with Xia Chengyan. When Xia Chengyan got out of the car, she walked inside on her own. Xin Nua pulled her back. Xia Chengyan was slightly flabbergasted. What's wrong? Xin Nua raised his arm, signaling Xia Chengyan, hold on. Seeing that Xia Chengyan did not move, Xin Nua pulled Xia Chengyan's hand and placed it on his arm before walking inside. Xia Chengyan subconsciously wanted to take her hand back, but at this moment, a sudden cry of surprise rang out from the side. Mr. Xia? You really have a male companion? Crap, so handsome a one. Where did you rent this? The person who came was Xingyu, Xia Chengyan's personal doctor. Her family is very rich, and she became a doctor just because of her hobby. Because the relationship with Xia Chengyan is not bad, plus too much like the three milk dumplings. So, she agreed to be her personal doctor. Xia Chengyan. She was immediately embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Xin Nua, I am her future husband, hello. Xinyu was shocked, old husband. Xin Nua nodded, yes. Xinyu was surprised to look at Xia Chengyan. See, usually are expressionless, exceptionally cold Xia Chengyan, this moment actually some embarrassed up. He is just the father of my child. Crap. Xinyu instantly agitated. The child's father is still not what not. Hello, I am Xinyu. I can't imagine that you are so handsome, no wonder the three of them are so good looking. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xia, you are also beautiful today. Now, those women should not say anything, really good, really good. I'm going in first, you guys walk slower, today's you guys should make a grand finale appearance. After saying that, Xinyu quickly walked towards the venue. When she passed by Xia Chengyan, she also gently touched her and said in a voice that the two could hear. This is the man who made you sick, right? Xia Chengyan originally wanted to say something, but Xinyu ran extremely fast and did not give her a chance to react at all. Xin Nua curiously looked over, sick? What's wrong with you? Xia Chengyan, no, don't listen to her nonsense, let's go, we also go in. The reception venue. A large number of people have already come. But people are very curious. In the past, there were always a lot of fake celebrities at every reception. This time, there were none. They began to whisper, where are those chirping women? I don't know, it's strange. Is there a big shot coming this time? It's hard to tell. I don't know whose side, alas, I don't know if Mr. Xia has gotten off yet, I'm anxious about it. Those fake celebrities are so bad-mouthed every day, I introduced her to someone before, but it didn't work out in the end. They really don't have the eyes for a woman as powerful as Ms. Xia. Who says it isn't? As the crowd was talking, they suddenly saw two people come in at the door. The woman was dressed in a black dress, with a tall figure, convex and curved. Long big waves were casually draped around her ears and behind her head, setting off the delicate makeup on her face even better. As soon as she appeared, the women in the entire scene suddenly lost their colors. Instead, she was holding a man's arm. The man was tall and handsome, and even when he stood beside such an imposing woman, he still wasn't covered in elegance. He smiled lightly, but it was a simple smile, but very intriguing. It was as if this person had experienced countless years of precipitation, calm and domineering. The men stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. Crap, goddess. The women followed suit and were shocked. General Xia? Who is that beside her? Crap, a man? No, this man is so handsome. General Xia has a boyfriend? Miracle. Although I suddenly so sour. I'm also a little too handsome, right? The men around the women. This is also too much. The limelight has been stolen. However, there are also some people who are worried. Mr. Xia, the other day, is not a blind date with Mr. Dong? Today is Mr. Dong's venue, right? Mr. Dong won't be angry, right? No. Xinyu rushed in first. It was hard for Mr. Xia to find a boyfriend, she wouldn't allow any accidents. As soon as Dong set up the door, he saw Xin Nua and Xia Chengyan, and he subconsciously went that way. However, halfway there, he was surrounded by a group of women. Mr. Dong, don't be in a hurry, have a cup of tea first. Dong established, no, what is it that you guys want? He was still in a hurry to meet Brother Qin. People realized that his gaze kept falling on Xia Qingyan's side and became even more worried. That, Mr. Dong, why don't I introduce you to another girlfriend? I have plenty of resources here, what kind do you want? Dong established was confused for a while before he finally realized that something was wrong. Have you misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? No, Mr. Dong, Mr. Xia has a date, so don't go and join in the fun. Really, I have a lot of single ladies here. Dong established. You guys wait. After saying that. After that, he shouted towards Qin Nua's side. Qin brother, Mr. Xia, you wait for me I just got stuck on the road, I did not think you have already arrived. Sorry. Brother Qin, you and Mr. Xia are a perfect match today. Crowd? Chapter 33 Nonsense, that's my brother Qin. This is my brother Qin's young daughter-in-law, Mr. Xia. Dong established saw the crowd's reaction, suddenly very proud. Right, that my brother Qin Ms. Xia is my future sister-in-law. What are you thinking? Get out of the way. Crowd, what? The words were out of their mouths, so they had to disperse. Xin Yu was dumbfounded. General Manager Xia's boyfriend wasn't simple, even Xiaodong was his little brother. No wonder General Manager Xia succumbed so quickly. The crowd then realized. That man standing with General Manager Xia is his brother We were worried for nothing come on, CP knock up. For a while, most of the people looked at them and smiled. After all, everyone likes to see handsome men and women. This pair was so bright again. The reception just started with a group of people flattering each other. Because Xia Qingyan originally didn't like this kind of occasion much, she used to come to participate just to go through the motions. She and Qin Nua were left in peace. After Dong established himself and greeted them. He immediately felt that he was very redundant around them, and went to the side to drink. While drinking also kept introducing. My brother Qin is very powerful, in the future you see my brother Qin are respectful, know it? Otherwise, not only can I not spare you, Mr. Xia cannot spare you. Listen to him speak. A few people suddenly up gossip heart. They so love? I remember Ms. Xia is not interested in any man? That's because she hasn't met my brother Qin, those vulgar men, how can they compare to my brother Qin? Now that my brother Qin has appeared, Ms. Xia has naturally become a daughter-in-law. Xia Qingyan, who was turned into a little daughter-in-law. What the hell is this person talking about? She glanced in Dong Established's direction in an attempt to stop Dong Established. However, Dong Establishment seemed to have completely missed Xia Qingyan's meaning, and in his eyes, Xia Qingyan was completely appreciative of him. And so, Dong Establishment was even more forceful. You guys don't know, as long as my brother Qin is around, General Manager Xia is especially gentle. Forget it. I can't listen to this anymore. If she listened to it again, she would have to beat up Dong Jianzhuang. So, she stood up and walked towards the corner. Qin Nua, who had been listening on the side, was happy in her heart. Seeing Xia Qingyan stand up without changing her face, he even curiously followed over. Deliberately asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Qingyan, "Nothing." Qin Nua went forward and touched her forehead. "It will not be a fever, right?" Xia Qingyan hurriedly took a step back. "No." And at this time, a few people who stood together with Dong Established saw this scene, were stunned. Crap, really Xiaodong, I see that Ms. Xia is shy, it's a miracle. Ha, I'll take this pair. Mr. Dong, right? I tell you I eat with them that day, that was abused yo. Dong Established began a long speech. Anyway, he can't be abused alone, everyone has to be abused together. As he spoke, he heard a gasp from the people around him. Crap, Mr. Xia really can't lift his hand up. Look. Ms. Xia used to not let anyone touch her wine glass. Damn, I want to see the love story between Mr. Qin and Ms. Xia. Young Dong, can you find them a few more times in the future and come back to talk to us? Dong Established, ha, of course you can Xia Qingyan was completely unaware that in the eyes of others, she and Qin Nua had already become a loving and incomparable couple. She finished a cup of drink, felt that she did not want to drink anymore, so she put the cup on the side. Where did she know that in just a few moments, Qin Nuo filled it up for her? Xia Qingyan was somewhat helpless. Thank you. Qin Nuo, ugh? How do you say thank you again? Not said, this is the boyfriend. His words did not fall. Xia Qingyan hurriedly picked up the cup and drank a mouthful, while I do not say. Qin Nuo looked and laughed. A few people are talking. Someone announced that the ball began. People began to worry again. Dong Xiao, will the one beside Mr. Xia dance? Mr. Xia has never danced before, and those mouth breathers have a terrible way of talking. If Mr. Xia can dance this time, those fake celebrities won't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Dong Jianji was also a bit torn. Although, he heard Qin Nuo say that he could dance. But he was still a bit worried. It's fine, if they dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear their mouths apart. While several people were discussing, the music had already started. Before people could get on stage, they saw Brother Qin beside General Manager Xia stand up. Then in a standard invitation pose, he extended his hand to Xia Qingyan. Qingyan, want to dance together? This time. Not only did the crowd freeze. Even Xia Qingyan herself froze. Are you sure you want to go now? The opening dance of a ball is often the most attractive. The people in the back would use this as a standard comparison. Therefore, those who dared to be the first to go on were usually very good dancers. Xia Qingyan originally did not plan to dance, even if she was forced to, she just wanted to pull Qin Nuo to go through the motions. After all, in the information she had investigated about Qin Nuo, Qin Nuo did not know how to dance. It didn't matter if she made a fool of herself, with the title of president in place, no one would dare say anything. But Qin Nuo was different. She was a little worried. Chapter 34 Qin Nuo. This person, in the end, how many more surprises? The other side of the dance floor. A man with his hair combed very high was holding a glass of red wine and sipping it seriously. By his side, a staff member nodded and hailed, Mr. Hua, are you still the first to go this year? Hua Tingjun, who was called Mr. Hua, nodded, well, besides me, can anyone else be the first? The staff immediately nodded, yes, 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 no one can shake your position as Jiangning's #1 dance king. Has your dance partner arrived? Well, it's here, let's start. Hua Tingjun stood up and was about to prepare to receive the attention of all the women. Suddenly, a pair of handsome men and women walked to the center of the dance floor. Hua Tingjun was stunned. Who is this person? He came a little late, and at that time, Xia Qingyan and Qin Nuo had already sat in the corner, so he didn't see them. The staff wiped the sweat from their foreheads. This is Mr. Xia and her male companion. Mr. Xia? Hua Tingjun narrowed his eyes and his entire body froze. Xia Qingyan? Crap, she's so pretty today? The staff wiped their sweat again. Or should I go up and call the people down? Don't, that man is also quite handsome, let's enjoy it. How well did General Manager Xia and her male partner actually dance? Anyway, a bad dance is still a good show, isn't it? The staff saw that Hua Tingjun didn't look like he was joking. It could only nod its head. Okay. On the stage, Xia Qingyan had inexplicably followed Qin Nuo to the center of the dance floor. Just now, when Qin Nuo said sure, Xia Qingyan actually felt that she couldn't refute it. When she woke up, she was already standing here. The whispers and murmurs around her were getting louder and louder. Xia Qingyan decided to go out on a limb. It was going to be a dance anyway, so the big deal was to lose someone, and she would carry it herself. Anyone who dared to say Qin Nuo was wrong would simply not work with their company. However, as she was thinking, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. When she reacted, she was already pulled into Qin Nuo's arms and stood in a standard dance position. Above her head, there was also Qin Nuo's softly laughing voice. What are you thinking about? Be serious, it's starting. Xia Qingyan was slightly stunned. The next moment, her body seemed to be out of her control, along with Qin Nuo's movements. But every one of his steps was just right, and it didn't make her much of a drama. On the contrary, her movements were more like she was cooperating with Qin Nuo, each one accomplished just right. Xia Qingyan stared at Qin Nuo in a daze, a bit incredulous. How could he dance? How could he dance so well? She herself had originally learned to dance from elementary school, although she had never danced at a large ball because she was the president. But before being the president, she had also participated in dance competitions and won awards. If it wasn't a particularly good dancer, it was simply impossible to hold her. Xia Qingyan's heart was filled with fluttering. How many more surprises does this person, Qin Nuo, have in store? Seeing that she was still dumbfounded, Qin Nuo once again laughed softly. Light Yen, if you don't dance properly, you're going to be laughed at by them. Xia Qingyan hurriedly adjusted her mind, quickly found Qin Nuo's steps, followed him, seriously jumped up. At this time, the confused people under the stage also finally reacted. Crap, 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 crap. These two, born to be dancers, right? Didn't they say that Mr. Xia couldn't dance? At this rate, who would dare to go on? Dong Jianji's eyes were also filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and rubbed them again. It took a while before he reacted. Crap, my brother Qin. My brother Qin is also too awesome. The person next to him, young Dong, shouldn't you only have Mr. Xia in your eyes? Dong set up a straight laugh. That is my own brother, I have to cover ah. Ha ha, isn't he the one covering you? He is so powerful. On the other side, Hua Tingjun also stared wide-eyed. After a moment, he revealed an appreciative look. This man, there's something there. This dancing skill, not bad, not bad. General Manager Xia has found a good man. This man, I'm going to get to know him. At the same time, Xia family. Xia Qinghuai was still walking around worried. While walking, he chanted, God bless, don't aggravate my daughter anymore. Before his words fell, he heard Sun Wanjun suddenly speak, Old Xia. Xia Qinghuai, what's wrong? Sun Yuanjun, quickly look, a friend sent a video of the reception, this is Light Yen? Xia Qinghuai hurriedly came over. The next moment, he then saw his daughter, and the man beside her. Xia Qinghuai frowned, who is this man? Sun Wanjun was also curious, that's right, this man. Said here, the two suddenly remembered something, glanced at each other, and said in unison. Light Yen has good news? No. I don't know, I'm still dancing, so I'll call you later. Yes, call her later. At the reception. As the last move came to an end, the entire room fell into silence. Xia Qingyan gasped slightly and looked at Qin Nuo beside her. For a moment, somewhat frozen. Chapter 35. God knows, her heart is going crazy. Since she knew Qin Nuo, Xia Qingyan had never seen Qin Nuo so close. In that one instant, a feeling called throbbing began to spread from her heart. It gradually spread all over the body. The ears under her long hair began to slowly burn. Her entire body was a little dizzy. The entire person in front of her, the angular face, and that faint bad smile. It was as if she had been looking at it for a long, long time. Also enamored for a long time. But, this feeling, how is it so unreal? She hugged Qin Nuo's neck and felt, even more, as if she was in a dream. Qin Nuo also did not hold back, scraped her nose, what's wrong? Off stage. Because of this small action, suddenly resounded thunderous applause. The people represented by Dong established, while applauding, shouted. Kiss a kiss, kiss a kiss, kiss a kiss. Wow, Mr. Xia is great. It's so awesome. The king of today's dance must be you guys. Even Hua Tingjun applauded. It was only when she heard these voices that Xia Qingyan finally returned to reality. She hurriedly stood out from Qin Nuo's arms to return herself to calmness. And then walked off the stage with an expressionless face. God knows, her heart was going crazy. She couldn't even tell if it was because she was too tired from dancing or because Qin Nuo was around. From this person's body, she could always catch a different feeling. It was strange. And she didn't know how to explain it. Qin Nuo didn't force her either. In her last life, she had been secretly in love with herself for many years, but she treated her as a brother. Must have suffered a lot from longing. Later, she even went so far as to lose her life for herself. That feeling of not being able to do anything when the person you obviously like is right next to you. In the decades when he hadn't found Lightning Face, he had experienced it. Luckily, they were both still by each other's side. Moreover, in this life, he would definitely not allow accidents to happen. So, he decided to give Light Fan more time. He was a man, he had to be responsible. After they got off the stage, Xia Qingyan then found a corner and sat down. The people's cheers and jumping sounds seemed to have nothing to do with her. Qin Nuo also sat by her side, silently accompanying her. The staff also wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Dong Jixing. The staff was anxious. Mr. Dong, those two are the main characters of the day, how can they be interviewed for a couple of sentences? Dong established, my brother Chin doesn't care about this at all, don't bother them. The staff had to retreat. The people next to him asked curiously, Mr. Dong, why did you let him go like that? Want to know these two people can be a lot of people, such a good opportunity, do not want to make your brother famous ah? Dong sat up laughed, ha, you do not see? My brother does not want to be famous, otherwise according to his dancing skills, would have been famous, right? He only has eyes for Miss Xia, Miss Xia likes to be alone, he naturally likes to be alone, don't bother. Qin Nua accompanied Xia Qingyan to sit for a while, until the reception was almost over. Only then did she see Xia Qingyan stand up, she went to fetch the drinks, and by the way, she also brought Qin Nua a cup. When Qin Nua took the drink, she saw that the corners of her lips were tinged with a faint smile. Qin Nua also smiled, Light Yen, today, happy? Xia Qingyan subconsciously wanted to refuse. But for some reason, looking at Qin Nua's eyes, she suddenly felt that it was impossible to refuse. She nodded, capriciously expressing her joy, happy, very happy. Qin Nua, that's good, in the future, I will make you happier. And at this time at home. The three milk dumplings wilted and sat on the sofa, none of them speaking. Even the TV that they usually love to watch, they don't watch it anymore. If this were to be put aside in normal times, only Xianwan Nuan would be like this, she herself is a quiet child. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang was very worried, what's wrong with you guys? Coco, Gogo, Nuan Nuan, come tell Auntie Zhang? Xia Coco pulled her head together, very aggrieved, I miss Papa. Xia Guagua also nodded her head, she misses the food that Baba made. Xianwan Nuan looked up from her little drawing book, aha. She also missed Papa. It's always so much fun when Papa is around. Aunt Zhang looked and smiled. How come it's only been a few days and you guys are so dependent on Papa? No one from the three milk dumplings answered her. They continued to pull their heads together, pondering why Papa hadn't returned yet. Aunt Zhang had no choice but to open her cell phone. Just now, she had also received videos from her friends. She was also very happy to see Xia always dancing so capriciously. Come, watch POA Mama dance. The eyes of the three little ones immediately lit up, dancing? Great. I want to see it too, Xianwan Nuan's little sketchbook was also abandoned, and she immediately followed and ran over. The three little milk balls gathered their heads together and watched the dancing of Papa Mama with all seriousness. While watching, they also let out their feelings. Wow, Papa is so handsome. I've never seen such a beautiful mom before. I've never seen such a good-looking mom. She's so happy, it must be because of Pa, right? Qin Nua and Xia Qingyan came back just in time to see this scene. The three milk dumplings had seen the end of the video, and the two embraced each other. They couldn't care less about looking at the returning POA Mama, and happily shouted. POA is going to kiss Mama La. Look, hugging together means kissing. However, as soon as Xia Coco finished shouting, the video was gone. The three little ones were suddenly lost. At this time, they realized that Papa Mama had returned. The three milk donuts bounced and rushed to the position in the middle of the two, then quickly made a decision. They rushed towards Qin Nua. Papa, did you just kiss Mama? Xia Qingyan, who was about to go upstairs to change her clothes. Coco, what are you talking about? Xia Coco hurriedly spat out her little tongue, Mama, I said you were so beautiful. Xia Qingyan. This girl is getting more and more shrewd. The words she was about to curse out, all of a sudden she couldn't say them again. She could only shake her head and continue to go upstairs. Xia Coco can see that Mama left, and came to Qin Nua's side. Poop, say it. Xia Guagua also opened his big eyes, a face of anticipation. Xianwan Nuan stood by the side and pulled Qin Nua's lapel. Qin Nua was laughed out of his mind by the three of them. Want to know ah? The three milk dumplings immediately nodded their heads neatly. Aha! Qin Nua smiled mysteriously, I and your mama ah. Just when the three milk dumplings stared wide-eyed, intending to listen. Qin Nua suddenly changed the topic, first eat properly before saying. Three milk dumplings. Humph. Stinky poop. After Xia Qingyan went upstairs, she opened the white dress she bought today. She looked at the skirt carefully and remembered Qin Nua's shocked look when he saw her wearing it. Silently, she smiled. Next, she put the skirt away. Coming to the side of the closet, she gently pressed one of the extremely inconspicuous places. The next moment, the closet automatically moved away. Inside, there was actually a closet the size of a small room. Chapter 36 on TV, it says that with poop, Mama will become beautiful. After the closet was opened, Xia Qingyan hurriedly looked back to make sure no one was there before she hurriedly slipped in. She carefully looked at the closet, then found the best spot and hung the white dress in. Only then did she retreat with all speed and close the closet again. After doing this, she let out a long sigh of relief. Just about to turn around. Suddenly, a knock sounded behind her. Xia Qingyan was startled. Who? Qin Nua's hand that knocked on the door gave a start. Light Yan, what's wrong? Hearing that it was Qin Nua's voice, Xia Qingyan hurriedly recovered her mind. She took a deep breath and let herself return to her usual state. No, I'm changing clothes, what's up? What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go make it. Let's have fried pork with chili peppers. Xia Qingyan herself didn't realize that since Qin Nua came over, she had stopped avoiding food. The herbal tea Qin Nua boiled also worked well, and with the addition of the mask, her face hasn't had any problems so far. Good, then come down for dinner when you're done changing. As Qin Nua turned to go downstairs, he took another glance in the direction of Xia Qingyan's bedroom. How do I feel that today's lightning phase, something is not right? When it was time to eat, Xia Qingyan had already come down. She was wearing black pajamas and her hair was casually pulled back behind her head. The three milk dumplings saw her and immediately ran over. Hemp, you are really pretty recently. The little milky voice of the milk dumplings made Xia Qingyan smile. Hemp was not pretty before. Xia Coco shook her head, and then hurriedly nodded. No, Mama was also very beautiful, but now more beautiful. Xia Guogui, it must be because of POA, the TV said that with POA, Mama will become beautiful. Xia Nuan nodded her head vigorously. Xia Qingyan. She thought that the three milk dumplings had come over specifically to compliment herself. How come the compliments were still on Qin Nua's body? This man who had only come to live in the house for 6 days was also really too popular with the babies. Xia Qingyan was a little bit tart up. The three of you, you've got your poop and you've forgotten your mom, haven't you? The three milk dumplings hurriedly shook their heads. No, Coco has Mama in her heart, and she also has poop. Guogua too. So does Nuan. Xia Shengyan looked at the three weird looks, and couldn't help but ask. So, do you guys like Popa more, or do you like Mama more? The three milk dumplings were stunned by the question. They looked at Poop and then at Mama. Tears were almost flowing down their faces. This question is so difficult to answer. The three thought for a long time, but did not come up with an answer. They could only turn to look at Qin Nua, who was carrying soup outside. Papa. Xia Qingyan stroked her forehead. Xia Qingyan rubbed her forehead. Qin Nua looked at the three little big tangled appearance, laughed. What is it? Light Yen, are you jealous? The three milk ball son heard, also followed the smile up. Mama, the original Mama, are you jealous? Hee, Coco both love Mama, also love poop. Guogui is also. Gogo is also jealous. The three little ones all looked seriously at Xia Qingyan. Mama, don't be jealous, okay? Jealous? She's jealous? How can she be? She will never admit it. She will never admit it. After saying that, Xia Qingyan walked straight to the edge of the dining table and sat down. Qin Nua looked towards the three dumbfounded milk dumplings who didn't know how to react. He beckoned. Okay, if Mama says she's not jealous, then she's not jealous. And even if Mama is really jealous, you have to think that Mama didn't eat it, got it? Come and eat. Xia Qingyan. What is this nonsense? Has this person learned from Dong Qi? The three milk dumplings, on the other hand, happily ran towards Qin Nua. Let's eat. Qin Nua prepared a nutritious meal for each of them. Coco's was more normal. Nuan's was a bit more nutritious. Xia Guogua's, on the other hand, was very light. As soon as Xia Guogua saw her meal, she almost cried again. Poop. She looked at Qin Nua aggressively, with a packet of tears in the corner of her eye. She looked at Qin Nua with a pack of tears in the corners of her eyes, chopsticks in her hand, but she was torn and didn't know what to do. Qin Nua sat down, as if he didn't see Xia Guogua's aggression. Eat. Xia Guogui twisted her chubby body. But poop. She said while looking at the warmth in Coco's dinner plate, her mouth watered. Oh. Theirs all look so delicious. Why is hers so bland? Xia Qingyan couldn't help herself a little. Xia Qingyan couldn't help it. Where had little Guogua ever suffered this kind of indignity before? Qin Nua. Only then did Qin Nua put down his chopsticks and looked at Xia Guogua. The tears in Guogua's eyes could no longer be held back and rolled down directly. Even the crying was much louder. Poa, mama. Woo, Gogo also want to eat red meat. Red meat is in Xia Nuan's bowl. Guogua, oh. Guogua's tears instantly flowed downward like beads with broken strings. Warmth and Coco were about to hold back. One clamped the braised pork and one clamped the shrimp, intending to hand it to Gogo. Qin Nua pretended to have a cold face. Nuan, Coco. The two little ones instantly did not dare to move, can only look at Qin Nua with bated breath. Papa. Qin Nua said, you two, want to see the fruit later? Sick cannot play with you together? The two little ones hurriedly shook their heads. Qin Nua said, that's right, Gogo, you later. As if he understood the words of Qin Nua just now. Xia Guogua hurriedly lowered her head. Me, I'll eat. She doesn't want to be separated from Nuan and Warm and Coco Woo. Well, eat, and from tomorrow onwards, Baba will take you to do children's sports and exercise a bit. Soon you will be able to lose weight, and then you will be able to go to school with Nuan Coco. Xia Guogua nodded her head vigorously. I know, Poa. She clenched her small fists, as if she had made up her mind. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan didn't say much. She found that Qin Nua was always able to pinpoint the soft underbelly of the three milk dumplings, making them obey quite a bit. After eating, Qin Nua took care of the three milk dumplings and played for a while, then called Auntie Zheng over to give them a bath. Only then did he put them to bed. In fact, originally he wanted to wash the babies himself, but thought about it. They were 3 years old. Being a man himself, he had to teach them gender awareness from a young age. After the babies fell asleep, he originally thought of going to give Xia Qingyan a massage. But he realized that Xia Qingyan had gone back to the bedroom at some point and fell asleep. Qin Nua then went back to the bedroom as well. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in and completing the process, doubling his lucky value 10, gaining a total of 1,000 points of lucky value. The host currently has a total of 3,000 points of lucky value. Does the host want to draw a lottery? Qin Nua then remembered that he forgot to draw a lottery 2 days ago. Draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for failing to win the first draw, and obtaining the thank you for your patronage tag. Please try again. Qin Nua? It can still be like this? Has the system turned on its teasing attribute? Draw again. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Children's Dieting Exercise Skill Book. Note, the children's diet exercise skills will be fused with the host himself. This time, Qin Nua smiled. It was really what was missing. He was still thinking of finding an app to learn it. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a copy of the secret recipe for children's face cream. Note, this secret recipe is more effective when used in conjunction with the cosmetic production skill. Chapter 37 Living Together? When will you get married? Children's weight loss exercise, children's face cream secret recipe, plus the previous children's face mask secret recipe, children's songbook. Qin Nua realized that the system seemed to intend for him to develop in the direction of children. Actually, when you think about it, babies are always the heart of moms and dads and grandparents. There are some parents who save their own money and don't shortchange their children. So, a child's money was considered good. Moreover, the things given by the system, Qin Nua believed, were of great benefit to the child. He was beginning to look forward to the future. Xia Qingyan lay on the bed, tossing and turning without falling asleep. In her mind, it was all about the scene of dancing with Qin Nua in the afternoon. She had no choice but to sit up. She was thinking of looking for Xinyu for a chat. Unexpectedly, the cell phone rang at this time. Xia Qingyan picked up the phone and realized that it was Xia Qinghui calling. She hurriedly stabilized her mind and picked up the phone. Dad. Light Yan Ah. Xia Qinghui on the other end of the phone, after shouting at her, was silent for a long time. A look of wanting to say something. Xia Qingyan frowned. Dad, what are you going to say? As soon as her words fell, she heard Sun Wanjuan's voice. Forget it, I'll say it, your dad can't do anything when it comes to business. Qingyan, your dad and I saw you dancing at the cocktail party. Xia Qingyan, aha. Sun Yuanjun, you haven't danced in 4 years. Xia Qingyan, aha. Sun Yuanjun, who was the man you danced with? Can you tell mom? Xia Qingyan knew that sooner or later she would face this problem, so she didn't plan to hide it. Nuan Nuan Coco Buebue's father. Her words just fell, the phone suddenly came from the other end of the two exclaimed. What? What? They came from Xia Qinghuai and Sun Wanjun respectively. At this time. Xia family. Xia Qinghuai excitedly snatched the phone from Sun Yuanjuan's hands. Light Yin, you say it again. Sun Yuanjun also shouted anxiously, Old Xia, what are you doing? Let me hear it too. Xia Qinghuai, Aya, it's not easy for us to have a son-in-law, you can listen to it later. Sun Yuanjun, that's my son-in-law too. Xia Qingyan on the other end of the phone. Dad, Mom, I'm listening. In the end, Xia Qinghuai won the victory. Well, then we turn on the outside voice to listen together, you say, in the end, what is going on? Xia Qingyan bit her lower lip and confessed directly. I met the child's father again, his name is Qin Nuo. In the past, when I gave birth to Nuan Nuan and the girls, Qin Nuo didn't know. After meeting Qin Nuo this time, he said that he would be responsible for taking care of the baby, so he moved over to live with me. Xia Qingyan hadn't finished her sentence yet, and Xia Qinghuai almost jumped up. Living together? When will you get married? Xia Qingyan. Dad, you first listen to me finish off. Xia Qinghuai, Dad, please listen to me first. Xia Qinghuai held back his excitement. Xia Qingyan continued, we just agreed to live together. Xia Qinghuai, agreement? Why? Xia Qingyan, Dad. Xia Qinghuai, okay, I won't say it, you say it. Xia Qingyan, I'm usually a bit busy managing the company, leaving them with Auntie Zhang all the time won't work. Qin Nuo is very good at taking care of the kids, and the babies love him, and it just so happens that he himself has agreed to do so. So they moved in together. Oh so Xia Qinghuai as if suddenly realized, pulled a long accent, that agreement to live together, and took him to the reception? I remember you before, never refused to take any man in public, right? He's different. How is he different? Xia Qinghuai seemed to see through everything and asked with a smile. Xia Qingyan was instantly confused by the question. She couldn't tell herself how it was different. She just felt that taking Qin Nuo out didn't seem to be a big deal. After thinking for half a day, Xia Qingyan could only think of one reason, he is my child's father Oh so Xia Qinghuai pulled a very long mood again, just the child's father Xia Qingyan was anxious, Dad. Xia Qinghuai laughed, well, I know, wait I will go to meet this Qin Nuo tomorrow. Don't. Xia Qingyan hurriedly stopped, what I said is true, you came to let him misunderstand how to do? Xia Qinghuai thought for a while before saying, yes, if he knows that our daughter is so active, what if he treats our daughter badly in the future? Forget it, then I'm not going to go first, I'll go to check the good and bad of the son-in-law first, if he's good, he'll just tie him home to me as my son-in-law. Xia Qingyan, Dad, you. Xia Qinghuai, okay daughter, I'm sleepy, your mom is sleepy too, go to sleep, bye This time. Xia Qinghuai didn't give Xia Qingyan a chance to speak at all. Xia Qingyan. She directly threw her cell phone to the side and lay down in a huff. In the past 2 days, she had just promised Dong establishment that the Xia family would not bully Qin Nuo. Now this situation, it's too enthusiastic, right? How did Qin Nuo become a son-in-law so quickly? She hadn't even agreed to it yet. Besides, Qin Nuo is still looking for someone. Although she said that Qin Nuo said it was her that he was looking for, but how could she feel that that was a lie? What kind of rebirth is that? It was simply strange. After thinking for half a day, Xia Qingyan couldn't come up with a solution. She simply decided not to think about it and went straight to sleep. The next day, Qin Nuo woke up early, made breakfast, and packed Xia Qingyan's portion. Then he took the babies out to go pack up the Triumph Building No. 1 store. A new signboard had already been put up there with the name of a children's mask store. As for why it was called what it was called, Qin Nuo was also inspired by his previous life. When he walked on the streets in his previous life, he would often see some interesting names. For example, what a spicy hot pot restaurant that can drink soup long ago was a barbecue restaurant morning's first porridge store. These store names always attracted people's curiosity. There were always a lot of customers. Qin Nuo believes that the name of this store will also attract the attention of the baby moms. On the first day of opening the door, there was always cleaning. Chin Nua then took the 3 milk donuts and started mopping the floor and wiping the table. In fact, the staff had already cleaned the place, but Chin Nua still wanted to draw good luck. The 3 milk dumplings were still too small, and could only hold the film cloth and symbolically wipe the lower shelves, but they wiped very happily. One by one, they grabbed the job. Tianyan Group, inside the conference room. The morning meeting had just begun. People in the leadership began to speak one after another. Yan Ming of the marketing department said, "Summer total, our store on the 6th floor of the Triumph building, today also began to operate. You have always said before that you do not need to go to see, but I think that in fact, it is better to go to take a look." Yan Ming had not yet finished. He saw Xia Chengyan rubbing up and walking out. Yan Ming? Chapter 38 General Manager Xia these 2 days, really strange Yan Ming confused and the surrounding colleagues looked at each other with a puzzled face. Xia Qingyan, who had already walked out of the door, suddenly turned back. "What are you still waiting for? Didn't you say you were going to look at the store?" Yan Ming stood up in a panic. This is going. But he was still a bit confused when he followed all the way out. He seemed to roughly remember that he and Mr. Xia had proposed this many times. Triumph Mansion's location was very good and crowded. The 6th floor was again an excellent location, and that store was very important to Tianyan Group. He wanted General Manager Xia to personally supervise it. However, Chief Xia told him every time that there was no need to go and watch. She was very relieved about that place. But what's going on today? Could it be that Mr. Xia has changed his mind? Or, did something happen over at Triumph Mansion? As soon as he thought of this, Yan Ming hurriedly accelerated his steps. After they left, the conference room was also talking. What's going on? Mr. Xia actually went there? Mr. Xia has been acting strange these past 2 days, and he seems to be distracted in meetings. Yes, I've noticed that too. He often looks at his cell phone, as if waiting for some news. After saying this, one of them suddenly shocked to speak. Mr. Xia will not fall in love, right? Damn. It's not so bad, is it? People looked at each other, wide-eyed. As they were talking, the secretary Ding Shui suddenly walked in. What? The meeting is over. Do you want to drink tea in the conference room? Do you want me to apply to Mr. Xia to buy you some good tea? Ding Shui smile hidden knife. The crowd hurriedly stood up. Do not. No. No. We're leaving. After a few people left, Ding Shui packed up the documents on the conference table while helplessly shaking her head. Mr. Xia had indeed gone a little too far recently. Even these nervous people have noticed it. At this time, Triumph Mansion No. 1 store. Since the more the 3 milk donuts wiped, the happier they were, the mischievous Coco immediately found a new joy. She put the rag into the water, quickly dipped it in the water, and then flung it at Guoguo's face. The chubby Gogo hurriedly stomped back, but still couldn't avoid it. Her eyes blinked, and she shouted in exasperation, "Coco, you little devil." After shouting, she also squatted down, with a chubby hand, cupped some water, towards Xia Coco splashed over. Xia Coco nimbly jumped back and dodged it. "Guogua, you little fool. You. Xia Guogua puffed and toothed her face, looking for Chin Nua to complain, "Papa." Chin Nua was wiping the cabinet high above, saw this scene, fast laughing crazy. You can't learn from Nuan Nuan, see how good Nuan Nuan is." At this time, Xia Nuan Nuan was holding the rag in her hand, thinking about whether to follow her sister's example and play with them. As soon as she heard Popo's words, she immediately put away her evil little hands. Papa praised Nuan Nuan la. Nuan Nuan is a good boy. Cannot be as naughty as her sister. After all this, she also innocently looked at Chin Nua and smiled again. She looked at Chin Nua innocently and smiled again. Chin Nua appreciated, nodded his head, and looked at the 2 small children fighting. Suddenly a headache. "You like this, a moment will be scared away from the customers finished, how to help Papa earn money to support Mama Akaka." This words, the 2 small children finally stopped fighting. That do not make a mess, right? Gogo, let's rub it properly, or else Papa won't be able to afford to feed his mom. Nuan Nuan, come along. Nuan Nuan also came along. After the 3 little ones finished, each of them assigned a corner to themselves, more serious than when they first started working. When Xiao Qingyan arrived at Triumph Mansion, this was the scene she saw. As she walked forward, she glanced towards this side. The large and three small figures looked very busy, but they were also very happy. She somewhat wanted to join them then. Yan Ming, who was following her, was still reporting something, but saw that Xiao Qingyan was a bit distracted. Yan Ming asked strangely, "Mr. Xia, what are you looking at? Are you so happy?" Xiao Qingyan immediately withdrew her line of sight. "No, go upstairs." Oh. Yan Ming nodded and scratched the back of his head again with a puzzled face. Did he say something wrong again just now? Why did it feel like Mr. Xia was very unhappy? At 10 in the morning, Qin Nuo and the three little ones were about to finish cleaning. At this time, a commotion suddenly sounded outside the door. "Yeah, you guys are here?" Qin Nuo looked up and found that it was the big sister who had bought her own mask a few days ago, and was standing at the door with a group of people looking at it. This is getting a store? A children's mask store? Ha, this store name is so interesting. Little brother, you just randomly named a store. What do you want to call your mask? The few women next to her had originally been adorned by the three milk dumplings. They were about to come over and strike up a conversation when they suddenly heard this. Their sobriety overcame their will and they immediately said, "What? The mask doesn't even have a name and you brought us here to buy it? Sister, you're not a trustee, are you?" The older sister gave the women a blank look. "You can't trust me? When have I ever cheated you? This young man's mask is especially good for children's skin. Haven't you seen our boy? He had acne on his face before, but now it's gone." Women nodded. "This is true, but..." Big sister, "But what? But trust me, will be right." "Little brother, you still sell masks today? I have a few sisters who want to buy it." Qin Nuo, "Sell, but this is not yet cleaned up. You wait a moment." Sister, "Okay. However, my sister is right. You this mask really need a name. I see you this store name is so. Why don't we call it a children's mask in the future? A child is labeled. How about it?" Qin Nuo was about to be amused by this big sister. But what she said also made sense. If you wanted to make children's cosmetics up in the future, you had to have a loud name. Like a certain leaf mask in his previous life, a certain Laya, and the various masks of a certain country, all had names. He then nodded. "Success, let's call it a family of children's face masks. In this way, when there is a face cream later on, it will be called a family of children's face cream. If there is also a lotion, it will be called a family of children's lotion." Thinking about it is quite fun. Big sister also laughed when she heard, "Huh, then it's decided. Come on, little cuties, I'll help you clean together." "Thank you, Auntie, no need. Papa said that we have to send a few things to do. We have to be good children of Papa." After saying that, the three little ones worked even harder. The group of women who were originally attracted to them completely broke their defenses once they heard this. One by one, they smiled and came over. "Wow, so obedient. So obedient? If only my family was half as obedient as this. No, I must help you guys clean today. Come on, let's all do it together, it'll go faster. We're still waiting for the masks." After saying that, they also disregarded whether the three milk dumplings were willing or not, and immediately joined the cleaning team, unable to stop. Xiao Qingyan came down just in time to see the scene. Chapter 39. Today's little cotton jacket, a little leaky. Originally, Xiao Qingyan was with Yan Ming to see the 6th floor stores. After arriving at the 6th floor, Yan Ming had been rambling endlessly behind her. In the past, Xiao Qingyan would have listened to these reports carefully. But today, she couldn't listen to a single word. She thought carefully about the reason and felt that she must have missed the little milk ball. And so, she accelerated her pace, and after casually strolling around with Yan Ming, she handed over the upstairs to Yan Ming and went downstairs herself with a mask and sunglasses. Originally, she had planned to clean up with Qin Nuo and the others. But as soon as they went downstairs, they saw a group of women busy with something inside the store. Qin Nuo was even talking and laughing with them. The three milk dumplings were also amongst them and kept busy. Xiao Qingyan instantly felt a particularly strange feeling in her heart. It was as if something that originally belonged to her had been snatched away. She shook her head and pondered what was going on. The previous her had never felt this way before. After thinking about it for a long time, she decided that she must be worried about the milk doughboys. These could be strangers. How could one get so close to strangers? Thinking this way, Xiao Qingyan felt much more comfortable in her heart. she quickly walked into the store. Xin Nuo, do you need help? Xin Nuo, who was busy, was slightly stunned, and when he saw her, he immediately revealed a surprise. Light Yen? Light Yen? Why are you here? The three milk balls also saw Xiao Qingyan. They dropped the small rag in their hands and ran towards Xiao Qingyan. Then a hold Xiao Qingyan's legs, tilted the little head, sweet shout. Ma ma. Ma ma ma. Xiao Nuan Nuan came a little late, did not hold the legs, can only pull Xiao Qingyan's lapel. The whole scene is cozy and cute. Originally busy big sisters saw this scene, immediately envy cried. My god, big sister, you are simply a winner in life. There were also people who came over in a loud voice and slapped on Xiao Qingyan's shoulder, laughing exceptionally loud. Big sister, husband so handsome, daughters so good, how did you find it in the end? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do this, but I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Xiao Qingyan was slightly stunned. As the president of Tianyan Group, people usually don't come close to her at all. Even if they did get close, they would maintain a certain distance and speak politely to her. There had never been anyone like this, directly coming up to pat her shoulder. She suddenly felt a little strange. So it turns out that being in contact with ordinary people like ordinary people is this kind of feeling. Xin Nuo explained, they wanted to come and buy face masks, but the store hadn't been cleaned yet, so they came together to help. Big sisters laughing and coaxing, this survival desire full of big brother. Ha, if I saw my husband staying in a space with a group of women, I guess I would be angry too. Big sister, we're not interested in your husband, we're only interested in the mask, ha. However, if you want to go back and make your husband kneel on a scrub board, I'll recommend the best scrub boards, how about that? Xin Nuo. Why does it feel like things aren't quite right? Shouldn't Lighten Up be jealous and have a fight with these women? How can women's friendships be so easy to establish? And what's even more frightening is that Lightning seems to have listened. Xiao Qingyan, who originally still felt sour in her heart, inexplicably felt soothed when she heard this. She even forgot to even retort, good. A few of the people immediately became acquainted and began to talk to Xiao Qingyan. From the rubbing board to the keyboard, and from the keyboard to the washing machine. Xiao Qingyan listened attentively. Xin Nuo was beside her, only feeling cold sweat. However, it seemed like it was also a happy cold sweat. The three milk donuts realized that their mother quickly blended in with their aunts and uncles. It seemed that they had all forgotten about them. They had to squeeze in next to the equally forgotten Pupa and listen to these aunts and mamas talk and talk. But they couldn't understand. Xiao Guagua, who was standing in the middle, touched Xiao Nuanyuan, originally intending to ask her sister. But on second thought, her sister definitely didn't know who it was either. So, she touched Xiao Coco again. Xiao Coco instantly understood what Gogo meant. She tilted her little head and looked quizzically at Xin Nuo. Poop. What's a rubbing board? Xin Nuo. He was sweating, how could he answer this? He pondered for a while before finally coming up with a satisfactory answer. A rubbing board is something that allows people to wash their clothes cleaner. Xiao Coco nodded, oh whoa. Xiao Guigua instantly understood the meaning, then Guigua went to buy a few more rubbing boards for Baba, so that Baba won't be too tired when he washes our clothes. Xin Nuo, what? No, Gogo, Pupa doesn't need scrubbers. Doesn't he wash our clothes? No, Popa will wash them for you, but then you have to buy them for Popa. Xiao Coco nodded her head, buy for Pupa. Xiao Nuan Nuan also nodded, aha. Xin Nuo. Today's little cotton jacket, a little leaky ah. After talking about the scrubs, Xiao Coco raised a new question. Poop, what's that keyboard? Xin Nuo. He had to think hard about how to answer this question. The keyboard, it's something that Mama uses for work. Oh, then buy a few more keyboards for Mama. Xiao Coco said happily. Her voice was very loud, causing the big sisters in front of her to hear it. Everyone burst into laughter. Ah, yes, buy a few more keyboards for your mama to be prepared by the poop. There's always a time to use it. Aya, this kid is very sweet. Big sister, you are so lucky. Being praised, Xiao Coco looked up happily, poop, am I a good boy? She said while looking towards Qin Qin. As she said that, she also winked her eyes towards Xin Nuo. Quickly praised me, ah Poa. Xin Nuo. This girl ah. Realizing that Xia Qingyan had been looking at herself, she didn't need to think about it to know that underneath the whistles, she must be wearing a smile with inexplicable meanings. Qin Nua had to nod his head. Good, Coco, most good law. Waiting to go back, we'll pull Coco alone on the lesson. Let her know what is called the majesty of poop. Coco didn't even know that she had been written up by Popa. She happily went to play with Mama again. Xia Qingyan soon joined the cleaning team. But she had never done any work at home. Causing the few big sisters around her to laugh, she immediately felt very embarrassed. The good thing was, the big sisters weren't angry either. One of them came over while saying, come on, I'll teach you. It seems that big sister's husband really loves you, huh? We don't have this blessing. After saying that, she seriously taught Xia Qingyan. And at this time, Yan Ming, who had finished inspecting the store on the 6th floor, walked down. Originally, he wanted to contact Ms. Xia, but he remembered that before Ms. Xia left, she had explained to him she had something to do and told him to return to the company by himself. Yan Ming could only shake his head and walk outside by himself. But when he walked to the door, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. That person over there who was lying on the ground and scrubbing the floor, why did he look so much like Mr. Xia? It can't be? Chapter 40 Light Yen, do you want to see me all the time? Yan Ming stood and looked carefully for a while. The more he looked like he was going to walk over to take a look, but when he was halfway there, Yan Ming froze. Yan Ming froze on his own again. No. How could it be General Manager Xia? How could someone as honorable as General Manager Xia be scrubbing the floor? It must just be a similarity in the back. Thinking so, Yan Ming shook his head and turned around to leave. Xia Qingyan and Qin Nua and a few big sisters, after cleaning up the store, Qin Nua took out the mask she brought over. After a few people set it up together in a frenzy. Qin Nua's first store was considered to be open for business. The cash register and radio were set up a long time ago, and the QR code for WeChat and Alipay was placed next to it. The 3 milk dumplings originally wanted to help Poop collect money. But now, it has become a machine to scan the payment code, and their 3 little ones are too small to reach the machine. The big sister took the mask over, and the milk donuts were about to cry. What can we do? Oh. Can't help Popala. Xia Qingyan saw this, walked over and said, Nuan cocoa fruit, you go to help to buy the aunties carry shopping baskets, is the door of those cute little basket, see? I'll take care of the cashier. 3 milk group finally have a job to do, immediately ran over happily, one person carrying a small basket, followed by a few big sisters behind. The big sisters were immediately adored by them. Good, bye. Come on, carry it well for auntie, and auntie will buy a few more boxes. The 3 milk dumplings replied softly, good. Qin Nua laughed as he watched from the side. With these 3 here, there is no need to worry about not selling the masks. Seeing Xia Qingyan walk behind the cash register, Qin Nua froze. He walked over with some concern, Light Fan, can you cashier? Xia Qingyan turned back to look at him, and had a strange feeling in her heart, as if she was afraid that Qin Nua would dislike her, saying, do you think that I can't do anything? Qin Nua hurriedly shook his head, no, I mean, if you don't know, I can teach you. Xia Qingyan shook her head, no, Tianyan Group has many stores, I often go to visit, before I became the president, the internship, all from the most basic. Qin Nua nodded, well, is it hard to be the president then? Xia Qingyan did not speak. At this time, the big sisters who had already picked out their masks came over. Qin Nua was not in a good position to continue discussing this topic with Xia Qingyan. Next to each big sister stood a milk ball. They were laughing and smiling, and the big sisters were also very happy. Outside the door, those who were passing by saw this scene and were also going crazy with laughter. Gosh, see, there are 3 tiny waitresses over there. Agu, so cute, let's go in and take a look. Wait, isn't this child labor? What child labor? It looks like the owner's own daughter. She's so young, she's already helping her mom and dad with their work, she's a good girl. After a few big sisters left, a group of people flooded into the store. After listening to Qin Nua introduce the purpose of the mask and trying it out, they were all amazed. And so, they then lined up and asked the milk doughboys to get the masks for themselves. Throughout the morning, the store's business was very hot. A large portion of today's masks had already been sold. Even Xia Qingyan had to sigh, you're doing good business. Xin Nua nodded. Yeah, it's one step closer to supporting you. Xia Qingyan, then you have to work harder, it's not that easy to raise me. Xin Nua heard this and laughed. Ha, so you are agreeing to me raising you? Xia Qingyan. Xin Nua, this person, how can he find the point so well? She simply ignored him. I'm going back to the company in the afternoon, so pay attention to yourself. Xin Nua, well, so the morning is specifically to help me? Xia Qingyan froze before answering. No, we opened a new store upstairs, I came to take a look. Xin Nua, oh, opened a new store upstairs, so that's why you rented one for me downstairs as well. Light face, can I understand that you want to see me all the time? I'm leaving. After saying that, she didn't wait for Xin Nua's reaction and quickly left. She didn't even pay attention to the 3 milk dumplings shouting at her to say goodbye. Xin Nua was simply horrible. Xin Nua looked at Xia Qingyan walking away, and couldn't help but smile. Qingyan, eat together before leaving ah. Xia Qingyan were to care about these, she did not return into the car. Xia Coco stood in the closest position to the door, she looked at the back of Mama left, puzzled to ask. Poop, Mama is shy again? Xin Nua nodded, it should be, your hemp skin is thin. Xia Coco puzzled for a while, but still did not understand. POA, how come Mama will be shy every time I see you ah? Xia Nuanwang and Xia Guadua also turned their heads and looked at Xin Nua. This was a question they also wanted to know. Xin Nua stroked the heads of the 3 milk dumplings one by one. Maybe it's because your mom also loves Popa very much, right? The 3 milk dumplings nodded again in confusion. Although they didn't understand, they knew that when their mom was shy, it was a sign that she loved Popa. In the future, they should observe more to see how much their mom loves poop. Afternoon. Xin Nua was the cashier, and the 3 little ones acted as waiters. In one afternoon's work, the store was basically sold out. Xin Nua had pulled in 500 bottles today. In this way, it was an entire $50,000 sold. The original 5,000 bottles of masks in the warehouse only had 4,000 bottles left. It seems like it won't last long. Moreover, he had gotten the secret formula for the face cream. He definitely can't do it by himself, it seems that he needs to recruit some employees. Just thinking. His phone suddenly rang. Brother Dong? What's wrong? On the other end of the phone, Dong established a voice with a crying tone. Brother Qin, what to do? What to do? The old man realized it was me, and he started to make trouble again. What to do ah? Xin Nua suspicious, found you? Dong sat up nodded, yes, I think tomorrow is going to be the operation, I want to see the old lady, I sneak over to the door to see a few eyes, who knows the old man came back from the outside, saw it was my face as a scolding. Then he said that I must have found those doctors, and they won't go tomorrow. What can we do now? Xin Nua was shocked. Then, the old man said I did not? Dong set up a memory, said, that is not. Xin Nua said, oh, you first do not worry, I will go to find the old man, you first go back and wait for news. Dong set up, line, Xin brother, thank you, are my bad, but, my mom's things cannot be delayed ah. Xin Nua, well, I know, I try my best.